Ever wanted to learn meta ads and actually see how big agencies are running them? Not the stuff you find on YouTube tutorials, real systems and frameworks. The systems and frameworks that scaled brands to $1 million a month in revenue. Hey, I'm Jim. And my time as a head of strategy at First Page Global Digital Marketing Agency, I've developed different scaling strategies for e-commerce brands and service-based businesses. In my decade of experience, I've managed $200 million in meta ad spend and worked directly with brands like Bic, Candela, Phrases Property, Judo Bank, Lasso, and New Balance. I've also worked with 6 different digital marketing agencies in Australia and had a chance to run meta ads for different brands. This course takes you behind the curtain. We will start with the foundations, understanding the meta ads algorithm and the ecosystem. Then we will go step by step from business manager setup, meta pixel or dataset tracking, and the campaign structures. From there, we will cover audiences, retargeting, and how the new learning phase actually impacts our performance after the big Andromeda update. You will also learn different creative frameworks from static to video ads and learn the optimal testing strategies that will scale your ads profitably. By the end of this course, you will learn how to build meta ad campaigns like professionals, clear, controlled, and most importantly, profitable. There's no such a thing as a bad product or a bad service. There's unclear testing and bad meta ads management. Whether you're just starting out or already running ads for your own products or you're managing big budgets for your big clients, this course will help you think, build, and scale like a professional digital marketer. So if you're ready, let's get started. What is meta ads? Let's start from the beginning. Meta ads is a paid advertising platform that allows businesses to reach millions of and billions of people depending on the country that you offer your services or products in. We can show our ads on Facebook just like this. We can show our ads on Instagram just like this. We can show our ads on Messenger just like this. Or we can show our ads on the audience network. These are Meta's partner websites just like this. So when people talk about Facebook ads, do not think your ads will only appear on Facebook, or when you talk about Instagram ads, do not think that your ads will only appear on Instagram. It is called meta ads, and meta ads will use this whole ecosystem as we talked about, Facebook, Instagram, Messenger, and audience network, to show your ads to get as many sales and leads possible. And why do we use meta ads? Meta ads, by far the smartest algorithm out there. Why? Because it is the oldest when it comes to advertising, and they have a lot of data, so they can understand where your ads are going to convert, make the sale, and use that machine learning to show your ads to those people who have the most likelihood to buy what you're selling. So what is meta ads different than your classic organic posting? So a lot of people confuse this. Social media, when it comes to posting organically on Instagram, posting organically on Facebook, that is organic. And you cannot control how many people see your ads, who sees your ads. But if you run advertisements, quote unquote meta ads, you can control which age bracket sees your ads, what demographic sees your ads, what interest sees your ads, or what radius in terms of location sees your ads, or you can only show your ads to people who visited your website, right? You can control everything. We're gonna cover that as well. But when you post organically, you do not have that control at all. You're gonna leave it to Meta's organic algorithm, which is totally different than paid algorithm. So we have more control, and which is more scalable, right? If you have a business based on just posting organically, you don't have a lot of control. The next day your posts might get 10 views, 200 views, and you cannot build a business around that, right? But if you can control how much you spend on Facebook advertising, you pay money to Facebook to show your ads to people. That's how the Facebook ads or meta ads algorithm works. You can predict how many sales you're going to get based on looking at the previous numbers, so you can have a sustainable business using meta advertising. So hope this brief was clear, and let's jump into the next section. Hey everybody, how are you doing? Let's jump in, and my cat is joining us in this section. So we're looking at the Meta ads ecosystem. So we briefly covered where the ads appear, right? So let's deep dive into this. So our ads can appear on Facebook, and this is just a screenshot, just an example to give you some idea. So this is a desktop view, right? And you can see on the right hand corner, we have these right column ads. You can also, when you log into your Facebook app from your mobile phone, you will be able to see this as well as on your feed. This is also called as feed ads. So this is not it, guys. We have the marketplace ads. You can see I'm still on the desktop in this section. When you log into your desktop, if you look at the marketplace, you can see this is a sponsored post. So your ads can still appear on the marketplace as well. So if you move on, if you log into your Facebook app, and you can see the ads here as a story or a reel format. This is also quite common. And we have Instagram. Instagram ads are super similar to, the placements we're talking about. This is all in the ecosystem of Meta advertising. We can see we have a reel placement over here, and on next to it, we have a story ad placement. So when you're watching people's stories on your Instagram, the ads might appear there, and on the feed as well. I'm scrolling down on my feed while my friends posted, whatever the case may be, and I see an ad here. Also, you can see on the explore page here, right, we can see one ad appear right here, right? So there is a lot of places your ads can appear. Let's move on. We have the messenger ads as well. So these are not separate advertising platforms. This is all under the Meta ads ecosystem. And I said there's ways that you can control where you manage your ads to appear. I will show everything about that, but I am not a huge fan, just to start from the beginning, of specifically telling Meta to place ads on a certain placement, because that usually drops the performance. So we let Meta to place the ads where they think it is most likely to convert, because Meta is extremely smart when it comes to the algorithm. And when you let the algorithm decide, they're not going to place 90% of your ads on the messenger and maybe 1% on Instagram and 8% on Facebook. That doesn't happen. 90% of your ad placement or of your budget will be on Facebook and Instagram, and the rest 2 to 5 to 10% will be on Messenger and Audience Network, which is apps and other sites Meta is partnering with. So you don't have to worry about that overall, and the Messenger and the Audience Network usually takes a minuscule amount when it comes to having the ads being placed there. So we can see it will appear here, the Messenger ads, and then once you click on it, you can see on the right hand corner, it will appear like that. And also we have the Audience Network. Meta is partnering with hundreds of thousands of apps and sites, so your ads might appear there, just like this example as we can see, or on the right hand side we can see one more example. You can see people can click and go to your website. Again, you don't have to worry about this a lot, but if you're managing Facebook ads, Meta ads for your client, and they say, I only exclusively want my ads to appear on Facebook, for instance, and not Instagram, not any other sites, you can specifically choose that. I will show you how to do it, but my honest suggestion, you shouldn't worry about that. So this is the whole ecosystem that sits under Meta ads. So when people talk about Instagram ads or just Facebook ads, they all sit under Meta advertising. So hope this was clear. Let's jump into the next section. All right, guys, we are now covering Meta advertising funnel. So what is this funnel? We're going to be talking about this funnel a lot in the upcoming sections. So you are going to have some questions when I mention it. So I'm just going to cover what this funnel is and what each stage of the funnel really entails. So you're not going to have any questions when we come to those sections. So everybody talks about a funnel, advertising funnel, but we also have a funnel in Meta. What is this funnel, right? So we have a classic funnel. What is that funnel? So we have top of funnel, TOF. So if people refer to this in the advertising world, in the agency world, you're gonna see this a lot. Or if you watch a Facebook ad tutorial video or about something else, people are gonna be talking about TOF, TOF, MOF, which is middle of funnel, and BOF, which is BOFU. They call it BOFU, MOFU, TOFU as well. But that basically means top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel. So let's talk about what each means. So top of funnel usually refers to cold audiences. What does that mean? Cold audience, basically, you know when you used to play a game when you're searching for a person or searching for an item, when you get close to that item, it becomes warm and hot. But if you're away from it, you are cold. This is exactly the same thing. So if a person haven't heard of your brand yet, that person is a cold audience, right? They haven't heard of your brand before, and it is the first time they're seeing your ads on Facebook or Instagram or Messenger or Audience Network, right? So that is the first time they haven't heard of you before. They don't know what you offer. So they're basically a top of funnel audience. They haven't heard of you before, and that audience is cold. So basically, that is all you need to know about this stage of this funnel, right? So that is also called, as people don't know you yet, they need to be aware of your brand and products. Then we have middle of funnel. So you're getting close to it, right? Instead of that, when you think about that game, getting close, warm, 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 people used to clap in that game. And when you're getting close to that, meaning that audience becomes warm, that middle of funnel consists of people that kind of know what you have to offer, that kind of know what that product basically helps with. They kind of know, they are aware of your brand, but they're not about to buy. They're not ready to buy it, right? So an example, they maybe follow you on Instagram, they know you exist, right? But they're not ready to buy yet. Or they may be seeing your ads before, they are introduced to your brand and product and service, but they are not ready to buy yet, right? They may have visited your website before, but they're not ready to buy yet, right? They haven't added to cart. They haven't checked out yet, right? They're not in a stage of buying. They maybe watched a video of your Facebook ad till the end, but they haven't visited your website. This is basically a warm audience. What is a hot audience? That's hot. You know, like you play that game, they clap, 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 you're almost there finding that item, you're super close, and that is basically hot. So that person is about to buy. They added to cart, but maybe something came up, their mom called, their spouse called, or they were driving, they said, you know what, I'm gonna do it later. They forgot, right? They added to cart, they forgot to buy. These people, they've seen your ads many, many, many times, but they have a couple of objections, right? They're not sure about the pricing, they're not sure about the shipping rates, so on and so forth, and they didn't buy basically. So, or that could be a person who bought, but you want to sell them again, right? That also counts as a hot or a bottom of funnel audience. So they will buy eventually, right? So these audiences are easy to convert. So these are really, really, really easy to convert, low hanging fruits. So you have a retargeting ad and you can convert those people easily. Converting means getting them to buy, or if you have a digital marketing agency or a cleaning service, getting their information. Converting means that. So hope this makes sense. A lot of people will refer to this when they are building their campaigns: top of funnel campaign, middle of funnel campaign, and bottom of funnel campaign. But I also am going to show how meta ads is evolving. So you don't necessarily need to focus on this a lot, because meta ads algorithm is so smart nowadays. You can set up one campaign and meta targets all of the stages of the funnel automatically. So you don't have to break down everything in this example. So we also have one more funnel example. This was the classic funnel. You're gonna see this funnel example everywhere, not just meta ads, not just Facebook ads, right? So we have an awareness funnel as well. This is my favorite type because it actually covers every single thing. You don't have to necessarily break down your campaigns, or when we come to how we set up meta ads campaigns, you don't have to break it down just like this, but it is good that you understand the stages of awareness, right? So we have an unaware stage. So they don't know what is your product or what you have. This person doesn't even know that this problem exists, right? Then this person is aware that problem exists. It could be let's say balding, right? Like he starts balding. He was 22 years old. Now he's 30. He starts balding. Now he's aware of that problem, right? And then that is a great stage where you actually start selling. So unaware will be, let's say, 70% of the market, right? And then problem aware will be maybe 20% of the market. And then you're gonna see some people about solution aware. So they know there are some ways that they can get a product, get something, to revert their hair back, get their hair back. It could be a hair transplant, it could be a hair pop product, it could be some other product to cover up, the topics, they like a powder form. So they know there are different solutions. And then you have your product. They know that your product solves their problem, which is basically easy. Like there are a lot of people in that, and you're competing against all the other products that person has. And then you have fully aware. So they know your product exists, they know the solution exists, they know the problem, they're fully aware. They know that you have a certain price point and your competitor has a certain price point, and that is easy to convert, right? At this very end, fully aware stage. So we can also think about when we are writing ad copy, when we are creating ads, we have to be aware of this awareness funnel as well. So like when we can have one campaign and our full campaign can actually cover all stages of awareness. That happens a lot, but we don't have to break down, oh, I want to have an unaware campaign, problem aware campaign, solution aware campaign. No, we don't have to do that, but it is just good for you to understand this is a concept in marketing. So when we are designing creatives, when we are writing Facebook ad copy, this will actually come up, and we will have to actually think about which concept I'm writing this ad for. Is my avatar aware that my solution exists, my service exists? It could be a marketing agency, right? Think about that as well. And we're gonna cover that as well. All right, these was basically two common funnels that you need to know. And in the upcoming sections, we're just gonna cover how Meta's algorithm and auction system works, and then we're gonna jump into the platform. See ya. Alrighty, now it is really important thing that we are covering right now. It is the auction system and how the algorithm actually works in Meta ads. So this is basically an auction system. What does that mean? So every time we want to show our ads in front of a person, our target customer, we get into an auction, right? And you know how auctions work, right? You go buy an antique or buy a house in certain countries. You say, I'm bidding $200,000. The other guy says, I'm bidding $300,000. But since this is a little bit different than Google Ads and actually buying a house, we usually don't control how much we're willing to bid on a certain auction, right? Because we mostly use this when it comes to the bid strategies. We're going to cover that. But we're going to use lowest cost bid strategy. When that's the case, most of the competitors are going to be using that as well. Then how Meta determines who is going to take that placement first, right? So you open your Facebook app and then you're scrolling, and everybody, if you are the target customer, is trying to get in front of that if you the first time, right? So that is the most valuable placement, right? When you first open your app. So how does that actually work? So the bid, your offer, and most of you guys are gonna use lowest cost, so you can ignore this one. And then the most important two are going to be estimated action rate and the ad quality and relevance. So what they all mean, let's cover them together. So estimated action rate is Meta predicts if that click is gonna convert or not. So what does that mean, right? Let's say you're running ads and then you're trying to get someone's information let's say you're doing a real estate listing, right? You run ads, Facebook ads, Meta ads, and then person clicks on your ad, and then out of every 100 people that clicks on your ads, you get 3 people's information. That is 3% conversion rate. But your competitor, let's say, every 100 people, and he's in the same space, he converts 5%, right? 5 people out of every 100. So his estimated action rate will be higher because they are taking the desired action a little bit more. So Meta will actually prioritize that guy, your competitor, over you. And let's cover the ad quality. So we have signals like negative feedback, engagement rate, and user experience. So what they all mean. So if a person likes your ad, shares your ad, comments on your ad, these are all positive feedback for engagement. And that helps with the engagement rate as well. So if a person actually clicks on your ad, right clicks, and then reports your ad, that is a huge negative engagement. And if they scroll right past, it is a negative engagement and negative feedback as well. So even if the comment is negative, you want to get as many comments as possible, which is amazing if you ask me. And then Meta will think, okay, a lot of people are staying on the app, because eventually Meta wants people to stay on the app, or get you to take desired action, right? If they're gonna jump off the app, Meta wants people to actually converge and buy a product and be happy and buy again, right? Eventually, or stay on the platform and basically watch as many ads as possible, which what Meta wants. So that is also a good user experience, right? Or let's say a person clicks on your ad, goes to your website, and bounces right back because you have a really clickbaity ad. That is a bad user experience, and Meta doesn't like that as well. And everything that we covered impacts one key metric, which is cost per thousand impressions, which is called CPM. That means cost per mil. Mil is 1,000. So how much you're paying to show your ads 1,000 times. The lower that metric is, the better, right? So if this is lower than your competitors, that is a good sign. Meta prioritizes your ads than your competitors. We're going to cover all the metrics. Don't worry if this is confusing. So Meta's always prioritizing the user experience. So as we covered, Meta wants to keep people on the platform. And if Meta shows a lot of bad ads and people go to the website and the conversion rate is below 1%, nobody is completing the desired action, people will look at it and say, look, the ads on Meta, like when I buy stuff on Meta, it is always bad quality. And it's unrelated stuff I see on Meta ads, and people will jump onto competitor websites like TikTok or any other, Snapchat, whatever the case may be, and they're not gonna stay on Meta forever if they get scammed or go to irrelevant sites, so on and so forth. So Meta will always prioritize user experience. Keep that in mind. So how you can also help Meta while making money. So focus on better creatives. Better creatives, good engagement, right? So Meta will prioritize. Less clickbait is really important, and more engagement. So you win, Meta wins. So this is how Meta prioritizes everything. Hope this makes sense, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, we're gonna cover Facebook advertising policies briefly. We're gonna deep dive into this in the upcoming videos, but I just need to underline some of the important things before we actually go into platform and start running some Meta ads. All right, let's jump in. All right, guys, so what are the compliances or advertising policies that we need to worry about? So first thing first, so before running ads, we have to understand this, because after a while, like before people understand these, they start running ads and they have a lot of problems when they get into actually active campaigns. They start making some money and their ad account get rejected, or their ad account get disabled, their ads get rejected, they don't know why. And there's some easy answer to this, and we have to cover all of them briefly. And once we start running ads, there are some more specific nuances that we're going to cover. So we have prohibited content. This bracket, no matter what we do, these ads will get rejected. And this most likely will lead to your ad account being disabled, right? So if your ad account is disabled and you cannot recover that in 180 days, that ad account is gone forever. But we're going to cover that in a later module, but let's just cover what leads to automatic rejections. What are those prohibited content? So we have illegal products or services, which is pretty self-explanatory, right? Then we have discriminatory practices, which is also self-explanatory. Adult content, nudity, and sexual services. I mean, that's pretty obvious, right? But then the fourth one is little interesting. Misinformation, deceptive or misleading claims. What does that mean? A lot of people fail here, right? Because the first three ones are really easy to identify. Oh, I'm not doing any of these, that's cool. Why is my ad rejected? So misinformation and deceptive or misleading claims. For instance, lose 10 kilos in 2 days, right? Make $100,000 in a month with this amazing blah blah course, right? So these type of time frames that you give are misleading claims. You're making misleading claims to people and giving them false hopes, even though it could be true, right? Even though it is true maybe for your specific product or service, if you give that time frame on Meta ads, they will reject your ad right away. And we have unsafe substances, drugs, tobacco, vapes, which could be pretty self-explanatory, but a lot of people fail because even though they're not selling them directly, let's say you have a restaurant, right? You have a restaurant and you're advertising your restaurant, and then in that ad, in that Meta ad, that the video, there's a person briefly for a second smoking a cigarette outside of your restaurant. If your video has that, your ad will still get rejected. If there's anybody vaping or smoking tobacco, your ads will get rejected. Then we have weapons, explosive, hazardous material. That is pretty self-explanatory. Multi-level marketing, Herbalife, and stuff like that. That is pretty self-explanatory as well. And payday loans, payslip advances, and bail bonds. Those ones are like maybe 1% of you will be in that specific scenario, so you don't have to worry about that. Then we have restricted content. That is a little bit different than prohibited content. The difference is this leads to automatic rejections, but restricted content, you can still run ads, but you have to fill up a form. And where you're gonna fill up that form, on the right-hand side, you can see business partner authorization. Just Google that and say Meta ads, and you will see a page like this, and you will see each category, and they have their unique forms that you can fill up. After you fill that up, Meta will review that and they will give you the pass to run ads in that given specific scenario, right? Let's say you are doing dating services. I'm pretty sure you've seen Bumble or Tinder ads on Meta or Facebook or Instagram, right? And they basically fill that form up. That form is basically asking you your business information and your business address, and then if you need a license, for instance, for alcohol, for pharmacies, you need a license to advertise, right? Those prescriptive drugs, so on and so forth. And in cryptocurrency as well, you need a specific license. For gambling, you've seen some gambling ads, depending on your country, of course, there's going to be specific licenses and you have to upload them there in that given specific format. And alcohol is the same thing, guys. If you don't take that action, like fill up that form in this business partner authorization from Meta ads, and then you start running ads, they will reject your ads. Financial services, weight loss products, again, you have age restrictions, and for instance, for gambling, you have age and gender restrictions. So they're gonna take away some of the targeting abilities, but they will let you run your Meta ads. Then we have copy and creative rules. These are universal rules that you have to obey. These are extremely, extremely important. What are those? You should not use personal attributes. What do I mean by this? Avoid implying they are something or someone. What does that mean? So if you have a dating app service and you advertise by saying join other transgender people, that implies the person you're speaking to is transgender, and Meta doesn't like that. If you say join other overweight people who date like people overweight, right? So that implies that you are speaking to a person who is overweight, and Meta hates it. They will reject your ads right away. Or for instance, do you need money or struggling with debt? So if you say that, you are basically implying that person is broke and they are in debt. So if you say that, your ads will get rejected. There's other ways of saying this, right? Instead of speaking to them and implying their debt, you can say, this is a service that allows other transgender people meet as a dating, or this is a service that helps people who struggle financially, right? So you have to change your wording a little bit. And no misleading claims. We briefly covered that. What does that mean? Basically, you cannot guarantee anything, right? So lose 10 kilos in 1 week. Maybe you manage to do it for your clients, But Meta thinks that is unrealistic and you are using a specific time frame. And Meta hates it, hates it, hates it. Don't do it, guys. And you do not say, make $100,000 in a month. You should not say that. There was a client of mine that was selling training programs for people who are getting into a new industry, and the promise was get a 100K job, $100,000 plus salary job in, let's say, 2 months of completing this training. And since we were using that specific time frame, our ads got rejected. So we had to change the wording a little bit, right? Most people who enroll in this training get $100,000 plus jobs in 3 months. That is how you reword it. And no shocking or sensational content. You should avoid clickbaits all times, right? You should not use clickbait at all, guys. That is critical. And you should not use graphic imagery. So that counts as like, there's a blood in the ad or a person falling down, a car crash to gain attention in the first 3 seconds. Those are going to be shocking or sensational content and they will be banned, right? Or fear mongering as well. So the economy is collapsing, invest in housing, real estate, blah, blah, blah. So that is sensational content and fear mongering. They will reject that. And you will think, oh, I'm doing everything right, but you are not actually. And then we have to respect the brand guidelines. What does that mean? Every placement that we're gonna cover has their own specs, right? If you use a really like a banner style vertical ad in an Instagram story, the whole place will be empty and black. Facebook doesn't like that. So you have to respect their specs and create your creatives based on that. So these will lead to rejections. Hope that makes sense. And say your ad is rejected, what can you do? In Meta Ads Manager, once we come to that, you will see that you have the ability to appeal. After you appeal, it will be an automated. And once you appeal, a person will review that manually, right? The first review is automatic all the time, and Meta can make mistakes there. And most of you guys, your ads are gonna be rejected, and 99% of the time, it's not Meta's mistake. Everybody thinks, oh, it's Meta, but they usually do not follow these rules and regulations. They do not comply with their policies. But Meta also makes mistakes. And then once a person views it, a manual human reviews it, and then they will lift that rejection. And if an ad is disapproved, you can appeal that again within the ads manager as we covered. And that's why we want to have multiple creatives running at the same time. If a couple of them gets rejected, in the meantime, you still have some ads running, so you minimize the downtime. So hope this makes sense, guys, and I will see you in the next one. All right, guys, first thing first, what we're going to do is type in Create Business Manager. This is the part where we create our Business Manager. Business Manager is the governing body of all the assets that we are going to have, and I will explain everything here in a minute. So we're going to click on the first result. After we type in Create a Business Manager, you can see it is asking us Meta Business Suite. So Meta Business Suite also sits under Business Manager, but it is not the same thing. We're going to say Start Now, and you can see they will ask you to log in with your Facebook address, right? With your classic Facebook profile. So I already have a Facebook profile, a mock one that I don't have any business manager inside this one. So you can see it is just pushing me to an ads manager. That is all good. I'm just accepting everything, and this just threw me in to an ads manager. You can see this is a brand new ad account, and on the left hand side we have account overview, we have campaigns, we have ads reporting, audiences, billing and payment, advertising settings, events manager, and all tools. So you will go on the left hand side to campaigns, and this is the ads manager where you run your Meta ads. But the thing that we wanted is to go to the business manager, right? So this ads manager sits under the business manager. To do that, on the left hand side, we're gonna come to the all tools here, click on this, and you can see we have the business settings. Click on the business settings, and this will take us back to our business portfolio. in the business manager basically. So it is asking us, let's create the business manager. Now you can name your business manager name. So this will be your business manager name, test. Okay, since I just created this Facebook profile, you are not able to create an account, and I will just jump into an existing business manager where I have my Facebook profile already sitting for years. And if you just create a Facebook profile to attach a business manager, you will face this problem. You need at least an hour to create a business manager. It is just a security reason, guys. Just think about it. They don't want people to create a lot of profiles brand new to create business managers. They want a security. They want a person who is already existing, have a profile on Facebook. That person can create a business manager. You just need a couple of hours if your personal profile is brand new. But if it's not new, you won't have that issue, and I will show you what you will see. All right, once you fill your information, this is the screen that you will see. Again, they always constantly change it. Depending on when you watch this video, you might see a different layout. But overall, you will have a business info on the top left-hand side. This is business settings. And we have users. Under users, we have people, partner, and systems. Underneath that, we have the ad account details. You have the pages underneath that. You can create an ad account here. We have app and Instagram accounts. Then we have data sources. This is where basically the pixel stays. If you don't know what it is, don't worry about it. I will explain everything. Then we have requests, brand, safety, and suitability. Then we have the integrations. Then you have billing and payments, which we're gonna cover. Then we have Meta Verified, Security Center, and many more settings that which we're gonna cover. Guys, this is important. When you create, fill up the information in, you will need to edit your business details here. So you will have a business portfolio ID, right? This is the business portfolio ID that you are going to have for your business setting. So underneath that, you can create many pages. You can create many ad accounts underneath. So what I want you to do here, come down, and here on the business verification status, I want you to verify your business here. Click, and here I want you to set up two-factor authentication. For people who get into your account, they need to verify and two-factor authenticate. They are gonna force you eventually to create the two-factor authentication. It is good that you do it here now. So you're gonna come everyone here, and then you need to download an authenticator app, and people will be able to two-factor authenticate easily. And we will go back to business information here on the left-hand side. After that, come to users here, and you will see people. And on the people level, you can add other people, your employees or your managers who you want to work on this account, or your business managers, right? Let's say you create an agency and you can add other people who you want to work on this business manager account. How are you going to do that? Click on invite people, and you can enter their email address here. After you add an email address, you are going to give access to that person. Let's enter a random email address here. Let's say this is a random email address, and we are gonna say, yes, I want to give access to this person, a temporary access, let's say, or if you don't want to give temporary access, this will be a forever access. So let's say a person is you're gonna give access to a person which is going to be temporary. You can say, and I want to give access to this person until 18th of September, let's say. You can do that, right? Let's say we're gonna say next, and you are going to give access to this person, a basic access, and you can say next. Or you can say, you know what, I'm just gonna give forever access to this person, say yes, and then once you say forever access, you can upgrade their access to full control, for instance. This full control is important. I don't suggest you give full control to your employees, and you can look at other options as well. So for instance, you can give them a finance option. They can see full transactions, invoices, which is important information you should not share with anybody, right? And then you can say, you know what, I don't want to give him full access. Let's just basic access, say next, and to select the assets that you want to give this person to work on. Let's say I only have a Facebook page under here, and I'm gonna say, yes, I just want to give this person a page access. After you say confirm selection, now you are going to give what type of access that is. So if you select content, this person will be able to create content, add or delete stories, community activity, they can respond to specific comments, message and calls is important, they can respond to messages that are coming to here, and ads is basically creating ads or boosting posts, managing partnership, and insights is people can see how the ads or content perform. Partial access is specific access that you can give this person, content, community, ads, but you're not giving full access. If it is a person who is going to manage everything on your Facebook page or ad account, you want to give everything access here. Then you're gonna click next, and this invitation will be sent to their email address. Let's just X out of this, and we are going to have partners. Partner access is important. Once you start having clients, you will add the partners of, let's say, another business. They have their ads manager, and this is your business, and you are going to request a partner access. How this is going to happen is you're going to say add, and you have two options. Ask a partner to assign you their assets or give a partner access to your assets. So if you are going to be the agency managing other people's ad accounts, you don't want to do this. Give a partner access to your assets, right? We don't want them to have access to our assets. We want to have access to their ads manager so we can manage their ads, right? Then we're gonna click on this, and here we're gonna say get started, and now we're gonna enter their correct email address and business portfolio ID. And this is what they're gonna ask, what is the partnership role? Your brand's or your business's role is going to be media agency, and your partner's role will be brand or business. Once you say next, and we're gonna have the permissions here and then the permissions will be we want everything or ads access, and that will be sent to them. And they will be able to see that request under here. So on the requests section, you can see. So this is partner, and we're not gonna worry about the system users. And now under the accounts here on the left-hand side, we have pages. Pages are Instagram pages, Facebook pages that you can see or add more pages as well. You don't have to have just one, you can add multiple here. I only have one Facebook page and connected with an Instagram page here. You can add more by clicking to add. You can say add an existing Facebook page, which is, let's say you already have an existing Facebook page, or you can say, you know what, I want to create a brand new Facebook page. You can do that, and you can have that sit under this business manager, right? And then we have the ad accounts. Ad accounts is really important. You can see I do not have an ad account sitting under this business portfolio. We need to create an ad account that to be able to run ads, right? We previously created an ad account which you navigated from here. But in this business manager, I don't have one. You can create another one, but you already created since we navigated to our business manager like that. So you will be able to see your ad account here. If you want to create another one, you can just click here. I'm just going to create another one here, create another ad account. And this is going to be important since you created as we navigated to business manager, you don't have to do it, but I just want to name this, let's say gym ad account. And time zone is important because you won't be able to change this later on. This is set, and I want to make it Australian dollars. Say next, and usage is going to be for my business, not for clients ad account, and say next. And yes, so you can see it is asking me. This ad account will be sitting under this business manager. So as we guys created previously, this is another ad account. It's the other. So in the beginning of this video, as you guys remember, we navigated with a brand new Facebook profile. So you are going to have your business ad account sitting under this already, and I'm just gonna agree and create ad account. Perfect. And once we do that, guys, we created our ad account. So if you already have an ad account sitting here, that is all good. You don't have to create another one. What you want to do if you want to run ads here, you're just gonna click on Open in Ads Manager. But as you guys can see, I don't have clickable access here. What I need to do, I have to assign a person to each asset. So that might be confusing for some people. What I want to do, click on Assign People. For each asset, I am going to assign a person here. This is me, my Facebook profile. And I'm gonna say Manage Ad Accounts, Assign People, bam. Now I assigned myself basically, right? Cool. All right, so once you add people here, once you refresh this page, you will be able to click Open in Ads Manager. As we click on this, we will be redirected to our Ads Manager. So every time you come to your Ads Manager and you want to go back to your business profile, which is Business Manager, you're gonna click on this all tools burger icon, click on this, and you will have business settings, this gear icon. You can click on this and this will take you back. All right, now we are back to our business manager. We were at the ad accounts. We created the ad accounts and I blurred it here, but you will have an ad account ID under your name here. That ad account ID is important. When you have a problem with something, your ads are rejected, you will need to reach out to Meta using this ID. So you don't need to memorize this ID, but that sits here. Every time you want to go to your ads manager, click on this. And if you want to assign a new person to manage your ads, you're gonna go to people and you're gonna invite another person. After you invite that person, you're gonna go to ads accounts and you're gonna assign a person here, and that person needs to be managing that account if you need one. So we have business asset groups underneath that. So we haven't created an asset group which is bundled different assets. We don't need to worry about that for now. Then we have apps here. We don't have an app. If you have an app, you can add that here so you can run ads for your app. Then we have Instagram accounts. Then you have WhatsApp account. You don't need to create a WhatsApp account unless you are running ads to your WhatsApp to get people to contact you. We are going to cover that as well. Then we have data sources. We're gonna cover the data sources in more detail. This is really, really important. Look at this. We have under the data sources, we have catalogs. If you are let's say, an e-commerce business owner, you're gonna need to have your catalog, which will be connected through Shopify. Once you click here, you're gonna say, create a new catalog, and it will basically be, you're gonna say, use an existing catalog here, and it will be connecting through your Shopify really, really easily. Then we have data sets and pixels. This is, guys, extremely important. We're gonna cover what a pixel is, what a data set is, which is basically the brain of your ad account, right? That holds all the information, that understands if a person is going to purchase from you or not. That has all the necessary information. So we're gonna cover that later on. Then we have offline events. This is basically, let's say you have a brick and mortar shop that you don't run ads through, let's say let's say you have a brick and mortar shop, people buy from you in store, and you can come here and add your offline events here. Then we have custom conversions. We're gonna cover that later. Then we have shared audiences. We're gonna cover that later as well. Then we have requests. As I said, if a person, you send a request to a person, that will be here. And if another business wants to have access to your assets, they will send it here, and you will be able to see that here as well. You can see the sent requests, needs review, so on and so forth. So we covered overall settings, what is and is not important, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section we're going to be covering a really important subject. This is all going to be theory, so take your hands off the keyboard and just watch this and understand this. So what is Metapixel, which is also known as datasets? They changed the name and it is right now known as datasets, and you don't need to know which one is which. You can know it as datasets or pixels. So what is that? think of it as a brain. And I'm gonna explain it very thoroughly. So take your hands off the keyboard and just focus on what I'm showing you here. Let's move on. So think of it like an invisible camera. What do I mean by this? Imagine you have a camera in your hand and then you can track what people are doing, right? So that invisible camera basically watches what people do. If they click a button, that invisible camera will track that. If they buy something, add something to cart, that invisible camera will see that. They fill up a form, that invisible camera will see that. But if just come to your website and that invisible camera will see that. If you don't have that invisible camera, Meta or Facebook ads or you won't be able to tell if that traffic is coming from Meta ads. That's why that invisible camera is so important, right? So without that pixel, without that invisible camera, you are basically blind, right? Imagine you are flying a plane blindly. That is a suicide. So you won't know if your buyers are coming from Facebook ads, right? So let's say you are also doing organic social media and you are making some sales and then you introduce Meta ads and then you don't know if they're coming from organic or Meta. You have no clue if you have a shop. If you have a, let's say, lead generation, like a form on your website and you get inquiries and you have no idea if they're coming from organic or Meta. Maybe 100% of them are coming from Meta ads and 0% from organic, then it is a great idea to increase your Meta ads budget. But if that is vice versa, if Meta ads are doing nothing, everything is coming from social media, there's really no need to run Meta ads, right? So for you to make that strategic decision, the pixel is so important. You will also be able to tell which ad is bringing that sale. Let's say you have 2 videos, 1 single image, just a static ad you designed, and then you don't know which one is bringing the sale, right? And you go into your Photoshop or Canva, you design more ads or just like the static ad, but you don't know because maybe the video ad is driving that sale. Maybe a video that you are shooting, how you package up your products are driving the sale. You don't know, right? So also on top of that, you can train Meta to bring more of the buyers, right? Because that is not only for you, it is also for Meta. Imagine Meta is a machine learning, behind Meta, there's a machine learning algorithm. So that algorithm will be able to understand, okay, that person is a buyer. I will try to find more just like that person. 25 years old, let's say, goes to uni, planning to do his masters, watches Netflix, loves action movies, kind of stuff. So Meta understands, creates a profile and finds more people like that, right? If you don't have that pixel, even if Meta is bringing you sales, Meta has no idea, right? It was just, Meta is also working blindly. So what are we going to do with this information? So let's think about this. This invisible camera is that pixel. And we want to put that pixel or data set, whatever you want to call it, into your website. And there's really simple integrations and it is completely free. You don't have to pay for anything. If you have an e-commerce website, let's say Shopify, WooCommerce, whatever it is, there are pretty much free plugins that you use to automatically install that. But if you have a lead generation website, we might need to work a little bit. I will show you how to do that, but you have to put that code into your website. So once you put that code into your website, you start observing your customers' action. And you know this, and also Meta knows this, right? That is also so important. So if you have 2 identical ad accounts, one with the pixel, one without the pixel, and you're spending, let's say, $10,000 a month in both of them, and you have the same exact creatives, images, videos, same exact ads, and the one with the pixel is going to drive more sales because there's the algorithm learning, not just you, right? So that is learning. So what ends up happening is you will show your ads to more people who are more likely to buy. That is not you specifically doing. Also, you can do that as well. Like you see certain ads are bringing more sales, you design more of those ads. Plus, Meta algorithm will try to find more people like that. And also, again, as we covered this, which ads are bringing the sale, which ad copy is bringing the sale, which targeting is bringing the sale. Also, there's a little more advanced setting that we're gonna cover, advanced way of running Facebook ads, creating lookalike audiences. You can create lookalike audiences based on, let's say you tell Meta, that is super easy to do. I will show you as well when we move along in this course. You will say to Meta, look Meta, I want you to find people who are just like my buyers, past buyers in the 180 days. Just go and find people like that. You tell that to Meta, because Meta is able to do that because you have that data set and the pixel inside. So that is the pixel. And I will show you in the next modules how to put that code into your website so you can integrate freely, easily, without a problem. All right, hope this made sense. I will see you in the next one. In this Shopify store, first we want to download the Facebook and Instagram app. So we're gonna type in Facebook and Instagram, click on this, and we want to download, install this. It will ask you to install the app. We're gonna say install. All right guys, now it is connected. It says connect your Shopify store to Facebook and Instagram. What we want to do, we wanna say get started, and it says set up your shop. So it is asking me to connect my Facebook account. I have to click connect account. I will say continue as Jimbo. You will see the business portfolio here, meaning the business manager. Underneath that, you will see the pages that we recently created. You won't see as much because if you created that business manager and a couple of pages underneath that, you won't see much. But if you try to create more, you will see maybe a couple, and you're gonna click the recent one that you want to connect. Yes, I want to connect this page, the florist gym. Now it comes to the data sharing. It is important, guys. We want to say maximum. We want to collect as much data as possible, and we're gonna save this. So in this case, these data sets, guys, are the previous data sets that I have created, but it is using the previous logo, which could be a glitch, but I want to create a brand new meta pixel for this specific account. I will say continue, and I'm creating a brand new pixel just for this. Now it is creating the pixel, the tracking. You will see the purchase data, you will see the add to cart data in your Facebook ad account. It is super easy. That's how easy it is. But back in the days, guys, it wasn't that easy. Shopify is making things easier, making people to run ads who just don't have that technical skill set. It will make things easier. I will cover how to do this. If you have a lead generation store, you will have to track a thank you page. You might want to be involved with Google Tag Manager. It could be a little bit confusing, but again, most of you watching this probably have a Shopify store or want to run ads on Shopify, which will be super easy for you, and you will be easily track what is going on. Alrighty guys, now it is set. Now we just don't have products yet. We can come to settings and you can see the pixel that it is created. So the behavior will be tracked with this data set. But if you are seeing a wrong data set and you want to change this, you can click on change and you can create a new pixel, which is called dataset nowadays. You can connect it to an existing dataset, which I don't suggest. You can say create a new dataset. I don't want this dataset if you previously created a bunch of different datasets. And now we are all set, guys. You come here under the datasets, you will be able to see your datasets sitting here and tracking everything. How can you make sure it is tracking the purchases? Come to dataset, guys, and you can have a mock purchase. Yes, you can do that. Say I come here and I want to, let's say this is the datasets that I want to see, and I'm going to click open in events manager. Now we can see it is tracking the page. But if you want to say, let's say, you know what, I want to also see if the tracking, the purchase tracking is also working. You can actually go to test events, put your website in. You want to say not the server, because we also did two actually. We did via server and website. So we're going to come in, type your website URL in, whatever the case may be, for instance, ceoeducation.org, open this website. After you open the website, you will be able to make this purchase, for instance. Let's say, yes, I want to have access to this course. And after you put your mock information in, because Shopify gives you that data, let's say you have 100% coupon code, and you put that in, you will go back to your events manager. It will be saying purchase. You can add to cart, do all these events, and see if it is tracking perfectly. This website is not done via Shopify. This is another test site, but you get the idea. So this is how it works, guys. I will show you how to do that with a lead generation funnel, and see you in the next one. Hey everybody, I'm glad you're tuning in to this section because we looked at the theory part. Now it is time to actually jump in and set up our pixel. The first example is going to be a lead generation business. What is a lead generation business? Let's say you have a plumbing business, you are a marketing agency, you are a course creator that you get people's information, then you contact them and then make the sale like that. Or maybe you lead nurture, meaning you get their information, email address, and then send them emails over a certain period of time so they get used to your brand, your messaging, your brand tone, so their likelihood of buying from you increases. So that's why we want to get their information, which is called lead generation. That's what we are going to track. This is a little bit simpler depending on the platform that you use, right? If you use, we're gonna look at WordPress example. If you use a different, like Wix, for instance, a different CMS or a different website builder, the setup might be different. It is hard for me to cover everything here. Again, also the platforms constantly change. So if this view is not like what you're seeing right now, so the buttons and the settings are always at the similar places. So it is going to constantly change, and the course that you're watching is hours long, so it is hard for me to update them every single time they make a change in the platform. All right, now we are in the business manager. By now, you know how to navigate to here. You come to the settings here, and then on the left-hand side, we have business information, right? So this is the business settings. So we usually come on the left-hand side. You can see we went over the settings. We have users, people, partners. What I want to do, come to data sources. Underneath that, we have catalogs, and this is the part that I want to worry about. Click on data sets and pixels, and now I want to create a data set, or you can call it a pixel. I'm just gonna click on this plus icon, and it will create a brand new pixel. So, all right, we're gonna keep the existing one as is. You can keep this ticked on, and I'm gonna name this randomly. So I'm gonna say James Media Pixel, James Media Pixel 2026, and let's just say create. Cool. So now this is the name of my pixel, and nobody's going to see this, or you can say data set. We created this, right? So on the left-hand side, you will see the data set and the pixel. Once you come in here, you will see that appear right underneath here. So for instance, let's say you build an agency, you have a digital marketing agency, and this is your agency's business manager. You will have maybe 50 to 60 different data sets. So you want to name them properly. Otherwise, you come here and then you search for James Media, and then bam, you will see that specific. Of course, we have this here. That's why it didn't show up. Cool. Now we can see our pixel. So on the right-hand side, you can see the name of the pixel, and I am blurring the ID here. So you can see there is right underneath that, there is a series of numbers. That ID is important because you will be able to share that with people to give you access to your data sets. Again, we have to add ourselves here. Even though you own this, you still have to add yourself here, right? So now I'm adding myself and manage everything here. So if you have an employee, again, you want to add that person in as well. Now it is asking me to two-factor authenticate, and I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna receive the code and I will put it in here. That is done. We added ourselves. Now we want to go to this dataset or pixel, whichever you want to call it. So what we want to actually go to this pixel by clicking here. So Events Manager. Now it is taking us to Events Manager where we can actually set up this pixel. So as we covered, we are going to be given a piece of code. What we're going to do is we're going to use that piece of code to put into your website. All right, so we're going to go down and we have two options. One is server-side tracking, which is basically going through a service and bypassing the cookie problem. So you can opt out of tracking if you are using an Apple phone. So if you are tracking with servers, you can still track what they are doing basically. But if you are like opting out of tracking when using an Apple phone, you cannot see what they are doing if you're using browser activity. That is not going to make a huge difference because if you want to that is not going to make a huge difference. Let's say this server-side tracking is tracking 100 purchases. This will maybe track 110 purchases or 90 purchases. So there will be a 10% discrepancy, not a huge amount. It is not going to matter a lot. And if you are a one-person business or your client is spending $10,000, you need to worry about this. If your client is spending maybe $1 million a month, then you can think about, okay, that 10% makes a lot of money, then we can worry about that. But at this stage, do not worry about it. So setting them up, setting server-side up and setting the website through browser are two separate things. So for a server, let's say you built your website, custom built it, and you need a server. You need to rent a server. So after this section, we're gonna do a Shopify integration. If you're doing an e-commerce, if you have a store, Shopify already rents servers. So they have servers all around the world. So you don't have to rent anything. You can basically rent their service and it is for free. So if you're using Shopify, they automatically do the server-side tracking with a click of a button. But if you are using, let's say, Wix or WordPress, doing the server-side tracking will be a little bit more complicated. So that's why we're gonna go with set up meta pixel. We're not gonna do conversion API. We're gonna click and it is asking for a partner integration. So you can do it with partner integration as well, but I will show you how to do it manually. So I'm gonna say install code manually and it is going to give me a piece of code that I will copy. So I'm just gonna click copy this piece of code. Now it is copied. And now I will go to my WordPress site. All right, now I'm in my WordPress dashboard. What I will do, guys, here, I will first go to plugins and I will add a new plugin. I already have it, but I will show you what plugin you need to install. So you're gonna type in header and footer. All right, we typed in header and footer plugins. So if you're using let's say a specific landing page, you can download any of this, guys. All of them works the same way, basically. You can install this one for free. And this is the one that I already installed. And on the left-hand side, I can see this one appear here. So I'm gonna click on this code snippets and you can see I have header and footer here as a sub headline. So you can see, click on this header and footer. So now I will be able to add that piece of code into my header here. So that is basically asking me to add that piece of code into the head section of each page on my website. So as you guys can see, you can see this instruction. The metapixel is a piece of code that you add to your website by copying the base code below and pasting it to the header section. So that's why we need to put that into the header section. So I have already Google Tag Manager tag here. You can track this via Google Tag Manager, but I will just show you how to do it on just through the website. Now I pasted this and I will save changes. Now let's go back. Now let's go back to our events manager. It is now saved. I will go down and you can see we are all good now. I'm gonna say continue, and I will turn on automatic advanced matching. So we want to verify the customer information that we want to send. We want to send all of these information. You're not gonna receive it, of course. You will just help the algorithm a little bit better. So we're gonna say done. Now it is loading. So now the pixel is in the website. Now it might take some time, guys, for the system to understand. You can see the data hasn't received any activity yet. Again, it says there could be 30 minutes, and sometimes, guys, you might see 2 days, full 48 hours of delay. So do not worry about that. So once this is complete, we will be able to track a proper thank you page tracking, which is the easiest one. So we are here, and what I will do, it still haven't received the pixel base code yet, but I will just set up the events because I'm 100% sure it is there in the website, and I saved the changes, and it will eventually fire the base code. Firing the base code means a person visits your site, and then the pixel starts basically observing what is going on the website. But there's just a pixel there, so they don't know what type of events they should look after, they should track. That's what we're gonna say, and that's why we're gonna tell Meta to go after certain events. So I'm just gonna scroll down on this page, and you will see the event activity. You can see it will show you what type of events being receiving, and since we only put the base code into our website, we will only see the page view. So the page view is basically your default event. It is being tracked by you just putting that code into your website. That's it. But for us to track more, let's say a lead event, which is what I want to track because I have a lead generation, lead magnet basically. This is my website, and I want people to come here, and then the email is test@gmail.com, and then they put anything, freelancer, working at an agency, I have my own business, let's say, and I want them to actually download this, right? As they click on this, they will be redirected to a thank you page. So I will show you what goes on here. So as they click on this, the website actually redirects me to a different page. So you can see this is a thank you page, and in my URL, I have thank you here. So what I will do is basically use that thank you, grab that thank you URL, and this page URL has a thank you slug. This one you can see. So what I will do, I will go back to my events manager, and I will click on set up events. All right, guys, 20 minutes passed, and now I can see my Meta Pixel receiving events. How can I say this? If I scroll all the way down, and you can see at the bottom, I have this page view event. This event basically tells us Meta Pixel is in place and it is receiving events perfectly fine. Now it is time to actually set up the events that I want to track, because page view doesn't really tell much to Meta, right? You can see, okay, people visit the page, that's it. We want to track when people submit their information, since this is for lead generation. So how do we do that? First and foremost, we want to go up, and here we have set up events. We're gonna click on this, and we want to click set up events. So it is loading the page, and it is asking you which page you want to set up the events on. So you can use it via code, but I will show you an easier way. So I want to put the website URL here, and I will paste that website URL, and I will say add events here. Just make sure when you're doing this, you do not have an ad blocker on. If you have an ad blocker on when you're doing this event, adding the events, it will block the events here. So on this page, I have an ad blocker, and I will pause on this side. So I will now, it will show up my events helper. So you can see on the left-hand side, we have Meta Events Setup tool. So you can basically track buttons. So you can say track a new button, and you can see I can track all these buttons specifically. When a person clicks on this button, I can track that, but when people click this button, they might not put all of their information in and then clicking the button, right? So it doesn't actually tells me if they downloaded or submitted correct information. For them to actually download this, they have to fill up all these steps, name, email, and select one thing. Otherwise, it is basically useless for me, right? So I will go back, I will X out of this. Instead, since I have a thank you page, as I showed you, I want to track a URL. So I will click on this, and selecting an event will be the lead. So I'm going to be tracking the leads, but I don't want to track the leads coming to this page. I want to change this, and it will be basically thank/you, and it will be the / here. So you can see if this URL contains this, they will be sending an event here. So you can see now it is not showing this up because we are not on this page. But I will just copy this. I will just X out of it. I will put random information here. Okay, now I will say I want my freebie. Let's put something here. I want my freebie. Now it will push me to the next page, and I can still do the tracking here. You can see my meta event setup tool taking me here. Now I want to track a URL here. This is going to be a lead event, and URL equals to, I can either track this, or if I'm taking people to, let's say, another page, maybe I have something else /thank you. For instance, I have one lead magnet, but if I want to track multiple lead magnets, I might have a different URL, right? That's why I don't want the URL is equal to this. I want the URL contains, and I will delete this front portion. If any of my URLs, people go to a URL that contains thank you, this will fire a lead event. And Meta will say, okay, I now understand which type of people you want to go after, and I will find more of these people. So this is the value and currency. You can put that in if you know what a lead is valued for your business. For instance, if you know for sure a lead is worth $50 to my business, you can say then, choose value on this page or on this website URL. If there's a number, let's say $50 it says, you can use that, choose a value on this page. But since it doesn't have any value, I'm not going to do that. I will say confirm, and now I'm successfully tracking all the people that are coming to any page that ends with thank you or contains thank you, right? So I hope this makes sense, guys. So it is now all set up. I'm gonna click finish setup here, and I will say finish. And yes, it is good. Yes, say less, yes, and submit. So we are done and dusted. That is how easy this is. And if you want to test, you can say test events. And we want to test if this is working fine with a website event, not a server, because we didn't set it up with server. I'm gonna click here, and I want to put that URL and test the event. So the information is there. I want to click, I want my freebie. So now we landed on the thank you page. So people can click and download it, perfectly fine. Let's go back, and you can see we have a lead event. So events received, and we have a lead event, and just received today at 9:34. Perfectly fine. We can see our events is basically, we can track people becoming a lead on our website. This was maybe a little bit complicated for some people, but that is the only way. I mean, you have to track it. You can do it through Google Tag Manager, but you have to understand Google Tag Manager as well. It might take a little bit more time, but that is it basically. Now, if we go run Meta ads, we will successfully be tracking leads, and Meta will also understand who is more likely to put the information in on my website, and the algorithm will be way smarter. In the upcoming section, we will see how to do it through Shopify, which is way easier because Shopify, they are doing through servers. With a couple of clicks of a button, we will be able to basically track from purchases, add to carts, view content, all the possible scenarios, and we will also see the value of each purchase, meaning did they buy a product worth of $50? Did they buy a product worth of $100? We will be able to see all that. So hope that was clear. I will see you in the next one on the e-commerce tracking. Hey everybody, this is going to be a theoretical lecture, so take your hands off your keyboard and let's dive in. So we are going to look at the overall structure when it comes to Meta. First thing first, we created a business manager together. You remember that in the previous lectures. So what we are going to look at, what sits under that business manager and what sits under the ad account. So we looked at, we have the business manager, right? We have pages, we can create pages, and we're going to look at creating a page for ultimate success. We looked at the pixel, we created the tracking. Now we are tracking our specific page views. If it's a lead generation, we're tracking that. If it's an e-commerce website, like you're doing your sales through Shopify, we are setting up the tracking via a pixel. We looked at that and we created an ad account. We know what we have under the business manager to run ads as an ad account. Then we have catalogs. We haven't set up our catalogs yet, which is fine. We're going to look at that later. But I want to show you what is the structure under an ad account. So we looked at the ad account, right? So we're going to go down. Under the ad account, you have multiple campaigns. So this is campaign number 1. And under each campaign, you don't have a limit. You can have hundreds of campaigns. Under each campaign, you are going to have ad sets. Ad sets are basically the things that govern your targeting, your location targeting, your interest targeting, your demographic targeting, your, let's say, job titles targeting, and you can set those specific things, and also you can set placements. Do you want to show your ads on specifically Instagram, specifically Facebook, or audience networks? So you can set that up as well. Under each ad set, you're going to have multiple ads. On some cases, you can have up to 50, up to 60 different ads. So we have ad 1, ad 2, ad 3, ad 4, ad 5. You can go up to 10, 20, 50. As I said, you can have as many as you want. And then let's say you are targeting specific business owners here, and you say, you know what, I'm targeting business owners and I have that business owner related ads, video ads, specific creatives for that, videos, static ads, carousels. We're going to look at the creative types and styles. And in the second one, you have a different targeting. Let's say here you're targeting 18 to 35 young business owners, but here you're targeting older business owners and you have specific creatives for that, right? You're targeting maybe 50 plus older business owners and you have a different video speaking to those specific people. And underneath that, you have, again, unlimited. You can have up to 10, maybe up to 3, 4, 5, depending on your budget. We're going to cover, if you have a certain amount of budget, how many ads you should have underneath that. But I'm just showing you the structure here. And if you're already familiar with that, you can skip this part. Then you have maybe your third ad set. You don't necessarily need to have 3 here. This is just an example. And you are targeting those specific different audiences. For instance, we targeted business owners. And here you say, you know what, I'm not targeting business owners in this section. I'm targeting an interest, right? People who are interested in finance, New York Times. And then you have different creative sets for this targeting. And let's say this is one campaign and you're spending $100 a day. And then you have, let's say, a Black Friday sale going on, which is not going to last forever, right? Black Friday is only for a week, maybe maximum. And for that, you have another campaign. And this is also sitting under your ad account. And this campaign, let's say, is going to run for a week. And you have multiple ad sets. As we covered, you have a different targeting here, different targeting. And under each, you have different ads. It doesn't mean necessarily you need to have different ads for each ad set. You can have exact same ads under separate ad sets, and you basically test different targetings and how they work in different scenarios. And let's say you have another campaign where you do your retargeting, right? This is just an example, and again, you don't necessarily have to have 3 campaigns. You can have just one campaign and make it work successfully well, and one ad set underneath that. I've seen many cases you have one campaign and one ad set, just one broad targeting, and have multiple ads, and you scale successfully, increase your budget. Again, at this day and age where meta ads is heading towards, you don't need multiple campaigns, you don't need multiple ad sets. Maybe one campaign you're targeting your basic photos and videos to people, and underneath that you have multiple ad sets and you have multiple ads. That is fine. You can do that. You don't need multiple campaigns. You only maybe have one ad set underneath that targeting, broad targeting, and the second ad set you're doing retargeting. We're going to cover what a retargeting is: targeting people who have seen your ads, who have visited your website, who follow you on Instagram, or so on and so forth, who added to cart your products but haven't bought yet, right? We're targeting those people. And this is the campaign structure. And under the ads, you set your creative, you set your ad copy, you set your website, your landing page, you determine where those people are going to go when they click on your ads. So this is the whole structure. And on the campaign level, you don't have much options. You set the objective of the campaign. Basically, you say, is this a lead generation? Is this a sale campaign? Or is this a traffic campaign? Or is this a awareness campaign, right? You set that, and they all give you separate specific settings under the ad sets after you set that up. So this is the whole structure, guys. So we looked at the business manager. Again, we set up the business manager where we have assets. Who controls the business manager? We can add people to manage stuff underneath that. You can have multiple pages under one business manager. You can have multiple pixels under one business manager, multiple ad accounts. They all might have different payment information there, and you can have multiple catalogs. And again, if you're running a lead generation business, you are a plumber, you're a marketing agency, you don't need to have a catalog. Catalog is only for e-commerce. And under one ad account, this is the overall structure. You're going to have a campaign here that is going to, have a specific budget. Underneath that, you're gonna, of course, in the campaign, you're gonna set your objective. Is this a sale campaign, a lead generation campaign, or a awareness campaign, or a traffic campaign? You just want traffic to your site. Underneath that, you have ad sets. We covered it again. You do the targeting, demographic targeting, location targeting. You only want to target New York, for instance, or maybe you are just a coffee shop and you are setting a radius. You know what? People are most likely to travel maximum 5 kilometers to drink my coffee, right? Then you set that location targeting in the ad set level. And let's say you have multiple locations, you are a franchise, you target around a certain radius in one ad set, around a certain radius in the second ad set for a different location. You do that on the third ad set on a different location as well. And under each one, you have specific creatives for those specific locations, right? So again, we covered the ads. You don't have basically a limit. You have a limit, but you're not gonna hit that up because you can have up to 50 ads and more per ad set. And again, these creatives can be the same depending if your targeting is specifically different and you want to show different ads to those different people. You can set a different set of ads under each ad set. And again, you can have multiple campaigns under each ad account. You can pause each ad campaign, you can pause each ad set. You don't have to run them simultaneously, but if you want, you can run them simultaneously. So overall, this is the structure that you are going to have under a business manager. And under the business manager, you're going to have an ad account, and this will be the structure. This is the hierarchy that you need to know. And after everything that we do will be basically based on that hierarchy. Hope that made sense, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section we're going to be covering campaign objectives. Again, to get you familiarized with the platform, what we're going to do, we're in the business manager. We are going to navigate to accounts. Under accounts we have pages, under that we have ad accounts. And then you're going to come and click on the open in ads manager to the account that you created. Click on this and now you will be launched into the ads manager. So this is our ads manager. We have no campaign whatsoever here. They are going to ask us some information. So it is asking us, does your business focus on political stuff? We're going to say no, of course. And now before we launch it, they want one more verification. But we're going to cover that later on because the purpose of that video is campaign objectives. And now we are going to click on this green. And now to create a campaign, we are going to click on this green icon. So we covered how the hierarchy works. We have the campaigns, we have the ad sets, and we have the ads. So it might look confusing, but I will cover the rest of the settings in a later module. So we're gonna click on this create icon here. And now you can see we have the campaign objectives. So these objectives are really, really important. So I do not want you to focus on the buying type because the buying type only matters if you want to run a reach and awareness campaign, and you don't want to focus on that because Meta chooses people who are less likely to buy your stuff, who are less likely to become a lead, and that is good for certain cases which we might cover in the future. So first and foremost, we have an awareness, right? What is an awareness? Awareness is that's a particular campaign will focus on showing your ads to people, more people, and showing the ads to more people more frequently, depending on what you focus on in the ad set level. So basically, Meta is showing you what this campaign type is good for, what is objective good for. So you can see awareness campaign is good for reach, meaning you can reach more unique users. You have brand awareness. You might be saying, Jim, how can Meta track brand awareness, right? Meta tracks the brand awareness. They don't track necessarily, but they estimate brand awareness with a metric called brand recall. Brand recall, they estimate it by saying, what is the likelihood of them remembering your brand if they're asked in the next following 2 days. Then we have the video views. So if you want to get people to watch your videos till the end and increase their brand awareness via that, you can choose that as well. So is this a campaign type that I suggest? Not really. Unless once you start working with big brands, they're gonna have certain marketing budgets. Say I was working with BIC, a lighter company, and they came to us when I was working in the agency, they came to us and said, look, this is going to be an awareness campaign because literally they don't have an online store that people can buy their lighters, right? BIC is a lighter brand. And they shot a video with Snoop Dogg and Martha Stewart. Everybody probably knows Snoop Dogg here, but Martha Stewart was another famous person. So what ended up happening is, so there is literally no place that you can online, maybe you can order online in bulk, but they have multiple stores they work with, right? In every gas station, in every shopping mall, they have partnerships. So what the goal was, basically increasing the awareness of the big lighters. Right? So they came to us and said, look, our goal is awareness. We want you to come up with a campaign brief. So they told us specifically, we want awareness campaigns, and our KPI will be, the key performance indicator. At the end, we're gonna judge you with the brand recall as a metric. Right? How is the brand recall? What is the cost of brand recall? And that was the goal of that campaign. So when the client comes to you and says that, you can run an awareness campaign. But other than that, you cannot really tangibly see the revenue coming into your business with a brand awareness campaign. Like those people, those clients come to you and say that because they literally have to spend a certain amount per year. They have this marketing budget, they have to spend that amount, and they are literally not selling anything online, right? If that's the case, yes, you can consider awareness campaigns. But most of you guys, even if you are a, let's say, a person that you not getting online bookings, let's say you are a coffee shop, right? A coffee shop doesn't get online bookings. Even that's the case, I would still run an engagement campaign, right? That will be a better campaign type because Meta is going to choose and show your ads to people who are more likely to take a certain action. Engagement is still an action. So this awareness campaign, again, I do not suggest to most of you unless you are working with big brands. You're not going to need an awareness campaign. What is a traffic campaign? Traffic campaign could be utilized in certain scenarios. Maybe you are going after a really top of funnel audience, but I still do not suggest a traffic campaign. Some clients might come to you and say, Jim, I want a traffic campaign. I want people to come to my site. But even that's the case, Meta will find people who are less likely to buy your stuff. So you have to keep that in mind. The hottest and the best campaign objective is going to be sales because Meta is going to show your ads in that given interest pool who are more likely to buy stuff online. Otherwise, if you go with traffic, yes, you're gonna get cheaper traffic, but you're gonna get less sales. So you can see Meta is saying this is good for link clicks if you want to get more link clicks, landing page views. That's why this could be a good top of funnel. We covered top of funnel as a cold audience in the beginning of this course. Instagram profile visits, yes, that's good. That could be good. Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp. So you send people to there and to get calls, right? If you have a, let's say, dentist and the only way you take appointments is getting calls, yes, that could be one option. Then we have engagement. I really like engagement as a campaign objective. Why? Because if I want to get more post engagement on an existing video ad and I pin that video ad on my profile, on Instagram profile, and that this is an advanced strategy. We're gonna cover that later on. But you get tons of likes, shares, comments under one post, which make you look like, oh, this guy's going viral. And you can use that ad with all that social proof, all that people cheering you on, and then run it as an advertisement and as a sales campaign. Meaning, once you run it as a sales campaign, it will give you an extra boost. So what this is good for, it is good for Messenger, Instagram, and WhatsApp. Get people to contact you there. It is good for video views, again, because viewing the video till the end is a form of engagement. Then post engagement, liking, sharing, commenting, and conversions is good. They take a certain action on your website, but not the best actions. And then calls. So if they're interested in booking a restaurant dinner on the phone, they can call you and you can run that, and that will be a little bit of a cheap campaign compared to a lead campaign. And again, do I suggest this? Depends on your goal. If your goal is to get a lot of Instagram or Facebook followers, let's say, yes, engagement campaign is a great campaign. You can do that with engagement campaigns. But other than that, if you want to get a lot of calls or leads, I do not suggest engagement campaign. Then we have the lead campaign objective. This is by far my favorite if you want to get people's information. As we set up the lead generation to get people's information on our website, as you guys remember, that is basically the best sort of campaign objective, right? If you have a dentist, a chiropractor, a marketing agency, that is the best campaign objective that you can select. And once you select this, Meta will give you a lead generation, basically an option that you don't even have to have a website. You just create a form on Meta and actually run the ads there and get their information without taking them to your website. So you can take people to your website or the instant form, as I said, like you don't have to take them to your website. Either or, we have the instant forms, which is really good, and the cost per lead will be really, really low. Then we have Messenger and Instagram. Like, you don't have to take them there. You can take them to your WhatsApp. You can take them to your Messenger. You can build the conversation there. You can get people to message you on a DM, direct message, and then maybe you have a form like I have on my website on a lead magnet, and then you get people's information via conversion, or you can still get a call. I mean, the quality will be higher on this campaign objective than the engagement campaign objective. All right, let's move on to app promotion. It is really unique. That is only viable if you have an app, guys. So app installs, yes, you will get the cost per app installs will be very, very cheap. I mean, less than $1 usually. And app events, meaning you have to have a specifically different tracking. And once you have that tracking, you will be able to see what like you can actually get Meta to optimize towards getting people to buy a certain token in your app, take a certain action in your app. But that will cost, of course, more than specifically getting app installs. Then we have sales. Sales is everything related to e-commerce, right? If you have an e-commerce store, that will be the best course of actions, and Meta will try to find those people. Guys, sales and leads campaign objectives are going to be the most expensive in terms of cost per 1,000 impressions. We covered the cost per 1,000 impressions briefly in the previous videos, but if you do not remember that, it is basically how much Meta charges you to show your ads to 1,000 people. The higher is the more expensive, the more competitive. So that is basically how you're charged here. If you're familiar with Google advertising, they charge you by clicks. But here they charge you by impressions. Impressions meaning if you see an ad for a split second, that is an impression, right? So 1,000 impressions, how much you pay for 1,000 impressions? That is basically that CPM. And they all charge you by that metric. And looking at this metric, you can see how competitive the environment is in Meta ads. So the awareness, you will have the cheapest CPM, like $1, $2 to show your ads 1,000 times. You will be like, yeah, that is a bargain. But you know why that is not a bargain, because those people are not going to take any action. Right? Meta is basically showing your ads to those, with the garbage can of Meta, right? They don't do anything. And then once you come to sales and leads, Meta knows their actions on, once they click on Meta ads and what they do on the website. They become a lead, they buy something, so on and so forth. And if that's the case, everybody is smart, so they are going to choose those campaign objectives, right? So a sale campaign objective will become more expensive. Your CPM sometimes go about 10. On lead, let's say you target business owners, your CPM, business owners over 50, 45, your CPM could go as high as 45, $50, right? So it depends on the competitiveness of that specific industry. Keep that in mind, please. And then the sales, it is good for normal conversion sales, catalog sales, which we haven't covered yet. Catalog, you're gonna connect your product feed to basically Meta from Shopify, and your catalog feed will be there. And Meta will pick and choose how to show your products there. Then we have Messenger, Instagram, WhatsApp, which is not ideal. I never recommend it on a sales objective, but you can see these are the objectives. So if you choose one objective and then go and basically start editing the campaign settings, you will be thrown into the campaign level. You can see, and you can still change your campaign objective by coming here. So you can see that campaign objective was sales. You know what? I changed my mind. I want to do sales. After you publish though, you won't be able to change your campaign objective. So you can see this is the campaign settings. Hope this was clear, guys. These are the campaign objectives, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section, we're going to be looking at the campaign level settings. First and foremost, we're going to click on create, and you can see we have the campaign objectives. So the main thing we have on here is the campaign objectives plus the buying type. Again, as I suggested, go with auction and do not choose reservation. I will briefly cover the differences between the auction and reservation. Auction is something that happens in real time, meaning you go to buy a house, maybe you want to buy an antique something, right? Antique ways, and you say, oh, I'm willing to bid, $500. Your competitor comes and says, oh, I'm willing to bid $600. The other person, $700, sold. And then they sell it for $700, right? But here, if you do auction, that is real time, right? So your prices can increase or decrease. You cannot really predict. But if you say reservation, you basically reserve a given cost per thousand impressions, as we covered what cost per thousand impressions is, CPM. You're being charged by that metric. We're going to cover the metrics in the upcoming videos, but here I want to cover that. So when you choose reservation, you are only going to have two options in terms of campaign objective. Number one is awareness. Number two is engagement. So when you select those, they will give you a certain number prediction. So let's say we select awareness and then we say continue. You're not going to have the same settings when you do this, guys, and I do not suggest you run a reservation type campaign. So look at this. I don't have many options here, and if I say next, I will have a certain number of impressions that are given to me on the right hand side on the ad set level. You can see. So reservation estimates. So these estimates are not going to be given to you if you do auction-based bidding. Again, I do not suggest you do this. I'm just showing you what a reservation type buying is. So this is only feasible if you are running a huge auction, like a huge campaign. Let's a big company, Fortune 500 company comes in and they say, you know what, Jim, I want an average frequency. They want to see how many times a person will see our ads before they run the ads. If they want a specific estimation from you, then this option will be feasible, because you can see before you run, you can see the budgets. If you spent $18,000, these are the numbers that you're gonna get. You're gonna reach to almost 3 million people. You are gonna pay $2 for every 1,000 impressions, and you can see average frequency, like how many times a person will see those ads is 3, and so on and so forth. So this is basically overall a buying type, which I do not suggest. So let's go back and let's go with our classic buying type, which is auction. So auction is the good old buying type where you have all of the settings that are given to you, meaning, so let's click on this campaign objective and let's change it to sales, right? Let's say we want to do a sales campaign, and most of you guys are going to be either want to try sell products or want to generate leads. And I usually suggest, if you're running ads for your clients, 90% of the time you should be using either lead or sales. So the other ones have their places. As I said, if you are running for a big Fortune 500 company, they don't care about if you increase the sales or whatnot. They just want an awareness. They have that budget to spend. Then you can use awareness, traffic, engagement, so on and so forth. So let's say we do sales, right? Cool. We selected this. We are in the campaign level still. On the left-hand side, you can see this is the campaign level, new awareness campaign. And then here we are going to name our campaign. After this, I'm going to talk about naming conventions, but I'm not going to do that here, how to name your campaigns properly. So let's say you go work in an agency and then you say new campaign here, they will know you have no experience, right? So you don't name campaigns like this. There's usually a naming convention, and I will talk about that later on. So let's say we say test here, and I will go down, sales campaign, yes. And if you say show more settings, you have a campaign spending limit. I do not usually set this. So this is usually a safety reasons. That means basically if I spend $1,000, pause everything, right? Basically, we're not gonna do that. We have Advantage Plus catalog ads. Since we haven't connected our catalog yet, we're not gonna have anything here, so do not worry about that. Now we have the budget. Do we have a campaign budget or ad set budget? So previously this was known as ABO and CBO. CBO means campaign budget optimization. ABO means Adset budget optimization. So we're not gonna focus on this too much because we are just looking at the settings. I will cover the differences, but I will just briefly touch on this. So when you say campaign budget, this will basically be you whatever you, let's say you have 5 targeting underneath this campaign, 5 different ad sets. And this basically will distribute the budget in those ad sets depending on the performance. So you're not going to spend equally in each ad set. So if you do ad set budget though, you will set your budgets in the ad set level. You can see this is the ad set, this is the campaign, and this is the ad level, right? So campaign, ad set, ad. If you do ad set budget, you set your budget on the ad set level, and you can say, I want to spend, $10 a day on this audience. I want to spend $10 a day on this audience. I want to spend $10 a day on this audience. If you do that, that will make sense. I will talk about the common campaign structures. You can choose which one is for you as well. So this is basically it, guys. So in the section, let's say we want to do campaign budget here, and you set a daily budget. Let's say you can set a lifetime budget as well, but I usually suggest a daily budget, meaning, by the way, guys, the minimum budget I suggest should be $10. I'm talking about Australian dollars. If you're in US, it will be, $8 US or something. And it depends on wherever you are in terms of location. So you can also set lifetime. When do you set lifetime instead of a daily budget? If you set lifetime, it hurts the optimization a little bit. The reason being is you will give a limited time for that campaign, and before it pauses, the campaign ends, you come in and extend the time like it ends. But usually there are some use cases. For example, let's say there's a Black Friday campaign and you were saying, you know what, I'm just gonna run this campaign from 20th of November till the 25th of November, just 5 days, I'm gonna spend $1,000, then you should use a lifetime budget. But unless you're doing that, you don't need to set a lifetime budget. Let's set our daily budget is going to be 20, let's say, and then we have campaign bid strategy. So guys, this bid strategy is the easiest one to understand because you shouldn't choose other bid strategies here. The one that we're going to use is the default one, highest volume one. I'm going to cover the other ones as well, but never use other ones. But it is super, super rare that you see a really experienced Facebook ad specialist using, other bid options like bid cap, cost per result goal, highest, or the other ones, ROAS goal, right? In this case, most likely 99% of the people will use highest volume, and it is the most effective. Let's say you scale to a certain point and then you want to optimize it even further, then you can look at choosing specific bid strategies, but we're gonna go with highest volume here. So we have show more settings, we have budget scheduling and ad scheduling. So these are two different things. By the way, if you don't know any of those meanings of any stuff in your ads manager, just hover over that exclamation mark, the I, and it will give you the definition. So cost per result goal, blah, blah, blah. You can see if you don't know what budget scheduling is, hover over this and they will tell you what that is. So basically, guys, budget scheduling is giving you the ability to increase your budget on certain times of the day. So let's click on this pencil icon and you can see scheduled budget increases, and you can set an increase of your daily budget on certain days. So for instance, let's say I want to have a budget increase. Let's say I'm just gonna run one campaign, but let's say tonight and at let's say 10 p.m. let's say 7 p.m. 7 p.m. to tonight again, let's say till 23:00, cool. So in this time frame, it is like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We have 4 hours to run this, and then we want to increase our daily budget by $5. Or you can say I'm willing to spend more here, I'm gonna spend $20 here. So Meta will aim to spend that extra 20 here. Or you can say increase daily budget by percentage, and you can increase your daily budget by a percentage. So let's give an example for this time frame. Let's say you have one big campaign and you don't want to create or separate or put a separate campaign, and you just want to have your campaign but increase your budget on a certain time frame. Why? Because let's say you have a new product drop that is happening, and then you can use, you know what, I have a product drop, I want to increase the budget in that time frame when I have that drop. You can do that in this time frame, right? Or you have, let's say, a brand new or grand opening or whatever, you can increase your budgets by, let's say, 300%, and after that, I don't want to spend anything else, right? So you can see Meta will aim to spend $80 if you increase it by 300%. So we're not going to do this. And then we have ad scheduling. Ad scheduling is basically you adjust when you want to run your ads. Let's say you have a cleaning business and you only answer the phones on the workdays, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, and you can set that here by saying, you know what, I'm only want to show my ads on a given days of the week and certain hours, right? Hope this makes sense. We have the A/B test feature. I do not suggest you use this one. I'm going to tell you how to use it properly without this. And then we have audience segment reporting. We're going to cover that in a more advanced, so this is a more advanced section, but you don't have to do anything because it is a brand new ad account and we don't have any audiences defined yet. So we're not gonna worry about this. And then we have special ad categories. This is really, really important, guys. The reason it is so important, because if you are in one of those categories and if you don't declare your special ad category, Meta will ban or reject your ads most likely, and you won't be able to run ads, right? So let's take a look, what are those? So if you come here and we will see financial products and services, right? So if you are advertising a crypto, something crypto related, you have to claim this, that it will let you run, but you need a document, as I covered previously in the first videos that I covered. So if you say this, and you have to select the specific country that you're advertising, and if you have your legitimate, I'm allowed to blah blah blah, this is my company registration paper, I covered this previously, where to find this, and you can go watch the first videos. And then once you know and submit your information, you will be able to run your ads, but they will just take away some targeting. For instance, we have employment, and there's a good reason why they do this, guys. Let's say you put employment and you only target women aged 18 to 25. That is discrimination, right? So they take away the age and gender targeting, so you don't focus on specific genders like that. So if most of you guys are not in those categories, if you're in insurance falls under the financial products and services. If you don't, your ads will be rejected. They introduced this mid or beginning of 2025. And social issues in politics, again, if you fall into that, select it. Housing as well. If you do property listing, home insurance, mortgages, or related opportunities, you want to select that as well. Since this is just a test, we're not going to select anything. And then we're going to say next, and we will be on the left hand side. You can see this is blue. Now we are in the Adset level. This was the campaign level. This is the Adset level, and I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, we are in the Adset level. We're going to cover what each settings are. Adset level has most options that you can choose from, and it has a lot of stuff going on. So it might be a little long, so buckle up. Let's start. So let's say we test in the Adset name. I will talk about the naming conventions. So conversion, this is really important. As you guys remember, we selected our campaign objective as sales, but now it is asking you, what is the conversion location? Where does this sale happen, right? So is this website and shop, meaning you have a shop that's connected through Commerce Manager, and you have a website. Or you have a, for instance, you can see website which is just driving traffic to your website, which we're gonna choose. We have an app, let's say you do a sale, but we cannot select this since it is not available on a sales campaign. We have website and app. Again, this is not an app campaign, so we can't select this. Then we have message destination. Let's say you sell your whatever you sell through message destination, then you want to do that. Some people drive their traffic to Instagram, WhatsApp. We're gonna cover how to do those as well, but most likely you're not gonna do that. Let's say you drive sales and conversions through the phone. Let's say you are a flower shop, and most likely flower shops, people don't buy flowers all online, right? They want to speak to a person, so on and so forth. And if you are in that category, you want to do calls, right? And then we have website and in-store. If you have a physical store, this will be viable for you. Or if you also do sales on your website and over the phone, you want to choose websites and calls. So once we go down, we have performance goal. So this is a little bit different than the campaign objective. This is basically going to tell Meta what to optimize towards, right? So we have maximize number of conversions. That is what we're going to keep it at. Then we have maximize number of landing page views. We don't want to do that. If we choose this, Meta will think, okay, you chose sales as a campaign objective, but now you're saying I should actually focus on driving you more landing page views, meaning people visiting your website. You don't want that. Or you basically can select maximize the number of clicks, and you don't want that as well, right? You want sales. Or you can say maximize daily unique reach, and basically it will show your ads to as many people as possible, and we don't want that. Maximize number of impressions. It doesn't, reach and impressions are different. Reach, let's say I show my ads to 10 people, and that is 10 number of reach is 10. I reached 10 people, but if I show my ads to those 10 people 100 times, my impressions are 100 and my reach is 10. So we don't want that as well. So what is the difference, you might ask? So that is basically how you measure success on your campaign. So Meta will get into a learning phase, which I'm going to cover what a learning phase is. They will try to maximize the number of performance goal conversion events, which is sale right now. We want sale, so we want to choose conversions here. And then we're going to come down and we have a pixel. So we're going to say we already have a pixel, but you guys can see we cannot select that pixel. I will show you how to do that. First, to select your pixel, you don't have to create a new one. We already created a pixel. The reason it is not showing up here, we have to go to our business manager now. And since we are in the business manager, we want to attach that pixel that we created into the ad account. How are we going to do that? We're going to come to data sources because our pixel was under data sets and pixels. And now, since we created this pixel, we want to say connected assets. Click on this and you can see there is no asset connected. That's why we're not able to find our data set. We're going to click on connect assets and you can see other business assets, and this is the one, gym ad account. Now we're going to say add. And I'm refreshing this page. Again, without you refresh, you won't be able to see that. Since we refreshed, we will be able to see that data set, the pixel that we just created previously. So let's go down and let's try to see. Cool. You can see the data set, the pixel is now showing up. And you can see the conversion event is showing the lead event, because the lead event is the one that I'm tracking here, but the sales one, I did it on a different data set, different ad account, different business manager. So that's why I cannot see that sale event. The only active event is leads, right? So just imagine this is just to go over the settings. You do not have to like, okay, this is not showing sales. Don't freak out. This is just to show you the settings. So let's go down, and number of conversions, cool, data set, cool, conversion event, cool. Now we have cost per result goal. So this is, guys, once you start running ads, you can say, you know what, Meta, I'm not willing to spend more than $100 to get one sale. And if you have that number in your head, you can set it up here as well. So then we have value rules. We're not gonna worry about that. Let's go down. We have attribution model. We're gonna keep it as standard. Then you have incremental, and that uses a prediction model, and which is basically more accurate to find if one ad caused a or contributed to a sale. You have, let's say, 100 ads, it will be a little bit messy and there's going to be misattribution as well. So let's go down. Then we have the budget and ad schedule. This is the part where we can schedule our ads, saying I want to start my ads from today till I want to set an end date. Let's say I want to stop running ads on December 14th, right? Or 13th. I do not usually set that. I come in and manually pause it. But if you say I might forget it, then you can set up an end date. So you can set up a start date here. I usually suggest setting up a start date the day after and at midnight. The reason being is Meta will try to spend all of your budget from, for instance, from 6 p.m. till 12 in the morning, right? If they do it, it won't be super accurate and smart for the algorithm. So what I will usually do, I come to 21st and then it will be just midnight. So I will do 01. So once it's 21st of September, it will start spending properly. So if you come to show more settings, you will see budget scheduling. So we previously saw the budget scheduling. So we are using campaign budget, and since we are using campaign budget and we do not have to select anything here, so we are all set. So what we're going to do, guys, come down and we are now going to focus on the audience section. So we have an Advantage Plus audience on. That's good. We don't have to worry about that. So we have the audience settings, like the control audiences and the audiences that we want to target. The control is basically a safe zone where you set, you know what, I do not want to expand, because Meta will like to expand beyond whatever you give, right? Like you say, I want to target 18 years old, they will try testing to show your ads for 25 years old. They want to see the optimal results by testing different audiences and not listen to what you give to them. To avoid that happening, guys, you want to set your controls. So let's say you set your location control as Australia and you do not want to expand beyond it. Then you have one more control. You have your minimum age. You can set that, for instance, it is up to 25. Let's say my minimum age is 25. I do not want to show my ads beyond or below anybody that is below 25, right? So that is control. That is a hard zone, right? That is the minimum you set. That is saying to Meta, that is a hard no. I do not care about optimization. Do not show my ads below this age range. Hope that made sense. Now we have the exclusion, the custom audiences. We haven't covered the exclusion custom audiences yet. We're gonna cover that. But this is, guys, basically you can say, you know what, I do not want to show my ads to people who visited my website because they are what? Warm audiences or hot audiences. We covered cold, warm, and hot audiences. So you can exclude those people saying, you know what, I do not want to target those people, just exclude them. Since we don't have any audience yet, this is empty, that's all fine. You can select your language here. I suggest keep it at all languages since you are targeting this location anyways, and we're gonna go down. Now we have audience suggestions. So what is a suggestions? Why we are suggesting and not directly targeting. Guys, Meta's algorithm right now is super smart. So you don't have to really tell Meta to specifically go target one thing, because those audiences that you are going to see are not very accurate. So those are a little less accurate, and the more restrictions you give to Meta, the performance will be verse. So you don't want that to happen. So let's click and add a suggestion. So if we click on this, you can see we have custom audience inclusions. So custom audiences, again, we can exclude and include those people, meaning people visited our website, people who engaged with our Instagram, who watched some videos of ours. We can include and exclude those people. Then we have the age. As you guys can see, the age is starting from 25. The reason that is because we set a hard no below 25, above. So that is the minimum age that we set. So again, guys, even if you set, let's say 46, Meta will try to show your ads to people older than this, because this is just a suggestion that you're setting, right? If you have a really nuanced age range, you want to further limit your reach of your ads. We're gonna cover what that does. So here, let's say my target audience is this, but I'm happy for Meta to test people, let's say 47 years old, 50 years old, maybe 57 years old. I'm cool with that. Then you have your genders here, men, women, and all. Then you have your detailed targeting. This is the part where the most gold lies. So click on this pencil icon, and now you can type in whatever you have in mind in terms of targeting, and that will come up. Let's say we want to target soccer, right? And it's the related stuff will come up, and some of them have behaviors next to it, and some of them has interest next to it. Behavior means usually like that is whatever they engage with or they are friends with. But interest is depending on what they are interested in and recently engaged in a longer time frame, right? So you can see beach soccer, there's a couple of the audiences here as we go down. We have less relevant audiences, and you can rank them by size as well. So if I go up here, and you can see it is ranking by size, but you get a little less related audiences here. So I will go back to relevance, and I want to see by relevance. So we have soccer, friends of football fans. We have, let's go down, indoor soccer, and these are interests. And you can see we have fields of study. So men's soccer, so this means they are in that industry and studying that, right? So either PhDs or masters, so on and so forth. Then we have employers, as you guys can see at the top. So what I will do, instead of that, you can also do, if nothing comes to your mind, you can click on this browse here, and you will see demographics. Under demographics, you will have education and finance. You have life events, away from hometown, away from family. You have date of birth. You have friends of people, coming up with birthdays, friends of women with a birthday in 7 days. You have long distance relationship, new job. So these are all life events, right? Then you have parents. So what does that mean? Are they a parent, right? You're selling something for their kids and whatnot. And parents with adult children. So you have limitless options when it comes to targeting. And Meta's targeting was really accurate, but nowadays it is getting less and less accurate. And if you're watching these videos, guys, you are not going to be really obsessed over the targeting, because targeting, a lot of people nowadays are just targeting gender and age and letting Facebook decide what to target. That is a good idea, but since we are doing it as a suggestion audience, Meta will just take this as a suggestion and not going to stick to it. If they find good results, they might stick to it, but if they don't, they won't. Click on browse, and we have interests, right? So if you click on this, you have all sorts of interests. So entertainment, if you do come here, we have leisure, let's go down. We have music related stuff, blues music, classical music, country music. You have limitless options, guys, which is absolutely amazing. You have hobbies, for instance, art, music, home and garden. If you're selling pet products, you have a lot of stuff pet related. You have travel stuff. I mean, it is limitless, guys. There's hundreds of different audiences. So if you want to go back, click on browse again. Then you have behaviors, right? So anniversary, their anniversary is coming. You have specific behaviors, mobile device users, right? What they use. And you can target them by, a specific device, right? Or you have consumer classification, like what consumer they are, what they consume in terms of like which country. And you go down, you have digital activities, creators here. If you're selling something to the digital creators, you have console gamers, if you're selling console related products, a lot of stuff. Then you go down, let's say you're offering a digital marketing service. You have For instance, you can say internet and browse used. Let's say we don't want that. We have newly active business. Newly active business 24 months and below. New active business 6 months and below. So you can see there's a lot of options we have to target, right? Expats, purchase behavior, engage shoppers. So these people are clicking on shop now button and going to the website, not necessarily buying. Meta's detection is clicking on the shop now button. So we have a lot of options. So we have more categories. Guys, we have millions, almost millions of options. So you just have to play around and find your ideal audience. When it comes to what should be the number of audiences you stack into what ad set, there's not one number. But what ideally is suggested is you want to have at least 1 million audience on the right hand side. So let's say I put an audience in here, I will start to see some estimated audience, right? Let's say I say, let's say soccer here, and friends of football fans, cool, football fans, I'm targeting that as well. So we can see if you click on this one now, so I have two audiences, I can click show estimated audience size. You can see I have 3.7 million and 4.3 million people in that range, something in that range. And you want to keep it about 1 million people. The reason is Meta's algorithm works the best about 1 million. If you're targeting a really niche age range, because for instance, if I restrict this, my estimated audience size will go down. So if I restrict it, I have just, you can see now I have one age, 25 and 26. You can see my estimated audience size drop down to 335,000. So you don't want that to happen to you. If you are specifically targeting, again, a really niche age range, I mean, the minimum you should have here is 500,000, and I do not suggest going below 100,000. The only exception to this rule is retargeting. If you are targeting people who visited your website, and if you don't have that many people, that's all right. Because the purpose of it is not to leverage Meta's AI, it's to show your ads or a separate set of ads to people who visited your website previously. So then let's say you're not happy with this, right? You don't want Meta to control anything. You can click and say, further limit the reach of my ads. Once you click, it will ask you this. Look, your potential current setup is gonna do great, but if you switch setups, it's not gonna do so great. So depends, I do not suggest you do this. Again, it restricts the Meta's algorithm, but say you do this, you have a unique business setting that you have to do it for some reason. Now, it is the age range is going to be specific. So look at this, we have one option here that says you can untick this use as a suggestion. So now if I untick this, now it will strictly target people who are 25 and 26 years old, right? So that is strictly set. And then you can come down, you have your detailed targeting, and you cannot select to not go beyond this, because Meta can always go beyond this, right? You cannot specifically say to Meta, you have to switch to this, right? You only target football fans. You cannot do it because this is still a suggestion, right? Meta will do whatever they want here. You can see the detailed targeting is still suggestion. They will expand beyond what you said. That's why the targeting is not extremely important. But when you're talking to your clients, they really want you to sound, we're targeting X person, Y person. They want to hear that. So you really should be on top of what targeting is available here. That is good to know. So let's say I want to switch to my recommended setup. I will give Meta the flexibility to target people older than this if they think my ads will convert better. Then we have ads transparency. That means, guys, in the Meta ads library, people will see your ads, and that is totally fine. And this ad set includes ads related to financial products and services. If yes, you have to tick this. And in our case, it does not involve anything related to that. Let's go down. Then we have placement. The placement, guys, we definitely want to keep it on Advantage Plus on here. That means they will automatically show our ads to wherever they think it will convert. So let's take a look what we have in the placement. So if you click on this pencil icon, and if you click on edit placement controls, and then my business can only advertise on specific placements. Now you see some options. And then if you click on see controls and advertising settings, it will take you to a specific section and you can set your audience controls here. But we're not gonna do that here. Let's go back. Now you can say, I don't want to show my ads on apps and sites. So you can exclude those apps and sites. And as I said, guys, apps and sites, they do not spend much on apps and sites anyways, so it's not a big investment. I mean, a couple of dollars are gonna be spent every single month. They do not spend a lot. Keep that in mind. Facebook Marketplace and Facebook Right column are again small spending placements, but if you do want to exclude them, you can. And let's say you want to and you review changes and confirm. Now you basically excluded those placements, right? So if you want to get them back and use Advantage Plus placements, which is what I suggest, you're gonna say cool and review changes and confirm. Now I'm gonna target my ads everywhere and whatever Meta thinks they're gonna convert. And then we have show more settings that will show you brand safety, inventory, and audience network ads. We're gonna cover them one by one. So device and operating systems, keep it all unless you have a really specific reason why you should not, right? You can say, I only want to show my ads when they're connected to their Wi-Fi. I mean, if your internet carriers in your country is really slow and only Wi-Fi works great, then you can do it, but doesn't make sense, right? All mobile devices, you can say only Android devices. Let's say you're selling an Android's iPhone case, then that makes sense. Or if you're selling only iPhone cases, then this makes sense, right? So you can target the devices here, put them one by one. You can say iPhone 10, iPhone 13, whatever the case may be. And you can exclude iPads and come here. Let's say I type in iPad. You exclude Apple iPads, right? So now I exclude just this Apple iPad and all other iPads, iPhones, and iPods are included. Again, I do not suggest this. You have to have a really good reason why, and just so you know, you have that ability. Then we have the platforms and ability to exclude platforms. Threads, I don't want to show my ads on Threads, let's say, and I exclude that. And audience network, again, you can exclude that, up to you, but I'm usually a big fan of keeping everything on. And once I have enough data, I look at the data and make a decision. So I'm gonna keep everything on here for now. And then we have placement control. So we can have a more detailed look on how ads and where they appear. So you can say, for instance, you can see how that appears, right? So for instance, it looks like this, and you have Instagram feed, Instagram profile feed, you have stories, for instance. If you don't want to show your ads on stories, you can exclude. Again, we want to keep it Advantage Plus. We don't want to exclude anything. Maybe apps and sites. So the only exclusion I do if I'm working with a really high quality brand and they really care about where their ads are shown, I then exclude apps and sites. This just makes it premium. And I'm just gonna keep it all on. And as I said, apps and sites and audience network rarely spends, guys. So it will spend $2, $10. It's not a lot of money. And let's go down. So then we have skippable ads. So do you want to show your ads on skippable ads? So for instance, if you're watching a video on Facebook, usually happens, you want to exclude your ads there, right? So up to you. I usually do not exclude this. I keep it as is. And let's go down. And we have brand safety and suitability. So in content ads, expanded, moderate, and limited. If you're working with a Fortune 500 company, say they are spending $500,000 minimum per month, then you want to go moderate or limited. So your ads might show after a violence or racist content, and that is not a great association. Years ago, that happened to YouTube actually. They showed Toyota showed the ads. I think Toyota ads showed right after like a really violent video, so that created a lot of problem. And if you click on this, you can see excluded contents here, right? And then we have audience network ads. You can do limited, moderate, and expanded. If you are just advertising your business or your client is spending less than $10,000 a month, keep it at expanded, guys. Here you want to keep it at expanded as well. If your client is spending less than $10,000, why 10,000? Again, such a small budget, you do not have to worry about this and it won't impact the performance. Again, if you choose limited, it might impact the performance negatively because you're giving less room to Meta to operate. Then you have the same setting here, keep it at expanded. Then you have block list. Again, if you don't know what a definition is, just come over this eye icon and see, for instance, this one is giving you the definition. For here, block list, you can add a block list. So for instance, you have a publisher in the apps and sites, you want to put that here, a specific block list, and right now we don't have that permission since we do not have enough spend. Then you have content exclusion. You can exclude certain type of content. We have Facebook in-stream reel ads. Again, Facebook videos, you can exclude them. Sometimes live videos as well, but this is not that. So you can keep it as is. Go down, then we have topic exclusion. So we do not have that ability to select topic exclusion. Again, since we haven't started running ads, we have zero ad spend and we do not have all the ability to select certain settings. So we covered basically all of the ad set, guys, ad set settings, and we're gonna look at how to strategically actually launch a campaign, set up a targeting, what is the ideal way of doing things, but this is just the settings overview, and I will see you on the ad settings. Hey everybody, in this section, we're gonna be looking at the ad level settings. Don't worry, we're gonna dive really deep into creative strategy. This is just to show you the current settings Meta has. Let's jump in. All right, as you say next, it will throw you to the ad level. On the left-hand side, you can see this green button, the green place basically is the campaign level. Underneath that, we have the ad set level. Underneath that, we have the ad level. So we're gonna name our ad, and underneath that, you will see all the pages that you have, that you created previously, that is sitting under that, not specifically business manager, because you will also see other specific ads that you have access to from your personal profile, right? So in this case, I am going to go with this Facebook page. I will show you how to create a page, and I also showed you how you can actually create a page inside the business manager. I will show you again. Let's jump in. All right, guys, I'm on the business manager. If you want to create a new page, new Facebook page, come under the accounts, go to pages, and we are in the business manager. If you want to create a new page, you're just gonna come under the accounts. Underneath that, we have pages, and here, from here, you can click on this add button and then create a brand new Facebook page. If you click on this, it will actually take you to that specific page. So if we say test, category could be anything, and then bio could be anything. Let's actually select a category here. I'm gonna add something else as well. This is not gonna let me to create this page and test. Cool, I'm just gonna say next, and I'm gonna agree the terms, create this page. All right, guys, now the page is being created. You can see the page has been successfully created. I'm gonna say done. And if you want to go to that page and properly edit what is sitting as a banner, as an image, we're gonna cover everything there as well. You want to basically go to that page by clicking on view on Facebook. As you click on this, this will throw you to your Facebook page that you just created. And then this is the page that you can edit, set specific image, set a specific background here, add your bio, build more trust basically as you run Meta ads, Facebook ads. You are gonna actually, some people are gonna check this, some people are gonna come here. Is this person legit? Does this person have some existing content that I can see if this is legit or not? That's why it is important to know where this actually, how you can create, and I'm gonna cover how to edit and create your Meta page. So let's go back to our ads manager. Since this is just a test, I'm just gonna keep it as is. I'm gonna go down an Instagram account. You can select an Instagram, but there has to be a Facebook page linked to your Instagram. If not, if they're not linked, you're not going to be able to show your ads on, you will be able to show your ads on Instagram, but people cannot visit your Instagram profile. I will show you how to do that in a later module, but this is, you can just run ads with a page and then show your ads on Instagram still. Let's go down. This is the ad setup. You are giving three options. So one is creating an ad. The second one is boosting an existing content. That means you have a Instagram post that you already posted, Meta ads post or Meta or Facebook post that you already posted, that you can select that and then run that as an ad. Or you can use a Creative Hub mockup where you design the ad, manage how it looks, and then use that. But we're gonna go with create ad, and here we're gonna remind me later because we haven't added the products yet. So we have creative source. That is basically what is your source. So are we gonna upload the ads, or are we going to attach our catalog? Since we haven't added our catalog yet, we don't have the catalog, we're going to upload it manually. We're going to go down under the format. We have three options. Flexible, I do not suggest using flexible, and this is basically showing your ads as a video format if they think it is going to convert, but we are going to go with a single image or a video, or you can do a carousel. So there is the multi-advertiser ads as automatically ticked on. So this will basically show multiple ads back to back on certain placements. We're gonna keep it as is, and we have more settings. This more settings is you can specifically select when a specific ad runs or when a specific ad pauses. Let's say you have one big campaign, and inside this campaign, as you do a product launch, let's say for your e-commerce store, and then for that product launch, you're gonna run one ad from, let's say, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., right? That is gonna run in a short period of time, and you can do that by adjusting the time frame where this creative starts and where this creative basically pauses, right? So we're not gonna do that here, and this is the destination where people are gonna go at the end after they, click your ad. And then we have the display link. This is basically not the URL, but what they see, what you want them to see. For instance, my website could be www. Let's say jimsmedia.com, and I'm talking about let's say Facebook ads, right? And I want to in my ads. So I want to grab this URL, put it here, and I will say /Facebook ad, right? Facebook ad. Even though this URL doesn't exist, people think they will go to this URL, right? But you will essentially taking them to this URL. And then browser add-ons. These are specific add-ons that people will see. You have the call button. You have the Instagram direct. We don't want any add-on buttons. We just want people to go to our website. You have the WhatsApp button. If they click on it, they can go to your WhatsApp and open up a chat. We have the instant forms. If you want to generate leads, this is important. They suggest it as a functionality, as an add-on. We have the instant experience, which is a little bit specific and different. I'm going to cover that later. Then we have Facebook pages. In this section, we're just going to go with none. As we go down, this is the part we add an ad creative. So how are we going to do that? We selected single image or a video. So we can either add an image or a video. So if I click on this, and it gives me two options. Let's say I want to add an image here, and this image will be basically any image that I upload. And there's going to be specifications for each image. And the images has to be square. We're going to cover those settings later on. So what I want to do, I want to come to media, and I want to add an image, right? So let's say I want to click upload. Okay, now I uploaded an image here. You can see this is not square, but we usually want to add a square image. Let's say this is our image, and we're just gonna say next. You can see they are giving us three options. So square version, you have the vertical version, and you have the horizontal version. So the square and vertical versions are extremely important. That's why for every image that we advertise, we want to create two versions of that image. One version will be square, just like this, And if I say original, there's going to be a little bit gaps on the side, and we don't want that. We want an exact square image. And for the vertical version, which is going to appear on the story, on the reel sites, on Messenger story, Instagram story, Facebook Reels, Facebook Stories, all those placements, and we don't want this image to look like that. Number one, it looks unprofessional, and number two, the clients won't like it, and number three, you're giving away, you're basically not using this real estate at the top, this real estate at the bottom, and you're not using it. And if you let them use the recommended, you can see the whole text is chopped up, which you don't want. And I'm going to show you how to do that, how to edit the creatives, so on and so forth. And for the horizontal, this is such a small placement, just the right column, Facebook right column, and you can use this as original. This real estate is so minuscule, you don't have to worry about it. So let's just, for the sake of this example, let's say next. And here they are asking us to write the primary text. This is basically the top part, the top text that appears. And you can make it as long as possible here. Buy my products. We're gonna look at some existing ad copy of how people use it. They write long paragraphs, guys. There's literally no limit. But for the headline, we want to keep it short. Let's say limited time only. And then description, you can write anything else. Let's say 100% cotton. And then we go down, and call to action, of course you want to make it as specific as possible. If you're selling something, it should be shop now, and then you say next. So they are giving you creative enhancements. We're going to cover them in a later module in more detail, but we want to right now turn all of them off. So these are going to be a little bit specific, and in the next module we're going to dive deep into these creative enhancements. So I'm going to say done, and then I will go down, and we have basically put our ads, and you can see how it will look on the right hand side. So on the Facebook feed, it will look like this. On the Facebook feed as well, it will look like this. You can see it is on the Instagram feed, it will look like this. You can see if I go down on Facebook stories, it will look like this. And you can see we, as this shows up, we are wasting a lot of real estate. And if you don't want to wait till it loads, you can say advanced preview, and it will take you to a page like this, a pop-up. You can see all the placements, how it appears. Instagram Explorer appears like this. You can see Facebook video feeds. It doesn't look good at all. We have to create a square version of this, and then you can see all the placements here. And if the client wants to see how my creatives are gonna look before you go live and publish this, you can click share and click on share link, and link sharing is on now, and days active, 60 days, you want to keep it. And then now you can copy this link and then send it to your client, so client can see before you go live. So let's exit this and let's go down. So you can see format display options. Carousels, we don't want this, so we want to tick that off. You might not have this setting. This is, they're introducing new stuff to every ad account separately, so do not freak out if you don't see the exact same settings, but overall these are really similar. And with the collection, you want to tick that off as well here. We don't want this right now, format display options. And then you can see the primary text looks like this, and it will appear at the very top of your image on the feed, Instagram, and on Instagram it will appear at the bottom, but for Meta, for Facebook, it will basically appear at the top of your image. Headline will appear underneath that. You can see limited time only, and then 100% cotton will appear underneath that. And you can see we have optimized text per person. This will basically show the headline instead of the primary text. They will switch the locations where what appears before what, basically. So it will create a mix and match there. Then we have info labels. Info labels are additional real estate that you can add about your business for people to have more trust. So for instance, what we have, if you have free delivery, you can add that. And let's say free delivery only applies to orders about $200, right? So you can say add more options, payment options. You can say you can pay with Afterpay, PayPal, Klarna, Google Pay, Apple Pay. Let's say you say next. So you can see here they will appear like that. And these are additional information that you can show on here, right? Meta will basically underline specific information if they think people are going to convert. If your, let's say, date join Instagram is 2025 or 2026, super recent, you don't want to enable this, right? If you've been on Instagram for 10 years or Facebook pages for like live since 10 years, you want to tick that on because it gives trust to people. Shop hours and operation, we definitely do not want to have it if you have an e-commerce store. Price range, if you're an expensive business selling expensive products, you do not want to show that. Shop location, if you don't have a brick and mortar like in-person real life store, you don't want to show that. Instagram followers, if you have at least 1,000 followers, do not tick this on. Let's say in this case below 1,000, I'm not going to tick this on. Paid check-ins, again, if you think you're not sufficient enough in any of those, you do not want to show them. That is the main goal. But if you're working with a client, say they have a lot of paid check-ins, a lot of page follows, you want to tick them on. So when people see the ad, underneath that you can see 25 people like this. So it creates a good buzz there. Let's say we're happy with this and say done, and we are good with the info labels. So we're gonna cover the advantage creative enhancements in the upcoming section. Then we have the event details. We don't have an event. Now we have the tracking. You can see, since we already have the tracking, we have showing the website events. And if you set this up via API servers, via Shopify, if you have an e-commerce store, for instance, you will not see website events, you will see the server events, but your pixel and data set will show up here. And that is all you need to know. If you say publish, that ad will basically go live. And in the next section, I'm going to talk about the creative enhancements, and then we will see how actually people set and structure their campaigns. All right, guys and girls, we are in Canva, which is a free tool that you can go and basically sign up for free, completely free tool that you can design ads basically yourself, right? You don't have to be a designer, you don't have to be anything. The website is canva.com. Type that into Google and completely free. What I want to do is talk about the creatives and the creative specs. These are really, really important. So the first creative spec that you need to know is 1080 by 1080. So I'm just gonna click on this button and create. And the first one you need to know is 1080 by 1080 square image. So I'm gonna click on custom size and I will type in 1080 and the height will be 1080. So this will be the core design that you need to know. So I'm just gonna say create design and it will take me to a page like this where I can go and create my design. Then I will go back and I want to also do a almost exact same version but a different height, which is going to be vertical for stories and reels. I'm gonna do 1920, which is going to be the Instagram story specs, and I'm gonna say create new design. So guys, basically this is the story size placement and this is the feed placement. So let's say we just use a basic design. I'm gonna dive into creative strategies. Let's say we have a hamburger shop, right? Hamburger shop. Let's just type into designs. It will give you some options here, right? So let's say this is our ad. So we are happy with this ad, right? So what I want to do, I want to click on share and I want to download this and I want to download this as an image, right? Cool. So we have the story size in our pocket basically. So we have the feed placement, right? We downloaded this and I want to grab all the elements here and copy and go to the story size placement and paste it here. So here you can see the background is not there. I just want to grab the background here, grab it and paste it. Cool. We have the background. Now, what we have to know, we want to keep a little bit of space at the top and a little bit of space at the bottom because we're going to have certain elements placed by Meta. So maybe we can make this bigger at the top and then we want to take it down a little bit, a notch, and then we can put maybe a little bit more information here. We can have this Happy International Burger Day. Make it bigger a little bit, shop now. Maybe we can use that button and add a little bit more text, maybe 50% off and then we put that underneath that, right? So 50% off. Cool, and change the color to red here. Nice. And now we want to download this, and maybe let's take this up a little, make it bigger. Cool. Okay, now I'm gonna click and download this. I just want you to understand how this looks when we go into the platform. So now we downloaded this one as well. So let's go to our ads manager. You can see this is the ad level on our test campaign. What I want to do, go down and find the ad creative. I'm on the ad level, campaign, ad set, and ad. On the ad level, I just want to remove this media, and I will show you how important this is. Click on add media and click on add image. And now we want to add the 2 images that we just downloaded. We are the creative setup. I just want to go down and we have media. Click on the media and now click on upload. Now you're uploading the images that you just downloaded. So I'm gonna select both of them, and now both of the images, the square version and the vertical, the story placement version, are being edited. So now I'm gonna use the square version. First, I'm gonna say next. Cool. You can see how this doesn't look good on the vertical. So we're just gonna keep it original and keep it original here as well. And what we're gonna do is say next. So we're gonna keep the primary text and everything here, and then we're gonna say next. I'm gonna show you the Advantage Plus creative enhancements later on because this is a really important part, and we're gonna say done here. So what I want you to do, since we added this, so this you can see is the feed placement, and the story placement will look awful, guys. So what I want you to do, come to the stories, status, reels, so search results, apps and sites. So I want you to click on this pencil icon, and here I will change this with, you can see how this will look ugly. It is not showing the ad. Sometimes it happens. It is sometimes like a glitch in the Meta ads interface. You're gonna come to the change here, click on this, and you want to add this vertical version. As you click on this, it will look way 100% better, guys. So we're just gonna save it, and here it will look way better. For us to see this, we can just publish this, and it is not going to let us publish because I haven't put my credit card information in here yet. I will just say advanced preview, and we will be able to see how it looks on a story placement. So you can see on the right hand side it is loaded, and the Facebook reel placement, it might take some time for these other placements to load. You can see it looks way more professional on this right hand side, as you guys can see. Otherwise, if we didn't do this, Meta will pick a random color to put on this top hand side. So let's go back and I will show you how this otherwise would look if we didn't have that. So I will change this to the previous one, and I will say next, and I will say advanced preview, and I will show you how this look on the stories placement, status, reels, and you can see on the right hand side, check this out. You will see that complete blackness, darkness on the top hand side, and then at the bottom, it will look really ugly. And it will also, the clients will be really unhappy, and most of you will tell you, what is going on, Jim? This doesn't look professional, right? So what you want to do, again, cancel this, go back after you publish your original one, come here, click edit group, and come here and change this. You can change it to the vertical version and click save next. So with the right column and search results, do not worry about it. Just use the square version. It will be just fine because it will not, they will not put random darkness on the right hand side, and it is not a big deal. If you want to specifically design something else for that placement, you can just get that specific placement of that right column. You can see it will still look nice. Like you can have some real estate if you had a wider version, but I'm quite happy with this because it doesn't generate random darkness on the right hand side, right? It looks pretty awesome if you ask me, so I don't need to add anything else on this right hand side, right? Looks perfectly fine to me. Maybe we can, you know, marketplace results, we can add something else, but still looks really good. You can see I don't need to add anything or any larger version of this basically. So I'm quite happy with how this looks in creating a ad. So you want to do this in the video version as well as you add a video. So you want to have a square version of that image or of that video, and you want to go back and create a vertical version of the same video, right? That will be the ideal case scenario. All right, this was basically designing creatives for specific specs, which is extremely important. All right, I will see you in the next one. All right, guys, now we are covering the enhancements, which are really important when you are adding whatever image or video you're putting on, especially on an image, it is even more important. So let's say we put our image here. That's perfectly fine. And as you guys remember, it was asking us the enhancements, right? So they are suggesting Advantage Plus creative enhancements. So as we turned all off, they still turned on 2 of them without our permission. They are really sneaky with this. So you have to actually double check and click and turn them off. But of course, I'm gonna give you the decision to think about, do you want to turn certain stuff off or do you want to turn certain stuff on? Let's cover one by one. Number one, we have add overlays. What does that mean? So if you turn this on, guys, they will add a specific overlay on your image using AI. So it could be a specific overlay, let's say on top of your image. It could be a random overlay of text, right? We put the primary text there, we put the headline there. They might have an overlay here, maybe a square overlay with a random text. Do you want that? I rarely recommend this. So I definitely suggest you turn this off, and it looks really ugly, guys. So we can see a couple of examples. Look at this. So this is one example. So we already put our text and we already have our copy. We don't need Meta to go off brand. So they are really going off brand. They're not using our specific colors. They're not using our specific, fonts. We can customize this by coming here, click customize, and you can pick a specific customization of a font, but they don't have all the fonts, right? Maybe you have a different font, like you can change the font of the text they use, right? So this limited time only will change the font. You can change a color here. Let's say I want them to use this color. Let's say cool, and now it will change color. So I will just save this, and it will look a little bit different as we customize it, right? So let's take a look in one example. You can see now it is using our font, but maybe your font is not there, and it is using our color that we picked. Again, still looks unprofessional. I do not suggest it. Do your design, do your creative work in Canva or Photoshop, or get a professional designer to do it. Do not do it in Meta. So I'm gonna turn this off, and we have let's turn it off. Cool. Now we have the visual touch-ups. So visual touch-ups is really annoying, guys. The reason I say this, because they will use everything to make your creative look ugly. Ideally, they want to make it look beautiful, but I will show you some images. So they expand the image, they make it shrink, and sometimes if you have text on your image, it will make it so big your text won't fit in the image. So you can see now this looks great, but they expanded the image because on the right hand side we do not have any text. So for instance, I'm luckily making it look good with the visual touch-ups on, for instance, right? So this rarely happens, guys. So usually they will make it look ugly. In this case, we are just lucky because we don't have any text on the original image, right? So if I pick up the original image here, so you can see on our original image, we do not have a huge text on the right hand side, top corner, bottom placement here. So that's why it doesn't look ugly if they expand. But imagine if you had text at the top, it will cut the text off. So that's why I urge you to not use this one, guys. So visual touch-ups, and definitely on a story placement or when you're watching Instagram stories, Instagram reels, they will make it way more ugly. Okay, now we're covering the music part. Music part is sometimes I turn it on because on an image, inherently, you don't have any music, right? That's why I usually turn this on, and it kind of keeps people on the image itself a little bit more because it adds a little bit more traction to whatever you have. But they will usually pick really random music. So they usually A/B test the music as well and pick the music that is more relevant to the user. But if you want to customize your music, you can come down and click on customize, and you will be able to manually select the music that you want. So I'm gonna come here and I can like untick all of them now and go to manually select music back on, and I'm going to untick the music that they selected for me. And I'm gonna select my music. Let's say I want to select something about like rock music, and I'm gonna listen to the music before I post them. So I will just listen to the ones, let's see. Let's say I like this music, it really goes with my brand. If my brand is really fitting to this style of music, I'm just gonna click on this, and you can add multiple. So those music will rotate on a reel placement and Instagram story placement. Let's say we want this one as well. Let's say this is cool. I'm gonna tick this on as well. Let's say we're happy with these two tracks, right? And we're happy with it. And we're just gonna save this. If you don't customize it, they will randomly pick any music they want. We're cool with that. Now we are on to the text improvements, guys. Text improvements is I sometimes turn it on. The reason being is they don't change the text you put in, they just change the placement. Sometimes they take your primary text and use it as a headline, and they sometimes take your description and use it as a primary text. So I will let them do it. So you don't have much customization on this, even though they have customized. So you can just turn it on and off. That is up to you. Text improvements, I'm just gonna keep it on. They just change where they appear basically. I'm just gonna keep it on. So these basically are the only optimizations, only enhancements I will turn on. I will go down and we have enhanced call to action. What does that mean? They basically add some emojis at the end of the call to action that you select. If it's, let's say, sign up, they will add a specific emoji next to it. If it's shop now, they will add a specific emoji next to it. So if you're running ads for a brand, that recently happened to me because I used to keep that on. Usually that doesn't change much in terms of performance, but sometimes the client might come back to you and say, Jim, we don't want emojis, this is off brand. And this recently happened to me actually a month ago. I was running ads for a client and the client came back to me. They have a really specific brand tone, selling clothing for a woman over 45, and they have a really elegant tone and really high end as well, expensive clothing. And they said, look, we don't use emojis, we never did. Why did you put that on? And I said, you know, I didn't put it on, but the enhanced CTA was on, so I had to come back and turn this off. So I usually suggest you turn it off if you're running ads for a client, but if it's your business, I mean, it doesn't hurt the brand as much, it doesn't hurt the performance as much, so I keep it on sometimes. Animations, it's a no-no, never turn this on. It will create an ugly animation if you turn this on, and it will make your image look like an animation, but in a poor way, so don't keep it on. Flex media, never turn this on, and this will basically crop or increase the size of your image depending on where they appear. So as you guys remember, we created a square image, right? And if they show this on Instagram feed, they will expand it a little bit. As they expand, the text will disappear. Most of the time, if you're using text on your ads or faces on your ads, it will make it look really funny and it won't look good and professional. And if you think we're all done, not really. At the bottom, we have show more enhancements. Click on that. And we have two more. So just brightness and contrast, I don't like it. They basically add filters randomly. They think and they say this improves performance, but I don't like it at all. Turn this off as well. And we have relevant comments. I suggest keeping this on, up to you. If you have a positive comment, they will show that, but sometimes If you have a negative comment under your ad, they might highlight that just like this. That is why I'm kind of hesitant to use this, but in certain, like 80% of the cases, they usually highlight a positive comment that is kind of relevant to the user, right? Maybe the user is really critical of what they see, what they buy, and that ad automatically AI doesn't pick it up and show a negative comment there and highlight it. That hurts your conversions, meaning how many people buy from you. That's why I'm a bigger fan of turning this off, just to be safe, and we can save it. After you save it, double check, please double check, go down, and here you can see Advantage Creative Enhancements. So just check which ones are turned off and check which ones are turned on. So make sure the ones that you turned on are only turned on, right? Music is turned on, that's good, and text improvements turned on, that's good. And we didn't turn on anything else. That is so improvement, because it will mess up how your ads look and get your client to be a little bit angry and then won't trust you as much in the future. So you don't want that. Just double check it, and then once you do your adjust your enhancements, you can click publish and your ad will be live in a couple of days. I will see you in the next. A quick break from the course. This is part of a 113 hours long top rated Udemy digital marketing course. If you want to learn not just meta ads, but Google ads, LinkedIn advertising, organic content creation, SEO, copywriting, building your website on WordPress, and much more, you can just click the first link in the description and I can see you there. Bye. Hey everybody, in this section we're going to be covering important metrics. This part is really important, and if you're new to meta advertising or advertising on digital platforms in general, I strongly suggest you stick around because we're going to learn a lot of new stuff. But if you're familiar with meta ads, you can skip this part because some of the stuff might be quite beginner friendly. So let's start. What are those important metrics? If you skip this part, you will be confused when we come to the advanced sections, because most of the stuff we're going to talk about, we will use these metrics and you need to know what they all mean. So let's start with the click. It sounds super obvious, like, okay, we get a click, that is the click, but not exactly. The reason not exactly, because this click metric in parentheses says all. That means this contains all of the clicks. So when someone clicks on your profile picture, that is still a click. When someone clicks on your ad to go to your website, that is still a click. A person clicks on the comment section to look at the comments, that is still a click. So that doesn't mean person is going to your website. So you have to keep that in mind. This is really important. Conversely, we have link clicks. Link clicks, so when you have, let's say, 100 clicks, you possibly have 80 link clicks, right? So clicks will be always higher than link clicks. The reason being is, so link click could be a click, a person clicking on not the comment section, but meta ad specified technologies or your website. So for what do I mean by this? Let's say we try to optimize to get people to our Instagram profile. In that case, people are not going to go to a different destination outside of Meta. Then it will still be link clicks, right? Because your end goal is to get people to your Instagram. But if your end goal is to get people to your website, that will still count as a link click, right? So if you have a shop now button under your ad and people click on your profile picture, that will not be link click. So keep that in mind. Then we have unique link clicks. So a person could click on your link 5 times. You will still have 5 link clicks. But in unique link clicks, you're gonna have 1 unique link click, right? Not 5 link clicks. So a person, like your ads will show up 10 times to a person's profile in a given time span, maybe a month, maybe 2 months, but that person will see your ads maybe like 10 times, but click on your ads 5 times, right? But then you will still see 1 unique link click because that is from 1 account center. And we have unique outbound link clicks. What is an outbound link click? So you can see I put a note there, which is outside of Meta. That is the key part. Meaning, if a person clicks on your ad and goes to, let's say, your Instagram profile, right? Because there is a portion, like there is a campaign objective where you can get people to your Instagram profile, Facebook profile, or an instant forum. We're going to talk about that as well. So that means that like when you go to their Instagram profile, Facebook profile, that is not outside or outbound link click. Outbound link click has to take people from Meta ecosystem to a different domain, right? So for instance, you're not going to have any outbound link click with Instagram follower campaigns, Facebook engagement campaigns. So it has to take people to different domain from Meta. Then we have CPC, so cost per click, and you're going to have cost per link click, cost per outbound link click. So you're going to have the cost of each of these: cost per unique link click, cost per link click. So if you ask me, this is going to get confusing. If you're new to Meta advertising, just look at link clicks as your core click metric. That is what I always look at. That is the most, I would say, the accurate representation of a link click, because you're going to look at click-through rate, right? How many people click on your ads, and you have to look at, is it all click-through rate? Is it unique link click-through rate? Just focus on link clicks. That will make your life way easier, but I have to explain all of them. Then we have cost per click. Again, if you're looking at CPC, look at cost per link click. So how much you're paying to get one click, right? So don't get confused, because on Google Ads, you pay per click. This is just showing you the overall cost to get a click. Then we have cost per link click. Again, as I suggested, you just look at cost per link click, and that will be ideal. So the average on Meta advertising, the cost per link click will be around, let's say, 50 cents to $1.50 to $2, such and such. So it won't be way lower or way higher than that, depending on the campaign objective, of course. As we covered the campaign objectives, if you choose, let's say, awareness campaign is an objective, your cost per link click will be maybe 50 cents. If you choose, let's say, a sales campaign, your cost per link click will be maybe $2, $3, since there is more competition, right? Then click-through rate. This is a really, really important metric. You want to get this as high as possible. This is a hugely important metric, guys. You want to have this really, really high. So what is a good click-through rate metric? You want to have your click-through rate about 1%. This metric determines how good is your creative. Does people actually see your ad and click to go to your website? So how do they calculate this? They take the overall percentage of impressions where a click occurred out of your total number of impressions. So it's basically take the total number of impressions, which will be in the denominator, and then they will put the number of clicks that you get from the impressions. They put it at the top. That is a simple calculation. And you want to have this about 1%. Again, if it is below 1%, you need to work on your creative. If it is below 50%, your creative is the problem. If it is about 2%, your creative is doing really good. And then we have the link click-through rate. Again, you want to focus on that. This link click-through rate will be lower than click-through rate. As I said, always clicks are going to be higher than your link clicks, and click-through rate will be higher than your link click-through rate. Again, I want you to aim about 1% here. Link click-through rate is going to be lower, but still aim about 1%. It is normal that sometimes you have link click-through rate below 1%, which could be possible. You're going to have that happening overall, but I want you to aim about 1%. If it is about 3%, 2%, you have an amazing creative. But if you're hovering around 1%, you're still good. All right, reach. What is reach and what is impressions? Impressions is, let's start with impressions, because impressions is the number of times your ads basically show on Meta screen, right? So it doesn't matter how many different people, it matters how many times it show on the Meta screen. But reach is basically how many unique impressions to how many unique people, right? So there's, let's say, John, there's Mark, and there is Marcus. There's 3 people, right? And your ads in total showed, let's say, 25 times to those 3 people in mix. But what happens is your impressions will be 25 since it's 25 times in total. But let's say 5 times to John, 10 times to Marcus, 10 times to, what was the other person? Anyways, you have reach, in terms of reach, 3 people. But in terms of impressions, you have 25. So there is going to be a difference there. So reach is going to be always, always, always lower than impressions when you look at your metrics. Then we have frequency. Frequency is an important metric. It will determine, it will tell you if you should add new creatives in or if you should, refresh your creatives, because it means a person is seeing your ads too much. Average number of times each unique person sees your ads. That is the definition. And what you want to do, your frequency will be around 2 to 3%. On a retargeting campaign though, it could go as high as 6 to 9%. So it's 6 to 9x. So meaning a person on average sees your ads 9 times, right? Which is sometimes quite high, but some people find great results with that overall frequency. Frequency, you're not going to have below 2%. It is really rare to have a frequency below 2. I mean, sometimes you're gonna have 1.2, which is really normal, and that means people are not seeing your ads enough. You need to increase your budget. I feel usually 1.8 to 2x frequency is ideal to get a healthy number of purchases. Then we have CPM. CPM is the holy grail of meta advertising because we are charged by this metric. If your CPM is high, that means there's a big competition there, and meta ads, they don't like your ads basically, right? So people are reporting your ads, or people are, saying, oh, this ad is not relevant to me, and that's all adding up to get you having high cost per thousand impressions. How are you going to lower this? Better creatives, people liking your ads, more engagement under your ads is going to lead to a lower cost per impressions. So M stands for mil here, which is 1,000 for Latin. That's why that stays there as a cost per 1,000 impressions. What you want to have, guys, is having your cost per impressions as low as possible. It varies a lot. So if you run an awareness campaign, your cost per impressions will be sometimes $1. It will be super cheap. But if you're running a sales campaign or a lead generation campaign and targeting business owners, your cost per 1,000 impressions CPM will be maybe 20, 25. Depends. And if you're targeting an older demographic, it sometimes goes as high as 50. Sometimes I've seen 60. But don't really get caught up in that, because you're gonna look at more important metrics as well. But this is the biggest and the first needle mover when it comes to your metrics. Now we have results. So you're gonna see results metric different than, let's say, purchase. So they sometimes mean the same thing, but that result will show up based on what your objective is, right? Let's say your objective is sale, you will see results and purchases, which are going to be the same number, right? So sometimes people get confused. Oh, I see results, but I can't see sales. So that means basically the same thing. What your achieved outcome is, what your objective is when you are setting your ad set and campaign. So if your, let's say, goal is here impressions and you selected awareness campaign, your results will be number of impressions. If you selected landing page views and the traffic campaign objective, your result will be landing page views. If you selected leads as a campaign objective and you're optimizing towards number of leads, your campaign result will be leads. And now we have estimated ad recall. So this will be only important if you're running an awareness campaign. When you're running an awareness campaign, how can you actually track a metric that is so vague, such as awareness? Like, you cannot see, it is not tangible, right? So that is Meta basically came up with a metric which is called brand recall, ad recall. So they will show you a number which is an estimate number of people who, after seeing your ads, if asked within 2 days, remembering seeing your ads. So that's basically a metric they came up with. And then we have the cost per estimated ad recall, so how much you're paying to having that ad recall metric. So you should have your awareness campaign, and after seeing your ads, if they're asked, oh, do you remember seeing Jim's ads? If they say yes, we have ad recall and how much you pay on average to get that ad recall. Then if you have a lot of video ads, this will be a good metric to look at. 3-second video views. So the number of times your ad played, at least 3 seconds. So if you have a shorter ad, of course that is going to be like, you shouldn't have a shorter ad than that, but that will be important. 3-second video views is an important metric to have. So to observe actually. So if you have 2 videos at the same time and they have the same impressions, one of them is gonna have more 3-second video views. That means the hook of that video is better. Then you're gonna have cost per 3-second video plays, and you have to also take note of that, which one is cheaper, which one is expensive. We're gonna come to video ads, strategically designing or editing our video ads. We're gonna underline everything. Now we have through plays. You're gonna see this through play metric, which is an important metric if you have a video views as a campaign objective. Even though if you don't have that, this is still an important metric because you can analyze your video ads. So the number of times that your video was played to completion, let's say till the end, or at least 15 seconds. So if your ad is less than 15 seconds, they will look at till the completion. But if your ad is longer than 15 seconds, they will look at least 15 seconds. So that is an important metric, more important than the 3-second video plays, but that will tell you how good your video is at getting people to a certain point of the video. Not till the end, but to a certain point of your video. So that's why you want to have this video through plays as high as possible. And you're gonna have cost per through plays. You wanna have this as low as possible. And then we have video average play time, right? So what is the overall average time that they play your video, right? So you have a 3-minute video, and then you have another video that is 3 points, let's say 3 minutes to 20 seconds, and then you have those 2 videos running at the same time. So what is the average time they play your videos till, right? So one video has an average play time of 2.5, which is a better video. The other one has a video average play time of 1.2. So the other video, apparently, and if that video is also getting more sales, better video at keeping people on the platform. And since you keep people on the platform more, Meta will like you more. Then we have landing page views. So landing page views, you can only track this if you have Pixel. If you don't have the Pixel, didn't go through installing it, you're not going to see landing page views. So this is the first Pixel-based event that you are going to have, page view. And landing page view is an important metric because you can actually calculate your conversion rates from, let's say, a purchase, right? You're gonna have a bunch of people clicking on your ads, link clicking, outbound link clicking, and then this tells you how many people actually land on your page, right? Because let's say I open my phone and I see an ad, oh, that's a really good ad. I click on it, and then at the same time, my girlfriend is yelling behind, and then I'm driving, and there's a police stop, pulling the cars, and then I'm like, what is going on? My father calling me, oh son, did you forget XYZ? And I'm the big mess, and I forget. Okay, I will look at that website later, and I close it. Even though I clicked on the ad, I don't land on the website. Keep that in mind. And then we have add to cart. So these are e-commerce metrics. So people clicking on the add to cart button, basically. Then we have view content. So I clicked on the add to cart button, landed on the product page. That is the product page views, basically. Then we have initiate checkout. I add to cart and then click on checkout, and after adding to cart, and usually, of course, your add to carts are going to be way higher in terms of the number than your initiate checkout, because there's going to be a drop off in every stage there. Then you have purchases. Again, if you have purchase a sale as an objective, your purchase will be equal to your result metric, and you have, let's say, number of people bought like 10 belts, and you're gonna have 10 purchases there. And then you have a cost per purchase. How much you spent on meta advertising to get one purchase. That is that basically. You want to have this as low as possible. Then you have purchase value. Okay, they bought a belt, and then at the same time they bought, let's say, a jacket and a bag. So they bought 3 items, right, at the same time, one person. It will count as, let's say, one purchase. No, let's give it another example. Let a person comes in, one person buys a jacket, one person buys a belt. The jacket, it will count as a purchase. The belt will count as a purchase, right? Both of them are the same, but the value of each product is different. Belt is, let's say, 60 bucks. The jacket maybe 300 bucks. So you're more profitable with that jacket sale. Then we have ROAS. This is a really, really important metric. This is the end-all be-all metric almost for a e-commerce metric. End-all be-all metric for an e-commerce store. So the ratio revenue generated to an ad spend. What does that mean? So basically you spent $200 and made $600 in sales. That gives you a 3x ROAS. If you spend $1 and you get $1 in sales, that will give you 1x ROAS, which is not great, but that gives you the return on ad spend. But you also have to understand that person who's spending $1 in ads, getting $1 in sales, there is the cost of products, there is the cost of delivery. You have a lot more costs because you're spending $1 and getting $1 in sales is not great always. So you have to calculate the cost of the products you have, the cost of other stuff, the cost of Shopify, whatever the case may be, you have a lot more costs. So that's why you want to achieve higher than 1 ROAS. 3 ROAS and more, depends on what you're selling, what your profit margin is. We're going to cover those as well. Then we have leads. When someone submits their information, becomes a lead, and if you're optimizing towards that, the lead number will be equal to the number result. And then we have cost per lead. We want to have this as low as possible. Let's say you spent $150, you get 15 leads. Your overall cost per lead is going to be $10. So these were the important metrics that you are going to see in Meta Ads Manager, and I will jump into the Ads Manager and show you how you can see those metrics depending on your goal. All right, see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section we're going to be looking at creating a custom dashboard. Since we know what metrics are, when you're in your ad account like this, you will see you can arrange which metrics you want to see first when you run ads on Meta. So this is an existing ad account which has some ad spend. So I'm just going to scroll it to the right and you will see these metrics. So we have recommendations, not important. Okay, the results. Okay, we covered the results. What is the result? Depending on your optimization goal, it is basically that. So let's say I'm optimizing towards sales, website purchases, and you can see I am seeing the website purchases here. That is good. If I scroll right, I can see reach, frequency, cost per result. I can see my budget, daily budget here. Amount spent, I didn't cover amount spent because it's so obvious, like the cost, how much you spent in that given time frame here. So if I say last 7 days, I will see the different number here. Then I have impressions, cost per 1,000 impressions, which is CPM. Again, since this is a sales campaign, you can see the CPM is a little higher here, about 10. I have my link clicks here. I have my cost per link clicks here, over $1, almost $2 here. Click-through rate, again, you can see I need to focus on my click-through rate on this active campaign. It is below 1 here, 1%. So I need to get this about 1%. I can see my clicks, and you can see clicks is 1,007. If I go left, you will see link clicks is almost half of that. So a lot of people clicking on maybe comment section, my profile picture, anything could be a click. Swiping, that could be a click as well. And link clicks is different. And I can see my click CTR. This is not link click-through rate, but it is click-through rate. So this is all clicks. This is link click. So this is the half of it again, and we have the CPC as well. So if you want to change this, maybe we want to add return on ad spend here. How are we going to do that? On the top right hand here, you can see this 3 columns next to each other. Click on that, and then we have a bunch of options. So you have the preset columns that you can use. That is up to you. So if I click on this, we can see the preset columns. So you will see performance, delivery, performance, and clicks. Right now this is selected. We have, if you're running an engagement campaign, you can select those, app promotion, traffic, engagement, video engagement. So if I click on this, it will show me more video engagement related metrics. Let's click and see how this looks. So you can see the through play metrics we are seeing, cost per through plays, we covered that as well, either 15 seconds or completion of the whole video. On the left hand side we have 3-second video plays, and then some metrics which I didn't cover, video plays at 25%, 50%, 75%, 95%, and 100%. So these are pretty self-explanatory as well, like how many people watched till the end of the video here on the 100% video plays. This is how many people watched till the half of the video, 50% video plays, and video plays at 25%. So these are good metrics to see where you have the biggest drop off. But again, you need to, like, if you look at just one video, you cannot tell much. You need to have 3 or 4 videos so you can compare if there is a bigger drop off on one video, and or maybe one video has a really strong hold of people from, let's say, 25 to 50%, and you try to mimic and go back to the video, see what is going on there. And then we have all the video related metrics. So let's click on this again, and let's click on discover more column presets. As we go down, we have sales related stuff now. So we have sales related metrics, but this is not my favorite, guys. I want to go back, and I will go all the way back and click on customize columns. So I usually customize my own columns, and you can see on the right hand side, you will see which one you want to see first. So let's say I don't want none of them, and let's create our custom dashboard basically, and we will see our columns together. So if you're running a sales campaign, in this case we want to see a couple of important metrics. Reach, I always want to see my reach, impressions, and frequency. So these are my base metrics, right? I want to see how many people I reached, how many impressions, and what is my frequency. So these are the base metrics that I use. And I will go down here, I will now want to see cost per 1,000 impressions. It is the first important metric that you want to see if people are actually responding well to your ads. So this is the one that I want to keep, how expensive that is, if my ads are resonating with the audience that I am targeting. And let's go down here. So these are not really important engagement stuff because we're not running an engagement campaign. Messaging, not really important, not running a messaging campaign. So media, if you're running a video heavy ads, this will be important, but I am not in this case. I will go down. Okay, now let's add some click metrics. I want to add link clicks. I want to add link click-through rate. Let's see, where's my link click-through rate? I will want to see that. So, okay, link click-through rate here. Okay, I will go down and we are good to go. I don't want to add cost per click here, guys, because we are not charged by clicks. That's why not important. I want to focus on CPM instead of cost per click. Let's go down, and now we have the conversion metrics, which are really, really important. Add to cart, I want to add this. Okay, we want to see the checkout initiated. So I want to see the drop off from add to cart to checkout initiated. That is important metric. And I want to see, of course, purchases. So we're going to go down. We'll see purchases here. So I will add this. And if you go up, you will see total, value, and cost. What does that mean? So you can see the value of your purchase. So what is the basket value, right? If I add a, let's say, a belt and a jacket into like one purchase, the value will be higher. And the cost, how much I've spent to get that purchase. So I want to add those as well. Let's go down, value, and here I want to add the cost. That's good. I will go down. We have the custom events. We haven't created a custom event, so we do not want to add anything. goal, budget, and schedule. You can add your goal, but we already know our goal. That's all good. Let's go all the way down, and we are all good. So I want to add ROAS as a metric as well. So here we have the purchase return on ad spend. I want to click on this. Now I can see my return on ad spend. So it is asking you which ROAS, in-app purchase. We don't have an in-app, so I'm just going to keep this. And on the right-hand side, purchase conversion value. What type of purchase conversion value? Just websites. I want to keep that in and nothing else. And purchases, website purchases, I will go up, and website initiate checkouts, I will go up, and website add to carts. Cool, we are all done and dusted. Now I want to save this, because every time you log into your dashboard, you won't see this unless you save it. So I'm gonna say Jim's view, let's say, and let's save this bad boy. Cool. Now I can see them in the order that I want. So you can see it is not in the exact order, but we have to work towards adjusting the order here. But we have all the necessary metrics. If you don't want to see it, you can see under the, if you click on this, you have the Jim's view that will show up here. Okay, so if you can't see it, you want to come here and view your column presets, and I will be able to see my Jim's view if I can't find it. So I have my website purchase value here. If I hover over this or make this a little bigger, okay, purchase conversion value. So in total, we've sold $1,390 worth of product, and we want to do drag this to the right, and we can see what is our return on ad spend. It is 1.3. So every $1 we put into Meta for advertising, we get purchases in value of $1.3. And it is not amazing because there's the cost of goods here. We want to make it 3 or 3.5 to be actually profitable for the clients. So we are going to do that. We are going to optimize it. We have 76 add to carts in the last 30 days. We have 38 checkouts, and out of 38 checkouts, we have 15 purchases, which is a normal drop-off, guys. In Shopify default pages, this drop-off is quite normal. Reach, okay, we have frequency is a little too high. Maybe we want to check something. We don't do any retargeting in this campaign, and even though we have a quite high frequency, so we might actually adjust our targeting a little bit, maybe exclude website visitors, so on and so forth, and you can see our frequency is a little too high. That might be the case why this is impacting our cost per 1,000 impressions. People might be reporting if they see our ads too much. And link click-through rate, we want to get this as high as 1%, maybe about 1% would be ideal, and we've gotten 15 purchases, and we paid $70 to get one purchase. So if I say, you know what, I want to look at the last 7 days, so I will just click on this date range icon, and I will say, you know what, I want to look at last 7 days here. So if you look at last 7 days, you can see our purchase return on ad spend, ROAS, is a little bit better. So it is going to a better direction, and we were at 1.3 if you look at the last 30 days, but in the last 7 days, you can see we are improving our campaign performance. It is now 1.5 here. So instead of 1.3, it is at 1.5. Link click-through rate is still the same. Frequency is less, so we can say if the frequency is lower, our performance is getting better. Cost per 1,000 impressions is still the same here. Impressions and reach, we're not going to look at that as much in this case. We have 5 purchases, 11 checkouts, and 20 add to carts. Again, like 4-to-1 ratio from website purchases to add to carts, which is quite normal. And we can see we've overall website purchase conversion value is 502 from all the sales that we've done. And you can see we can make some adjustments, but the number one adjustment I want to make is definitely the CPM. And I will show you what are the main 3 metrics you always want to look at when you're optimizing your campaigns, but we still have time. I just wanted to show you the dashboards here, how you can change your custom dashboard. We're going to click on this and then come here, and you can select what metrics are important for you. For a sales campaign, these are the all important metrics. But let's say you are not running a sales campaign, You don't want to include checkouts initiated or return on ad spend. You can take them all out. You can just put in leads or results as a goal here. So where was our results here? It was at the very top under performance. So you can just include this and that will show you the number of leads. You don't have to include the ROAS and all. So we're gonna cover everything in more advanced level. So this was the beginning, and in the next section we're gonna be looking at retargeting and really get into the meaty parts of meta advertising. See you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section we're going to be looking at really common campaign builds. I will show you on a spreadsheet, and we're going to jump into a couple of actual campaigns that are live, and I will show you how much we are spending, and I will show you some advanced ones as well. So if you are new and if this gets confusing, don't worry, we're gonna dive into every single bit later on in the upcoming video. So let's jump in and we can see one campaign built. So we have one campaign, so you know what campaigns are, ad sets are, and ads are. So this is a really common campaign built, and you will see this all over the place. Why? Why? Because meta ads is so smart nowadays. You don't have to do multiple targeting. You don't have to have multiple ad sets and target different audiences. Meta's algorithm will take the audiences that you give and take this as a guidance. So we have one campaign, and under this campaign, we will have one ad set. And under this ad set, we will have multiple interests and behaviors stacked in one ad set, like the example that we covered, right? And underneath this one, we will have 1, 2, 3, 4 ads. So this is a really common structure that you will see. Let's say you're running 4 ads simultaneously, and after a week you come back and you see one ad is not doing so well, and you can actually pause that ad and design a new ad and put it in. Usually, if you have $10 a day budget, 4 ads will be great for you. And you can even do with 3 ads if you have $10 a day budget. And this structure, guys, with the current meta ads algorithm, you can go as high as $1,000 a day. That the reason being is it is such a smart campaign, such a smart algorithm right now, and you don't have to add multiple ad sets, multiple retargeting ad sets, multiple different ad sets that you target, different age ranges, different interests, because meta ads algorithm will learn faster with this type of campaign setup. So you're gonna have one ad. It could be a carousel, it could be a single image, it could be a video, it could be anything. You can have a catalog here, and if you don't know what those are, we're gonna cover everything in later videos. So this is a really common ad set. You can start as low as $10 a day, and as long as you're profitable, you can, as you increase your budget, you want to add more creatives, because meta algorithm will run through the creatives faster. Let's say you're running with $10 a day and you increase the budget slowly and you see you are profitable, you can increase the budget to $20 a day, $100, $200, $400, and even up to $500, maybe $1,000 a day with this campaign built. And even with this built, guys, you will still see great results. The reason I say this is because Meta's algorithm is so smart. They will find the best user for you to actually go off, show the ads to, right? So you can put an interest stack. Why do I say multiple interests? Because you don't need to test single interests anymore as you used to back in the days. Now you can put multiple interests that you think are relevant, and Meta will take that as a guidance. And if you, let's say, increase your budget to 1,000, 4 creatives won't be enough, right? If you, let's say, increase your budget to $100 a day, you want to have at least 6 to 10 creatives. And let's say you increase your budget to, let's say, $1,000 a day, you want to have at least 20 creatives running simultaneously. So let's cover one more popular campaign setup. And this is a really similar campaign setup. We have one campaign, we have one ad set, and 4 ads. The only thing different here is we are doing a broad targeting. What does a broad targeting mean? We basically do not target any interests like we did here. We don't target any behaviors, any job titles, nothing whatsoever. We are just targeting age and gender. Let's say 18 to 35 male or 18 to 35 all genders. And we let Meta find the ideal users for us. And you will see in most cases, for especially with e-commerce. If you have an e-commerce, like if you're selling products online, e-commerce works extremely well with this broad targeting, guys. So of course you still want to target a certain gender and age if you have a specific gender, but do not add any targeting, because Meta's algorithm is so smart. In 7 days they will find the ideal user in just like a click, right? And the only difference you have is the targeting. You're just targeting literally all the interests. The only, like, it is the similar structure in terms of the budget. You can start with $10 a day with this one and go as high as $1,000 a day. I mean, you can go as high as $10,000 a day. I've seen ad accounts $10,000 a day in one ad set, and they just add new creatives here. They maybe have 50 different creatives here. Add 1, add 2, add 3, add 4, add 50, like up to 50 ads running simultaneously. They're doing broad targeting, and it works like magic. You will be surprised. Let's go down. Let's take a look at another campaign setup. This campaign setup is a little bit different because we have 2 campaigns running simultaneously. We have one campaign, and this example is using, let's say, $100 a day setup. So I don't recommend if you are running $10 a day budget with this campaign structure. The reason I do not recommend this, because for a retargeting campaign, this is a retargeting campaign, you need at least a certain budget, which is, I would say, at least $60 to $70 a day. If you don't have that, do not have a retargeting campaign. And why this works so well is, guys, you are using 90% of your budget on cold audiences. So 90% of budget goes into this campaign, and you have broad targeting, just age and gender targeting, and then you have 4 ads. Again, you don't necessarily need 4 ads. Minimum, I suggest 4 ads, but if you have $90, you want to have 6 to 7 ads here. And then on the retargeting campaign, you have $10 a day, and you are retargeting website visitors, right? You are targeting people who visited your website and people who haven't bought yet. The reason I introduce retargeting campaigns, and I'm going to cover what a retargeting is, the stages of retargeting, how you should launch a retargeting campaign in later videos, but I just want you to see a common campaign build. So we have 2 campaigns. Under this campaign, we have 1 ad set and 4 ads. And under this retargeting campaign, we have 1 ad set and only targeting website visitors. Why? Because our budget is still small here, right? Our budget is still $100 a day. And here we are only allocating 10% of our budget. And since we have $10 a day, we don't need to have multiple ads, like more than 4 ads here. 2 ads will suffice. Maybe we have a catalog ad if you're running let's say e-commerce. If you have an e-commerce brand, we have a catalog ad and other ad where we just handle objections. Let's see one more campaign setup. So we have 1 campaign here, and we are using campaign budget. So guys, by now, you know what a campaign budget and an ad set budget is. So if we have a campaign budget, and let's say we have $100 ad spend here. So if we have a campaign budget, Meta will decide where to spend that budget. So let's say you might spend that budget, 60% might go here, 30% might go here, and 10% might go here, depending on the performance, right? They will start testing with small audiences, and once they see, let's say this audience is doing well, they will pour more budget into this ad set. So that is campaign budget means, which is also known as CBO, campaign budget optimization, but now it's called campaign budget. So we're gonna have, let's say, 4 ads here. These will be the same ads, so same 4 ads, same 4 ads, and same 4 ads. So we have 1 interest stack here. What does that mean? So 1 interest stack, so the reason we have 2 ad sets, we want to test different stacks of audiences here. Let's say I have a clothing store and I have some clothing store competitors, right? And let's say I'm running ads for Nike and I have competitors here. What does that mean? For instance, Adidas, Reebok, let's say, I don't know, all the Converse, all the other competitor shoe brands I have here as an interest. And I'm targeting those people. And I have the same 4 ads. And under this one, I have different stack of audience which are meaningful together. That could be running shoes, that could be running accessories, that could be fitness accessories, fitness shoes, tennis shoes. So I have a different stack of audiences here which makes sense together. And I have the same for ads. And on the other ad set, I have broad targeting, and I'm letting Meta find the audiences here. And after a while, you will see these two ad sets, let's say after 2 months, are driving majority of the sale and very profitable. And then you can come in and pause this ad set. This is a really common one as well. And keep in mind, we are using campaign budget optimization. So Meta will decide, let's say you have 100 here, they might spend only $5 on this one, $50 on this one, and $45 on this one. So it will be up to Meta basically. And if we go down, we have one more campaign setup, which is almost similar, almost exactly the same as this one. The only difference is we are using ad set budget optimization here. What does that mean? So up there, we let Meta decide what to spend on each ad set. But here, we are controlling what we spend on each ad set here. That is the difference. So what we're doing, let's say, on the ad set 1, on interest stack ad set, we're spending 40% of the budget, right? We're controlling the budget. So we are spending, let's say, $40 here, right? Let's say it is $40 on this one. 40% of the budget, and we have $100 a day in total. And we have here a broad targeting ad set, and we also want to spend another 40% of the budget. So we're basically spending the equal amount, and we have a retargeting ad set. So you don't need to create a separate retargeting campaign if you are using ad set budget optimization. So in our case, we are using ad set budget optimization, and we have $40 on this ad set, an interest stack, and we have $40 on this one, which is broad targeting, letting Meta decide, and $10 on, let's say, people who visited our website, right? We covering the full funnel, middle of funnel, top of funnel, and bottom of funnel. So we're targeting cold audiences, warm audiences, and hot audiences in just one campaign. The only thing is we want to have different creatives for our retargeting campaign. Keep that in mind. This is also a really common campaign build. You will see that a lot. Let's go down, and this is a little bit more advanced campaign build, and you will see why. So we are going to have 3 campaigns, and you want to have at least $200 a day for this campaign build, guys. If you want, you can screenshot this, and let's start covering. So number 1 campaign is a scaling campaign. So we are scaling, we have 1 ad set, 1 campaign, and we are targeting everyone. So we are only restricting algorithm if we know a certain age range is going to buy from us and a certain gender. So only age and gender targeting here, and this is the ad set number 1. Since we have a quite big budget, we have, let's say, 8 to 10 different ads running simultaneously. And here we want to use the proven ads, proven winning ads. So you don't start a brand new ad account with this campaign structure. So you ideally want to start either this campaign structure, this, or this, the first one. So these are really simple structures. You start with those. Ideally, you want to start with this one, guys. So 1 interest stacked and 4 ads under 1 campaign. Then once you increase your budget, you are ready to scale, you can come to this campaign structure, right? And we have the second campaign. This second campaign will be using a retargeting campaign, retargeting audiences. So you can stack all the retargeting components. People visited your website, people added to cart, people engaged on your social media. So this will target warm and hot audiences at the same time. And you can have 3 to 4 different creatives. 1 could be a catalog ad, 2 and 3 could be video ads. It is up to you. We're gonna come to creative testing strategies, and you will know what I'm talking about. And this is retargeting only. And you want to have, again, 10 to 20% of your budget on this here, no more than 20%. And most brands I work with, they are not profitable after 20%. And some brands, they're not profitable after 10%. So your cost per acquisition and cost per purchase will increase. People get bored of seeing your ads depending on the number of people visiting your website. I ideally suggest keep it maximum 20%. 10 to 15% would be great. 10% is ideal. Sometimes you can, if your budget is so high, 5% will do the job of your entire budget. Then this makes sense. You are familiar with this setup. We have a second campaign that is retargeting. What the hell is this third campaign? This should be the third campaign. So what is the role of this campaign? So in this campaign, we are using Adset budget optimization. So you know Adset budget means we control how much we spend on each ad set. And the whole purpose of this campaign is to test ad creatives. So in each ad set, we are going to target broadly, which means basically just age and gender targeting, and the targeting has to be identical. So if you're targeting 18 to 25 male, we have to target 18 to 25 male. If you target 18 to 65 all genders, you have to target 18 to 65 all genders in all four. So, and under each ad set, you are going to have one creative. That's it. And this creative will be different than this creative, and this creative will be different than this creative, and this creative will be different than this creative. So the whole purpose of us doing this is we are A/B testing these creatives at the same time. So at one point, we are spending, let's say, $20 here, $20 here, 20 here, 20 here, and we're gonna end up seeing a winner at the end of 1 week. So the ideal creative testing strategy, which I'm going to cover, but I will briefly talk about it. You want to spend $20 each and wait 1 week. If you're spending $10 each, you want to wait 2 weeks. If you're spending $5 each, you have to wait longer than that, right? Or if you're spending $50 each ad set, which is $200 for this creative testing, and then you don't have to wait for a week, 3 days or 2 days even, you will be seeing your winners. So let's say at the end of this week, you're gonna have one creative has, let's say, 10 ROAS, return on ad spend, right? Driving most of the purchases. And this one is maybe 2 ROAS, this one is 1 ROAS, this one hasn't driven any purchases yet, right? This one is not a winner, this one is clear winner. So what you're going to do at the end of this week, you're gonna take this winner and then add, let's say, ad number X, you're gonna take this winner and put this into this campaign. So you're gonna use exact same creative and add one creative into this campaign. So this is your scaling campaign. So you want to have your winning creatives in this campaign here. So let's say in 7 days, are you going to pause this campaign? No, you're going to launch another 4 different creatives. So you keep running this creative test simultaneously, and at the end of every week or every 2 weeks, depending on your budget per each ad set, you're gonna have a winner, and you're gonna use that winner in here. You're gonna add this winner here. So this will basically get and use the proven ad creatives and scale. You're going to increase the budget, be more profitable, and here you're going to be testing ad creatives. We're going to talk about how to test ad creatives in the later modules, but this is just an example. So hope this is clear, and I will show you how this all looks in an active ad account. All right, we are in one ad account, and you guys can see we are spending quite a bit on this ad account. How much we're spending? I think we're spending $200 a day. So if you have one campaign and one ad set, it doesn't matter if you're using ad set budget or campaign budget, because you only have one ad set, right? That doesn't matter. So we are spending $200 a day, and you can see our cost per lead is $50. And we're driving real estate leads for this business. And we don't need multiple leads, we don't need multiple campaigns, we don't need multiple ad sets, because the Meta's algorithm is so smart. The main thing we focus on is the ad creative. We use AI generated ad creatives, user generated ad creatives, just static ads, just offer ads. We have a lot of ad formats that I'm going to show you in the later videos. But this is just one campaign. And if you click edit, and you will see all the settings, what we are doing basically here. So we can see campaign objective is as leads. We're using Adset budget, doesn't really matter because we only have one ad. So as we go down, and if I click on the Adset level, you will see what I'm targeting. So 25 plus in terms of the ages, and real estate stacked. So you will see everything is stacked. So we're spending $250 a day, and everything is real estate stacked. So look at this targeting. So property finder related stuff, all property industry, real property, Zillow, and property related as well. And my estimated audience size is 1.8 million to 2.1 million. And you can see this, and we are using advantage placements as well. So we have a quite large audience, but we are targeting a 20-kilometer radius. And you will see as we go to the ad level, you can see I have maybe 5 active ads at the same time running, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I can add more, and you can see all of the ads are driving great results here. All of my ads are performing well. So I'm not going to pause any ads here. So this ad is not doing so well. I might pause this one because Meta is not spending on this campaign. And you can see my ad creative is doing the heavy lifting. We're testing hooks, we're testing the style of the video ads, and I will talk about all of them in a later module. And you can see just one campaign and one ad set and multiple ads. So that is one common structure. Let's take a look at another example here. So we have here, we just launched this one actually. We have e-commerce. The previous one was basically a lead generation business, B2B, B2C lead generation, business to consumer. So this one is basically an e-commerce store, right? We are selling e-commerce products, which basically apparel, t-shirts. So what we have here, you will see the same common theme here. So we're gonna click on this one campaign, and you can see we have one active ad set here. So I tested both of them here. I used campaign budget optimization like the ones that I showed you, one broad targeting and one interest stacked. So the interest stacked performed better than the previous one. You can see my return on ad spend, ROAS, is way higher on this one than this one. So in this one, we are profitable. On this one, we are not. We are losing money. So that's why we are using just this ad set. And under this ad set, if you click on this one, you will see we have 3 to 4 different ads. We have 3 different ads live running at the same time. We have one carousel, which is catalog ads connected to the catalog, and 2 video ads. So one video, yes, one video and one static ad. You might be asking, Jim, why do you have less number of ads compared to the previous example? Because our budget is small here, guys. So if we come to edit here, most likely we are using campaign budget on this one. Yes, we are using campaign budget, and you can see we are only spending $47 a day. And the previous example, we were spending $250 a day. So that's why we don't need more than 3 or 4 different ads. So let's take a look at another example. On this example, this is a really advanced campaign. The reason this is an advanced campaign because the client has some requests from us, and their request was, look, I want to have an awareness campaign where we have an awareness campaign objective. I want to, this is top of funnel. I want to have a middle of funnel campaign where we have a middle of funnel campaign where we target warm audiences with specific creatives to get them to the website using traffic objective as landing page views. And we have a creative testing campaign. So our budget is quite big on this campaign, this account. That's why we are able to do this. And we have a bottom of funnel campaign, and we have one sale campaign. This is not ideal, but sometimes clients will request stuff like this. Then you will have to run an awareness campaign where you target certain audiences, exclude everyone who interacted with your business. So you basically show your ads to brand new eyeballs because this brand is really big, and they like everybody knows this brand, and it is an existing brand. So that's why we don't want to show our ads to people who already know this brand, right? We want to show our ads to people who have never touched or seen or interacted with this brand before. That's why we are using this strategy, and this was client's specific request, because I told them awareness campaigns are not going to fill the pockets. You're not going to see the impacts of this awareness campaign in real time. But they wanted to have this funnel, so we worked with this client in this way. And we also have one more example, which is a gym example. So this is a gym franchise. You can see we have one campaign and a traffic campaign for each location of the gym, and we have 4-kilometer radius around each gym, and we are using traffic objective. The reason we are using traffic objective instead of e-commerce and sale is we cannot have tracking on this campaign setup on their website. It is impossible to do tracking. They are using a specific software that disables us to set up conversion tracking, because that's our only way of basically running ads and giving something to the algorithm. Because if you run a sales campaign and don't have tracking, the algorithm will get confused and not give you great results. And you can see our KPI is basically clicks and click-through rate. So I am focusing on having as high as click-through rate, and you can see my click-through rate is quite low on this location. So I will change my creatives here, and I have 3 to 2 different creatives since the budget is really small. So I have one active ad on this one, and these ads, by the way, winner ads, we A/B tested these ads and they work quite well. So you want to have at least 3 to 4 ad creatives regardless of your budget, and I'm going to add new creatives on these ones as well. So this was a brief overview of common campaign setups. You are going to see different common setups as well. These are just a brief overview, and if you just don't take anything away from this course and just know this, that will make you succeed. Basically, you want to focus on your creatives and not the campaign setup so much. There are multiple setups as we went over, but setup is not your winning ticket. Your winning ticket is finding the winning creative, right? You will have one creative which will drastically improve your performance instead of finding a really good audience signal for Meta to find, because Meta's algorithm is way smarter than you think, especially nowadays. All right, guys, hope this was clear, and I will see you in the next one. Hey, everybody, in this section, we're going to be learning what is retargeting. So if you know retargeting, I still suggest you stick around because you're going to learn new things, because Meta ads is changing constantly, and how we do retargeting is going to change as well. We're going to start with what is retargeting. We're going to start with the basics, and then we're going to learn how retargeting stages and retargeting era changing in today's day and age in advertising and meta ads. Then we're going to cover the common retargeting creative examples. So let's start. What is retargeting? So basically, we are showing our ads to people who already seen our brand, right? They already interacted with our brand. They don't necessarily need to see our ads before, but it is a tool that we mainly use to show our ads to people who visited our website, who engaged with our Instagram ads, who viewed our videos somewhere, and we retarget those people, right? So how do we do that? There are many ways we can do it. Meta allows different ways for us to use this retargeting function, and it is super effective. Usually, retargeting ads are going to be your most profitable ad campaigns. Number one is Meta Pixel. So you guys remember we set up our tracking for lead generation via Meta Pixel, right? That's when you do that type of tracking, you will be showing your ads to those people who added to cart, purchased the product, or maybe added to cart and didn't purchase a product via this pixel. If you do not have a pixel in place, you're not going to be able to use that functionality, right? But on Shopify, for instance, when we set up our Shopify tracking via the API, you know how we talked about they have their own servers That is basically how we do the retargeting on the server side. So these Metapixel and the API are basically super similar, but conversion API via the server side, when you have a Shopify store, for instance, since they have their own service, this is going to be a little bit more accurate, 10 to 15% more accurate data. Or if you don't have tracking, or you have tracking, but we can still do retargeting via on Meta platforms, such as, let's say they interacted with your Instagram, they interacted with your Facebook content, they interacted with your, let's say, ads on platform, let's say they liked your ads, viewed your videos, opened your lead forms, and visited your business page. So we can retarget, show our ads to those people again. Or we have a first-party data. What is a first-party data? First-party data is a list that you somehow have. Let's say you have that list via your brick and mortar store, right? You people visited your store, you got their email address to process a payment, and then you can upload that list to Meta and retarget that. That is really efficient for businesses who have their brick and mortar stores, right? I'm going to show you some ads or I work with some brands that have, let's say they make 500,000 a month via their stores, like they have 10 stores in Melbourne, Australia, but they also do online sales and they have a majority of the sales coming from online, 600,000, 700,000. So in total, they make a good amount, but we also want to use that customer information that we own for ourselves and upload it to Meta Ads. That will be your first party data. We will use that as well. And then why retargeting works. So we know our normal ads, they can convert anytime. We're gonna cover the creative strategies and you show your ads. And some people, they don't need many touch points, right? Let's say you're selling a t-shirt and they really like the ad. They really like that t-shirt. They visit your website and they buy. But it is rare, guys. It is quite rare that a person sees an ad and they immediately act. That sometimes that usually happens on Google Ads. For instance, they are actively searching for something, and on Meta Ads, that's not the case, right? We interrupt. That is an interruption-based marketing. We interrupt their daily lives. We interrupt their scrolling on Meta on Instagram. So we show our ads to those people. And again, since that is the case, our conversion rate is not going to be as high as Google, for instance. On Google, if that person, let's say, lost their keys to their home, right? They are searching for a locksmith. And that person has to find a locksmith. They're probably going to click or leave their information on the first locksmith ad they see on Google. But on Meta Ads, it's a different case story, right? And most people don't buy on the first touch. Sometimes it requires 5 to 8 touch points before making the purchase. So that's why retargeting is really, really important, right? So your brand is being seen by your potential customers and you're using the retargeting to make that extra nudge, right? You're just poking their shoulders and saying, you know what, you forgot this, you should buy now and take action now. So that is really, really powerful. Let's say a person visits your website and looks at a product, right? And they leave without buying. There could be many reasons why they leave. They may be wife shouting in the background. They're having an argument. Maybe they're scrolling through Instagram at work and their boss just walks into the room and let me put my phone into the pocket. I want to look like I'm working, so on and so forth, right? They leave without buying. And later that day, they see an ad for the same product on Instagram. And they are reminded, they're pulled back in, and they are more likely to convert at that time. So that is basically what retargeting is. You're basically reminding people that they forgot to make a purchase. And in the next section, we're going to be looking at the retargeting stages and how it is changing in the new era. All right, guys, let's dive into the retargeting stages. So we briefly covered beginning of this, what top of funnel, middle of funnel, and bottom of funnel is. If you haven't seen that, go watch the first videos and then you will understand what I'm talking about. So top of funnel is the first touch points of that customer with your brands, right? As I said, there are going to be some people who are going to buy right away. That is a small minority though. It's not really common. Middle of funnel, they are actually using those things, but it is not that strict, right? So Google and Meta, they give the seminars, they're billion-dollar companies, right? And they invest ton of money into research, like how people make purchases online. So they know it is not as strict, but it is a good visualization that a person sees, like get introduced to your brand, and then they get warmer, and then you do your retargeting, right? But overall, what we want to do is make it simplified. So we want to make things simplified, and our creative and messaging and targeting will change based on that. So we call retargeting as middle of funnel and bottom of funnel. Some people call retargeting as just bottom of funnel, right? But you have to understand we can call middle of funnel and bottom of funnel as retargeting. We're gonna cover them as retargeting in this stage, right? So we covered top of funnel is also called as cold audiences, haven't heard of your brand yet. They don't know of a problem, maybe they're aware of a problem they have, but they don't know you have the solution. They don't know who you are, basically. Warm is they know you exist, but they don't know why should they buy from you. And bottom of funnel, they are fully aware, maybe they converted or about to convert. So let's cover what they are. So middle of funnel, let's start with the middle of funnel. This is called the warm audiences. You will see MOF in a lot of advertising accounts. If you start auditing Meta Ads accounts, you will see this as MOF, middle of funnel. So they're not total strangers like top of funnel, right? They're not cold audiences, but they are not in a ready to buy mode, right? They're not going to buy right away. So we want to give them some extra reasons for them to buy. So they might be engaging with your Instagram. Maybe they visited your website. It could be all middle of funnel. But if they added to cart, maybe they checked out, they're not middle of funnel. They're almost bottom of funnel. Middle of funnel is just kind of in the middle stages, right? So they're in between, right? They're curious, they're considering, but they need more reasons to buy from you, right? So they don't trust you as much, or they might have other objections that we're going to cover. So the role of this middle of funnel stage of retargeting, number one is educate. We need to give more context about who you are and why they should listen to you, right? So you are educating them about the problem, about the product, about who you are, basically. And we want to nurture those people, right? We want to provide some credibility, testimonials, case studies, how the product actually works. And we want to also overcome some objections, right? And middle of funnel is basically turning that consideration stage into ready to buy stage, right? Maybe they get into that ready to buy stage, but they're not really in the mood to buy. Maybe they forgot their credit card information, like their wallet is in their cars, so on and so forth, right? And then what are common middle of funnel audiences in Meta Ads? So number one, I would consider website visitors, which are also known as WV. You will see that as WV in a lot of Meta ad accounts, but not purchased yet. So video viewers, let's say we are running a video ads and they viewed 25% of your video, 50%, 75%, and 95% of your videos, and that also classifies as a middle of funnel audience. Maybe they engaged with your Instagram posts, Facebook page likes, and they liked your Facebook page, commented on some of the posts, shared it, or saved. They also count as engagement metrics. Or maybe they viewed a product page but not added to cart or not initiated checkout, and they didn't buy either. So here we are actually basically covered this middle of funnel audience. And you might be asking, Jim, what is the difference of that from bottom of funnel? And we're gonna cover that right now. So in the bottom of funnel is basically these are the hottest audiences. They added to cart, but they just didn't purchase. They might have common objections. Maybe that wasn't the right time, right? That person maybe only buys when they're at home, when they're chilling. They don't want to make a rushed decision. And you just show your middle of funnel ad maybe to them at their work when they're not ready to buy at this stage, right? They want to think, they want to see more reviews, they want to get their head into the right space, right? So they showed a strong intent to buy from you, right? Then we just need that nudge, little nudge by showing proof, creating some urgency, and get them to take action. So the role of bottom of funnel, right? This audience type is the most profitable audience type, right? Why? Because top of funnel and middle of funnel stages of your funnel basically took or have done all the heavy lifting, right? You're just giving them a little nudge and they will convert. That is the most powerful thing, right? Converting leads into paying customers, removing the last objections, and creating urgencies, offers, 10% offs to that last bit so they actually buy. So what are the bottom of funnel audiences in meta advertising ecosystem? Number one, people who added to cart but they didn't purchase. They showed a great intent to buy but they just didn't do it. Maybe they think the shipping is expensive, so on and so forth. People who initiated checkout but didn't buy, right? So you add to cart, initiate checkout, but when they see the shipping cost, maybe they just didn't want it. Or you can qualify website visitors but in the 1 to 7 days as a retargeting, as a bottom of funnel audience. Why? Because they visited your website in the last 7 days. Or lead form opens but didn't submit. This is for lead generation, not for e-commerce. But let's say they opened a lead form. There are lead form ads in Meta, which we're going to cover. But they opened the form, they filled out some information, but they didn't submit their information, right? So those are also hot audiences, bottom of funnel audiences. So maybe there are some existing leads who haven't booked a call or converted via the salesperson. Maybe they just need to be, facing your brand a little bit more online, more touch points. And also we can consider repeat customers bottom of funnel, meaning they bought before previously, and that is going to be the easiest sale, and you will increase the lifetime value of a customer. So how much a person buys from you in their lifetime, right? So you sell them a product every single year, that is going to be a high lifetime value because it's not going to be as hard as to convince that person to buy from you again, because they come through the funnel of top of funnel, middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, and now they already know your brand. They already experienced the product that you have. If they have good experience, of course, they will be easier to convert again. But if they have a bad experience, that will be a really hard sell. So let's cover the new era. What is the new era in retargeting? So the new era is basically consolidation of middle of funnel and bottom of funnel. Back in the days, we used to have separate campaigns for middle of funnel, separate campaigns for bottom of funnel, and we used to be really nuanced in terms of what we targeting and what messages we used to put. But the audience signals are really inaccurate these days. Even if you do the iOS 14 plus whatever, even if you do the server-side tracking via Shopify. So server-side tracking is more accurate, but you're going to see still some inaccuracies with your audiences, right? So you think that person, you're targeting the person who, put their information in the checkout stage and they just didn't buy. But in reality, that person might have bought, and there must be an inaccuracy in that audience bracket. That's why we don't really rely on these specific audiences too much, and we want to consolidate them into one big campaign in Meta Ads. So we put middle of funnel audiences, people who engaged with you somehow, and you put the audiences that added to cart, didn't purchase, opened up a lead form, didn't purchase. You want to put them into the same audience segment and have as many objection handling as possible in the ads. And Meta is so smart. They will understand what type of ad which type of audience will face, because they're not going to tell you what type of objections they have, right? So you have to provide Meta all the possible creatives, right? We're going to cover what type of objections people usually have, and we want to give Meta all the weapons, all the possible ammunition, so they can use and see which audience reacts the best to which type of creative. And let's move on. And we're going to have, as I said, since we have inaccuracies, a lot of overlap. So if we split them into separate campaigns, like middle of funnel, bottom of funnel, and I've seen some ad accounts, guys, I can't believe it. Some brands, they make quite millions a month, and they still use this structure. And every time they get me to audit their Meta ads accounts, I consolidate them, and when they listen to me, their return on ad spend increases, and they trust the Meta algorithm more, and it takes less time nowadays. Yes, if it was 6 years ago, I would understand that, but now Meta ads is changing, right? So for instance, you don't have to separate a video viewer audience in a different ad set or campaign, or the site visitor into a separate campaign or an ad set. You put them all in together, have a big chunky retargeting audience. And the algorithm is smarter than we are. And we think we can outsmart the algorithm by, manipulating small, tiny audiences. If they have seen this video, I will show them this video. But most likely, that audience is not going to follow your funnel as you think they are, right? Because there's going to be leakages in every bucket. So you want to give the algorithm the best possible ammunition in terms of advertising creative, and Meta ads will do the heavy lifting. So why one big ad set works better? So we want to give them a mixed creative batch that is, maybe depending on your budget, of course, like 10 to 20 different creatives, or maybe your budget is really small for retargeting. You just put like 3-4 creatives on retargeting, and then Meta will understand each user's journey and show your ads to those people. Hope you're getting this, guys. In the next section, we will go and see what type of retargeting creatives we can use, and we will see some examples. All right, I'll see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section, we're covering the most important aspect of retargeting, which is why don't they buy? Because you're not using the right creatives and giving the right ammunition to Meta advertising. So when you give them the same creatives, and I've seen some people do it, even in the agency world, like you think of agency people as the, like smart, they jack of all trades and stuff. But, I've seen a lot of people who are in the senior positions, they don't understand the core principle of your retargeting ads should be different than your top of funnel ads. The reason being is, imagine you go ask someone out, they say no, and you go to them like an hour later and ask them out again. I mean, what are the chances they're gonna say yes? Maybe 0.01. Like, it's almost impossible. You have to maybe like get to know that person, maybe show a different face of you, make jokes, give them a flower, buy something. You have to be creative. Put something in front of them different, so they have to consider you as a prospect. So let's cover. So why top of funnel ads fail at retargeting? As I said, some people use top of funnel ads in their retargeting campaigns, and it is too weak, guys. So the top of funnel ads are designed to have a strong hook and not convert. Again, there are going to be certain instances where you're going to convert those people. I showed you a lead generation campaign example where we went over one ad account, and I'm just using one campaign, one ad set there. I'm not using any retargeting there because it's not a purchase action that I want them to do, right? It's just simple, put their information. And for lead generation, retargeting is important, yes, but not as important as e-commerce, because on e-commerce, a person is pulling out his credit card, putting it on a stranger's website. That is a lot more commitment than putting your email and phone number. Keep that in mind. And no proof. Like at retargeting, people want to see what others think. Like before you make a decision, think about you're walking down a busy street, there are a bunch of Chinese restaurants, one of them is empty, one of them there's a huge queue. Which food you want to eat? Of course, the one that is crowded. Why? You think other people are trusting that, and you want to show that online. Exact same thing online. And urgency, you want to use urgency as well. Is there a rule that you cannot use urgency in your top of funnel ads? Of course not. You can use that, but on retargeting, it works way better. And all right, let's move on and cover why they didn't buy and what type of objections we can handle. So these are really common objections they have, like on your top of funnel ads or warm audiences, they don't buy. And number one is the most common one. It is too expensive. They don't. It is common. I mean, what are you going to do to solve that problem? Usually common, 10% off on your first purchase type of offer on retargeting works quite well. We're gonna see some examples. And I don't trust this brand. It is really common. The most common one usually. They don't know who you are. Maybe they've seen you a couple of times organically, maybe a Google ad, right? They don't know that you exist. They don't trust you. So we have to build that trust. Thirdly, we have, I don't need it right now. So it's not an urgency for them, but you have to show your ads. Maybe you have a marketing agency, they are happy with an agency. But let's say there's a problem happens with their current agency, and then your ads popping off, they don't need it right now. But a month later, your retargeting ads keep showing up to them. Oh, you know what? I'm having problems with my agency, and I remember seeing these guys. They trust you now, right? You built that relationship with your meta ads, and when they need it, you're right there. And then what if it doesn't work for me is a really common one. Then now, if that's the case, that's the objection, you want to show them you have a money back guarantee, a certain guarantee that you have, right? Then some people might not be sure about the quality. Then you do a quality testing. There was a really famous, a viral, like the first days almost of YouTube, like when it first came out, there was a blender brand, right? And the blender brand created a video series where it blended a series called Will It Blend, and they blended iPhones, they put stuff in the blender, and it was just crushing stuff up, and it became so entertaining. Their sales boomed. So they basically demonstrated that the product is really quality, and they just made a lot of sales with that specific campaign. It's just creative. You don't have to do that, of course, but just think outside the box when you're doing that. And I don't want the hassle of returns. Maybe you do free returns, maybe you display certain models and what they weigh, what their body shapes are, and then you say this person is wearing small. Like, you can do that with your ads, you can do that on your website as well, which we're gonna cover. So I need to think about it. Is a really common one. Maybe that person really likes what you have to offer, but they need some time, which is extremely common. And that's why we do retargeting, right? You're gonna have a lot of people that they don't want to buy right now. They have to think about it. They're at work, people are busy, they're at school, they come home, chill, they're in front of the couch, looking at their phones, they see your meta ads on Instagram or Facebook or an audience network, bam, then they're ready to buy. They think about it and they buy. And then I'm confused about how this works, usually in complicated products or complicated offers. Then on your retargeting, you want to be really explicit about explaining each and every step, right? So if they're confused, you want to show a demonstration type of video. That is important. I've seen this before, but wasn't convinced, meaning they are aware of that problem, they are aware of that solution, but they are not just convinced. So you have to make that convincing, and having simple guarantees like, if you think this is not going to work for you, we're going to give you a money back guarantee. It doesn't have to be money back guarantee. It could be like first month free for subscription-based businesses. If they say, I already have something similar, which is a common thing, but you have to explain your role here, is come with different angles and say how this is a slightly different product and enhances their life in a different way. Let's see some examples. So we have one ad from True Classics, which is a great brand that I like, and you can see their ads on Meta by going to Meta Ads Library, which I'm going to cover how to see their ads as well. So you can see they are creating some urgency. This is also a scarcity, almost sold out. Fall colors almost sold out. So I know the brand. Okay, I'm introduced to them now. Regardless of am I in the middle of funnel or bottom of funnel, this is a retargeting ad. We can say that, right? Major deal alert. They're not introducing me to their brands anymore. I visited their site but didn't buy, and now they're creating an urgency. Okay, I need to act now or they are sold out. We have a reminder. So the reminder will be basically acknowledging the past relationship with the prospect. So this guy is doing this really well. Sabri Subi, the owner of King Kong, and I like his ads, and he's doing really good job at retargeting, putting little humor into his ads as well. So look at this. So sorry to bother you. And he's acknowledging that you are seeing the ad again, and that kind of creates or takes away that annoying factor of the ad. So it is just a reminder. We have a comparison ad. This is more on the bottom of funnel stages. So if Meta shows this, and Meta is so smart, they will show this to the people who are warmer, middle of funnel stage audiences. They will convert really, really well. Why? Because they know your product exists, but they're not sure how you're different, right? Basically. So this is doing that. This comparison style at us versus them, it is also called as. We're gonna cover all the creative strategies, which you will see this really commonly. So this is giving you why it is different than the other brands. So this will give you that nudge to buy. Then we have a really common one. This is meat and potatoes of basically retargeting ads, having testimonials, right? So this is a jiu-jitsu clothing, and you can see everything you need to start your jiu-jitsu journey. And this is like a testimonial from a past customer, and we have really happy with this purchase. Great quality for price. We'll be purchasing more hooks gear. So this is giving you more. Again, this is a video, but you can see this part of the ad is static, and giving more testimonials never hurts. Again, if these are video testimonials, photo testimonials, they're better, but having this still works. And you're basically creating that environment where people are trusting you more, right? As I said in the Chinese restaurant example, you will trust the brand or the restaurant that has more people waiting outside. And we have a great one. This is Simon, the founder of Culture Kings. It's a really big apparel brand in Australia. They're actually a reseller, but they have a good brand. And this is a great ad where he is actually reacting to a really common objection, right? He has this paid community, and apparently he's claiming he sold his business for like $100 million or something. And he is trying to get people to his paid partnership. And as a common objection, a lot of people will think well, if you're so rich, why are you trying to get me to sign up to your program, right? Really common objection. And he's handling this and screenshotting this and answering this with a video, right? Really common in a great way. So you can handle all objections yourself like this. Even you have, let's say, a e-commerce product, right? E-commerce purchase. Then we have a before after. This is a Leica. So Leica is the brand of a pet products brand, I would say, like a pet food brand. And you can see they are showing a great before after, which is also a testimonial, but as you guys know, dogs can speak, so we're just seeing the before and afters. And we can see this testimonial text from the owner, right? My chunky monkey is not so chunky anymore. And we can see the Pepe's human, and we can see the person's name, and that's great. So you can see the problems are gone with this product, and we see it before after, right? That's great. Let's see one more. So this is a really common creative type, which doesn't require any effort at all. It is just creating the catalog, and via with your Shopify, I will show you how to do that, and you will be able to show your ads dynamically depending on what they're likely to interact with. Maybe they visited your site and seen this products like the green shirt, and Meta ads will most likely show this catalog from your catalog. Maybe you have thousands of products, will show this product to that person because they've already engaged with this product specifically before. And that is amazing. And what will happen, guys, most likely, that is a really common, not a problem, but people see that as a problem. 80 to 70% of your budget will go to this catalog ad, because imagine the number of ads this will create. So this will be a carousel format, and there are hundreds of permutation, thousands of permutation. This product first, other product second, this product first, the other product second, and there's a bunch of different combinations that can happen in this catalog carousel. So you will see a lot of ads. So for instance, Amazon does that a lot. If you look at Amazon's ads via ads library, which I will show you when we come to the creative section, you will see they have dynamic catalog as a single image format, and they don't have to create a separate ad for each of the billions of products they have on Amazon website, right? Let's see one more example. So we have a reminder ad. This is a lifestyle. The person, the model is wearing the product, but the reminder isn't the copy. This plus you equals meant to be. Again, a humor inserted and a reminder acknowledging the past relationship with the customer. Not handling any objections, but this is more of the reminder. Maybe it was not the right time that person didn't buy, and maybe this is the right time. Let's see what more. We have a discount ad. This is a really old ad, but this will still work. It's a lifestyle ad. You can see the person is wearing Puma, and look at the discount. So this is basically handling the expensive objection, or maybe they didn't have time. But if they see this ad, most likely they will convert, because you can see use code extra 10 for a little something extra off your order. And if that person has been thinking the product is expensive, that little extra 10% off will get them through the door. Then we have a money back offer, which is great. This converts really well. So 60 days to wash it and wear it. And if you don't love it, returns are free. So look at this. What if I don't like this as an objection, right? And if you put that type of an offer, if they don't like it, they can bring it back and get their money back. I mean, that is the easiest way to convert those people. But not everybody can do or provide that type of offers in their ads, and that's all right. We're gonna cover a lot more creative strategies, and this was it, guys. Again, think about this portion of this presentation. What are the common objections people see? And when you're scrolling through your Facebook ads, consciously think, Facebook and Instagram, if you see an ad, oh, okay, did I see this ad before? Or are they acknowledging the past relationship? Because that is really important. Think about it. And if you can determine that is probably a retargeting ad, you are learning this as a great digital marketer. All right, guys, I will see you in the next one. In this section, we're going to be launching a retargeting campaign for a clothing brand. The only thing we are going to do here is not a complex setup. Again, really low budget campaign. And if you want to look at the campaign here, click on this campaign and you will see we have a stacked audience, one of the common campaign types. And you can see the ROAS is not great, 1.88, and the client is barely profitable. So if you click on this, you will see the daily budget being really, really small, which is, I think it was 47 something dollars. Let's go up. And if it is Adset budget, no, it is campaign budget. So if you go to campaign, we can see the budget is $47. So I'm gonna make it almost 10% for the retargeting campaign budget. I will drop the budget to 40 bucks here. The reason I'm doing this, I'm gonna use that $7. I know which is not enough, but we're going to use that $7 as a retargeting budget. So I'm just gonna click here, and as I said, if you are doing a campaign budget optimization, you don't wanna put your retargeting campaign ad set inside of one campaign. And since we are doing an campaign budget optimization, we want to create another campaign. If it was an ad set budget optimization, I could have just put this retargeting in here and adjust the budgets like that. But in this case, it will be different. So I will just create a campaign, and the objective for this campaign is going to be sales, and we're gonna click next. So this is going to be a retargeting campaign. Retargeting, cool. All right, so everything is clear. Campaign details, buying type is auction, campaign objective is here. And here, this is the Shopify catalog, guys. This is automatically going to be selected, and we want to use catalog ads. As a retargeting ad, this is important. Once we set up the tracking from Shopify, the catalog is automatically connected to your business manager. So now we don't have to actually change anything here from the catalog. If you want to see if your catalog is connected with no errors whatsoever, you can click on this view. But I know I have connected this perfectly fine, and I'm gonna enable this Advantage Plus catalog ads, and it will automatically show the relevant products to that relevant user, and it will be dynamically showing the right products to the users who have seen the ads. And you can see the budget will be the $7 that we took out from our daily available budget giving from the client. So our highest volume is going to be the one that we're going to be using, and we haven't defined the audiences yet. I'm going to talk about those later, and I will say next. Now we're in the ad set level, guys. Now we will say retargeting stacked. So, okay, now we're stacking the retargeting, and performance goal is not number of clicks, it will be sales. We want to change this. So maximize number of conversions, yes, and conversion event will be purchased. That's good. We're not touching anything else. Okay, so you can see it is created, but you have the ability to create different sets. What are those sets? Sets could be anything like, you know, trouser sets, you know, t-shirts, hoodies, different sets like that. I will show you that later on, but this client doesn't have many products, so there's no need for me to create specific sets. So you can see we have 309 products. That's not a lot, and we're gonna go down. Okay, now if you are using catalog ads, this option is given to you. If you're not using catalog ads, this won't show up. So this is Advantage Plus on for audiences. You're gonna click on retarget ads to people who interacted with your products on and off Facebook. So that is a really powerful setting that we are going to use here. So we're gonna click on this, and they will give you some suggestions. Okay, viewed or added to cart but not purchased, and you can have a specific days here. So you cannot add 180, the 180 will be the maximum. You can see if I put 181, they won't let me do it. So here I want to, since depending on the traffic that is coming to your site, since this website doesn't have much traffic, I want to keep it as high as possible, right? I want to target all the people who have visibly, you know, added to cart, didn't buy. And I want to target all of those people. But if your website gets quite a bit of traffic, I wouldn't say with traffic, because it will be dependent on the number of sales. That will be a better baseline. So if you are making $10,000 every single month with your products, then you can lower this. If you're making $100,000 every single month, then you can make it 60. If you're making $1 million with sales in your Shopify products, you can make it 30 or less. So in this case, we are making less than 10,000. So I will just delete this whole thing. Okay, and since we're doing less than 10,000, I want to make as maximum as possible, which is going to be 180 days. Okay, so we also have the ability to select this, which is add to cart but not purchased. So this will be a smaller subset of audiences, because there's going to be more people who viewed and added to cart but not purchased, and upsell products, so people who viewed, added to cart, and you will show different set of products. You can see you have to select a set of products, and some of the products will be created by, some of the sets will be created by Meta. So you can see Meta created beanie sets for me, and some homepage products. You can see early access hats, we just have one hat here, 8 different items here and 69 variants, and different signature series, long sleeves, 9 items only. So we don't have much options, and if we don't have enough traffic and sales coming in for us to use that functionality, right? So you can show your ads that people visited a certain product set, and we can show them a different product set, right? So like you bought this, you also want this. Let's say they bought a pair of socks, we offer them trousers. If they bought a pair of jeans, we offer them t-shirts, so on and so forth. But cross-selling is also similar, and we don't want to use that one. Or you can pick a custom combination, meaning, you know, they interacted with beanies, and they also added to cart, viewed in the last 14 days, added to cart, let's say in the last, they will be higher intent, let's say just 90 days, and you can add an inclusion here. Let's say purchased in the last 118 days, but you can exclude people. Let's say we don't want purchased, and we want to exclude people who purchased in the last 14 days, right? You can create multiple custom combinations here, and I'm not going to do that because we don't have enough traffic, and I suggest you don't really nail down these combinations too much. Meta doesn't work so well if you like specifically create minuscule audiences like that. Meta doesn't like it. Depending on the audience size, again, as I said, and the revenue that you make, we are going to choose this, and I want to make it as big as possible, 180 days. So it will be a nice, healthy size audience. So usually when you select a retargeting audience, they won't give you a number on the right-hand side. Usually they give you an audience size, if it's healthy or not, but in this case, we don't have that. And we have custom audiences that we can add. Right? So in this case, I want to create a custom audience, which we will cover that later on, but it will be custom audience that is meta-based, not website-based. So website-based is via Pixel or API as we covered. We can create a customer list as we covered, like upload our list online, which is going to be name and email. We're going to cover how to do that, which will be first-party data, our data. We can do app activity, which we don't have an app, so it's not the use. We can do catalog activity. If they swipe the catalog, we can target those people, but we don't have a catalog yet for the top of funnel campaign. What we will do videos or Instagram account. Since the Instagram account is quite healthy for this client, we want to target people who engaged with our Instagram. So as I said, we're combining bottom of funnel and middle of funnel together. This is the new way of retargeting. So I'm gonna say next. Okay, now you can see it will ask me what type of days you want the engagement to be. So you can see the maximum here is 1 year, which is too much. I don't like that. So if I do 366, it won't let me create it. So I usually do 90 days, and since the audience size is quite healthy, 90 days will have enough people. If I say, let's say 10 days, it will be a really small audience because I'm giving 10 days of engagement. So we have more options here. If I click on the drop down, you can see who started following this professional account. That will be a higher intent. Who engaged with this professional account, so they don't have to follow us for this to happen. People who visited this professional account's profile, right? They don't have to follow us regardless of they take action or not. Or who engaged with any of the posts is a good one if you want to select. Who sent a message, I don't really suggest this. Who saved any post or an ad, it will be a really small subset of an audience as well. If you have a really big social following, you can do those three, maybe last three will be up to you if you have a big following. But I usually do not go with those. I usually go with the first three. So who started following this professional account is a good idea. Or we can say people who engaged with the professional account. Let's say they don't follow us, they see a couple of our posts online organically, and maybe they write a comment, and I want to show my ads to those people as a retargeting audience. I'm gonna select this, and you can see this is not a good length. So I want to make it 30 days so they still remember, and I'm going to name this audience 30 days Instagram engagers, and I will click create, and now this audience is created. So you can see you can create a campaign specifically for this audience. You can create another custom audience or a lookalike audience. We haven't covered lookalikes yet. I will do it later. So I'm just gonna say done. So you can see we have also here. Also is good. I want to have also here. If you say only, this will make people who fall into this category, but they also at the same time only have to match this 30-day Instagram engagement. So it will be a narrowed down version. So they have to match this audience bracket plus this audience bracket. And I don't want that. I want them to be either one or the other. So I'm going to click on also, and my audience size is fairly broad. And I don't want Meta to expand beyond this audience because this is a retargeting campaign and we don't want Meta to go beyond this because it will defeat the purpose. And I will create one more custom audience and it will be basically a Facebook page if they engage with our Facebook page, right? So I selected the Facebook page that is going to be advertised, and you can see under the events we have similar options. People who visited your page, that is good. Who engaged with your page, which is the one that I will go with, and the rest of them are almost same as Instagram. And I want to make this 30 days again, and I will name this 30 days Facebook engagers. Cool. Now we're gonna create this audience. Okay, the audience is created. I'm gonna say done, and I want to add one more audience. That audience will be targeting people who have viewed some of our ads. So I'm gonna click on custom audience, and now we have meta resources. So if it says meta resources, guys, you don't need a pixel or a server connection to target those retargeting like functionalities. But for the top, your resources, we need a pixel, except the customer list. So we're gonna say video and click next. And you can see we can choose the engagement here. So what type of an engagement? So people who have viewed at least 3 seconds of your video, you can choose that. But again, these people, think about it. You see a 3 second of a video. Are they going to be inclined to buy a product? Not really. We want to say maybe 50% of the video is great. If you say 95% of the video, you want to have a lot of people viewing your ads. Otherwise, this audience will be really small. This audience will be really big. Again, depending on the number of people viewing that. And 50% is a healthy amount. I want to go with that. Cool. And now we have to select which videos those are. Now, these are going to be the videos that we advertise for our ads. Okay, now we're going to select the videos that we want to basically apply that 50% view rate, and those are going to be all of the videos, and you will be able to see on the right hand side how many people viewed those videos. You can see we have 3 second video views. They are really small audiences, right? So we want to go, this one is maybe a little bit better. We want to go to the second page. Okay, a lot of people seen this video. That will be a healthy audience. So you can see almost 17,000 people viewed 3 seconds of the video. So if you do 50%, we will probably have maybe 7,000 people viewing this to the half of the video. And I want to select this one. I will say confirm. Cool. So what is the date range? So I want to make this 180 days here, and I will name my audience 180 days. 50% add video views. Okay, so when I look back at this audience, I will be able to know what this is. So I will create this audience now. Okay, now our audiences are created. We have 30 days Instagram engagers, we have 180 days 50% of video views, and we have 30 days Facebook engagers. And at the top, if they will be also retargeting them if they viewed or added to cart but not purchased. So let's go down, and we don't have to touch anything else. We're gonna just go next, and we will name our campaign. We will do carousel, catalog, and retargeting. Okay, we selected the specific Facebook page and Instagram account, and I will scroll down. We are given an option. We can either do single image or a video, or we can do carousel. Again, if it is a single image, it will automatically show the specific product that they engaged with, but I would prefer carousels in this section. Since this is a retargeting ad, I want them to be able to swipe, you can see, and see more products that they are more likely to buy. And I will keep it as is. You can see default destination is of course website, and we're gonna add the website URL. If they don't click any specific product, they click, let's say, learn more or shop now, they will land on the homepage, and I will put that homepage here. Okay, now the URL is added. I will go down, and the dynamic media is enabled. That is really important. So you can see your catalog is automatically updated with products, videos that your business has uploaded to Meta or publicly shared. That is important. So you can see we will be able to show you can see we have two options. You can either promote product categories, which are like beanies, t-shirts, trousers, or specific products. So I don't want to do product categories, and I will show you how this looks. If you select product categories, this you will be able to see product category by category in a carousel format, which is not ideal. I mean, you can do that if you have a vast variety of different product catalogs. It may take some time to load, but in this case, we will go with multiple products. And I will go down and I want a single image. You can see sometimes depending on the placement, it might turn this into a video, for instance. On a story placement, it might turn this into a video. That is up to you. So we have some creative tools that we can play around with, and that will be a specific different module, but I will just cover that briefly. So if you click on edit creative, you can crop images or add a frame, but let's say we want to go with add a frame. So now we can add a custom image, right? So behind these guys. Or let's say we want to crop, we can zoom into the products, we can, have white background for all of the products, or pick an automatic, let Meta pick a different color depending on the product, or we can say, you know what, trim and fit those products images to the given box. So I'm just gonna say zoom out and fit and keep white background of all of the images. And you can add a frame which has to be transparency in the middle. So we don't have a frame, we're not gonna touch that. We are happy with this for now. And we have more options to edit that. And as I said, I'm not gonna cover that in this video. So now we can add a headline. Headline you can add dynamically. So what I will do here, you can say click plus sign and you can automatically add the product name. For instance, name, and let's say is, and then you will dynamically add the price of it, right? So now every headline will show product is X amount. So you can see product name is 55 bucks. So you will see the dynamically pulling the product name and the product price. So since the prices are a little bit higher for this brand, I'm not a huge fan of adding the product's prices here. I'm just gonna keep the product names, which will look better. So now we have a primary text. We will add a primary text here. We're happy with the call to action. As we go down, we have enhancements. We will look at that later. But for a primary text, I want to add a primary text that acknowledges that previous relationship. They've seen the ad, so on and so forth. What I want to do is have a text here you can see on the Facebook feed appear acknowledging the relationship that we had. So I will just grab that URL and I will go back to here and say, this is the website, write a retargeting very short ad copy to that goes under a catalog ad. So, okay, now we will let ChatGPT use its magic. Didn't grab it last time, your cart misses you could be one. Click reclaim your style, stocks limited. Click to reclaim your style, stocks. That is not bad. We could use that. Let's go back, and primary text is this, and then let's use an emoji maybe, since this is a little bit of a, hard metal-ish brand, or let's just keep it as is, or let's maybe, let's use an emoji. Let's use this flames icon, and you can see they are giving you other suggestions. So if you not tick this or keep it as is, it will basically use those other AI generated ad copy, and usually they perform quite well. But since this is a client's account, I'm not going to use that. I will keep them unselected. They might not be happy with the ad copy itself. So what I will do in the enhancements, for the enhancements, I will keep the music on and I will look at generate backgrounds, and the backgrounds they generate are not going to be so ugly, guys. I'm gonna keep it as is. If it was a specific client that is really focused on, I just want to see my ads as is, but this dynamic catalog ads has more dynamic features. So we have to really let Meta to use those enhancements a little bit specifically for this catalog ad. Other than that, you don't want to use them, but for catalog ads, you can add or adapt placements. So let Meta decide how to use those specific products, right? So yeah, you can be a little bit flexible when it comes to this catalog ads. You can see dynamic overlays. We don't want that. If we want it, we could edit this. Product tags, we don't want that. Enhanced CTA, yes. Dynamic description, we don't want that. So, and we can click on show more enhancements. We will see hide price. Yes, we want to hide the price. If they go to the website, they will see the price. And adding standard labels, such as if it's on sale, they will see that. If there's a free shipping, those sorts of labels will be visible. I'm going to keep it on, and I want to hide the price. If your prices are really cheap than your competitors, you don't want to hide the price, right? So let's go up. Let's go over what we did. Adapt placement ticked on, generate background ticked on. You can test this again. I don't have a firm opinion on this generate background unless the client doesn't really like anything auto-generated. And expand image doesn't look good, keep it off. And add music, that's cool. And we are just gonna save and rock and roll, guys. Almost done, and we have a perfect catalog ad which will create multiple combinations of different products depending on what they've engaged with. You will see the campaign score at the top here. Don't worry about it, guys. They will keep it 100 if you enable every single suggestion they have, and that is basically a nonsense. You don't have to worry about that. All right, we're gonna publish, and as we click publish, this will take some time to go live because Meta usually reviews the ads depending on how old is your ad account. If your ad account is brand new, it will take quite a bit, maybe 2 days to get these ads approved. But if you've ran ads before in that ad account, you will be live in a couple of hours. So we're just gonna say cancel, and cool, our campaign is launching. You can see retargeting campaign. All right, that was a campaign built really simple, just one creative because our budget is super small, just a catalog campaign and using the retargeting audiences to target those people with our dynamic product catalog ad. All right, see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section, we're going to be talking about the audience targeting. There's a lot of layers when it comes to audience targeting, and we're gonna cover everything from lookalike audiences to custom audiences to basically the core audience settings in Meta advertising. So let's start with the core audiences, which is also known as detailed targeting. So when we were in the Adset level, looked at the settings, we found some interests, demographics, and behaviors. So these are the core audiences, and these are the most basic audience targeting. It doesn't mean that is not good. It is basically the given audiences. So when you start a brand new ad account, you are most likely going to start targeting people with these detailed targeting options, right? So these are predefined, and Meta uses how they react overall, these users that you're targeting in Meta advertising platforms, right? Let's say you follow all the sports related stuff, basketball related highlights, and Meta sees that and says, okay, this person is into basketball, right? So let's cover how they actually based on that, right? Let's say you click on a lot of Facebook advertising related ads on your Meta, right? You see a lot of advertising agencies talking about Facebook advertising. And what do? Let's say you click on those ads, visit their website, and Meta thinks you are interested in Facebook advertising and you're looking for that type of service. And from now on, if you go and select Meta advertising in your detailed targeting as an interest, you will be able to show your ads to that person. Or let's say, as I said, a page that you engaged in. Let's say you're really liking pages that are related to cats, cats, funny cat videos, cat food, so on and so forth. And Meta will put you in that audience saying, okay, this person, Jim, is interested in cat food or cat pets related stuff, and you will be in that audience. Or any other comments that you leave in those pages. Let's say you also like those pages and comment in posts that are related to cat stuff, pet stuff. Meta will also think, okay, you're engaging in those audiences, and they will put you there. Also, when you create a Facebook account, Instagram account, Meta asks you questions such as, the location that you're in, the age and gender. Also, that will play a role when it comes to selecting your specific targeting. Also, there will be the mobile device that you use. Meta will recognize that, and also speed of your network connection. So how we went over, only target people who are connected to Wi-Fi, that actually Meta knows that, and you will be able to target that as well. So let's take a look at demographics. So when you go over the demographics, when you see that selection, we went over this, right? You can either type in a specific interest that comes to your mind, you can do that, or you can just click on this arrow icon and you will be able to see all of the demographics that you will basically see. And these are, guys, you have to click on the browse and then you will be able to see these, and these are basically where they're at in their lives, right? Financial situation, education, who are in a field study of, let's say, economics, or parents, parent of a 9-year-old, you will be able to target, works full-time, works from home, has his own business. Those are basically demographics or where they are in at life. Right? Also, you will have interest, and this is the widest pool of people, and Meta is a little bit more accurate in this sense because it is based on engagement, right? So this is more like what they claim, and let's say claim meaning, they say work from home in their bios and whatever they post on Meta or Instagram platforms. This is more about the engagement signals that Meta takes, right, from those in platforms, Facebook or Instagram. And let's say an example could be a fitness and wellness, or travel, or luxury goods, or entrepreneurships. And as I suggest, you want to layer these audiences and not target one by one, because the bigger the audience is, the better learnings Meta will get. And keep in mind, Meta will use these as a suggestion and not just pinpoint these target audiences. Let's move on. Then we have behaviors. Behaviors are beyond the targeting that we looked at. They're beyond the interests. And this basically looks at how people act online and offline, right? So for instance, purchase behavior. Purchase behavior is an online activity. How they look at it, let's say if they clicked on a recent ad that uses a sales objective and they go to their website, and if they add to cart there or take a certain action, Meta will know, okay, these people are more likely to buy. That's why they put them in engaged shoppers. That doesn't necessarily mean they bought something, but Meta thinks they are engaged shoppers since they clicked on a shop now button on a sales objective campaign. And device user as well, we can target those, let's say smartphone buyers or iOS users, so on and so forth. And we have patterns like frequent travelers. For instance, they are looking at international frequent travelers or domestic international or domestic travelers, or they can look at business owners could be one of them, and anniversaries as well. So let's say your anniversary is coming up and you can show them some gift ads, gift related ads, and a lot of gift businesses using that type of targeting, right? You have your wine package, gift basket, so on and so forth. Those gift related businesses, they use behavior related targeting as well. And again, keep in mind, they are not 100% accurate. Then we have age, gender, and location. This is the most accurate one. Why? Because people create these when they sign up to Meta and Facebook, and of course there's going to be people lying about their age and gender, but we cannot be 100% sure, and we have to take Meta's word for it, and it is not going to be always 100% accurate. Keep that in mind. So this is basically when we select the controls in Meta advertising, we actually set strict lines. What do I mean by this? So when you come to in the Adset level, you see these controls. If you set a location, you are telling Meta not to go beyond that location. Also, you can set a minimum age here. You cannot give a radius, for instance, 18 to 35 as a strict guideline. You can only set 18 as a minimum age or up to 25 as a minimum age, but over that age, Meta will be likely to show your ads to older people from your limit, since we don't have that top limit of age that we can control. And you can also further limit your reach, and you can set age and gender as a strict guide to Meta. If you don't click on this further limit the reach of your ads, Meta won't be able to know if you actually want to strictly target those age and genders, or you want to go beyond that. I will show you an example in platform so we have a better understanding. And we also have narrowing down function. So for instance, we target people who are in fitness, and we also want to make sure we want to have an intersection of that fitness audience with vegan foods. Let's say we are selling, high protein vegan foods, right? So if we only targeted fitness interest, there are going to be a lot of people who eat meat. Let's say we want to target just vegan food. There's going to be a lot of people who are not into fitness. So that narrowed down function is actually giving you the intersection of these two audiences, and that will be more accurate. But the only thing you have to know is do not go below 1 million in this audience. And we're going to jump into the platform and go over these settings together. All right, we are in Meta advertising platform under one campaign. And under this campaign, as you guys can see, we are on the Adset level. This is the Adset, this is the campaign. So what I want you to know, if you go all the way down, you will see the audiences. As we covered, we have this controls function. This control function basically sets the limit to Meta to not go beyond a given location. If you select that location here on this suggestion, it might go beyond your given location. What we want to do is set that location to a given place. Let's say we don't want Meta to go beyond Australia. We want to select this in controls. Plus, we go down, you can see we have this minimum age. And as we covered, the minimum age, we can only set up to 25. And once you set this 25, the age that you will target under the suggested audiences will start from 25, because you basically set a really strict guideline to Meta saying do not go below that. Unfortunately, we cannot control if you cannot set a maximum age as a strict guidance here. So this is how we set these controls. And if you set 25 here, Meta will never ever show your ads to people below that age range. So that is the control. The control is important, but what is even more important is the suggested audiences. So let's cover the function that we looked at where we want to not further limit the reach yet, but we will look at narrowing down our audiences. So let's say we are targeting this stacked audience, and we have a healthy audience size of 10 million to 12 million. So if I click on this pencil icon, and you will see this audience stacked, right? We have some interests, mainly all of the targeting are interest-based. If I click on this browse icon, you will see demographics, you will see interests, and you can see entertainment, leisure, for instance. We can target movies, live events, or let's say we X out of this and go back from interests to maybe behaviors. We see other behaviors like digital activities, and we have mobile device users, so on and so forth. But it is not going to be relevant to what I'm selling in this section. What I want you to see here, I can actually narrow this audience a little bit more, meaning I can say include people here, and this is an OR function. So either it could be this audience, it could be this audience, it could be this audience, this, and it doesn't have to be all of them at the same time. It could be one or the other. What I want to do, this stacked, is also matching a certain audience that I will give. What I have to do here is, let's go back. So you're gonna come and click this detailed targeting, and at the very bottom, you will see this define further. So if you click define further, you can see and must also match. This is important. Now you can select any other thing. Let's say this audience also has to match fitness. Let's say I can say that, right? But again, this is going to be not super related because I mean metal and fitness, they also have to be in that intersection. Let's select this, and you will see my audience size went down to 8 million. So there's only 8 million people who are into fitness, physical fitness, also matching one of those 10 different audiences, right? So it is going to be an intersection, and keep in mind, you are going to go below a certain audience in terms of size. And if I want to target this, like people who are into metal plus, and also they have to match physical fitness as an interest, I would easily target that audience, because it is about 1 million, and I'm fine with that, right? But in my case, it doesn't really make sense here. That's why I'm not going to target. Maybe you can say, if you're doing lead generation, that really makes so much sense. And for e-commerce, I do not really suggest narrowing down by clicking define further. So let's give an example. For instance, let's say we discard this draft where you can look at other audiences. Let's imagine we have a lead generation business, right? We are generating leads, and let's imagine we come to this Adset, and what we want to do is we want to target people who are business owners and they are in a specific industry. Let's create this audience, right? So we're gonna come to detailed targeting, click on this pencil icon, and let's say we wanna type in business owners. Cool. So now small business owners. Okay, now you can see on the right hand side, some of them are interests, some of them are behaviors, some of them are demographics, and some of them are interests and behaviors. Keep that in mind. But again, that's how I target people. I type in what is relevant to me, like business owners, because I made my research about this business. And let's say we are targeting business owners. Okay, this is digital activities, right? And I want to narrow this down, and you can on the right hand side still check the size of the audience. So there's almost 10 million people who are small business owners in Australia in this given age and my location, with the genders as well. So let's say I click on define further, and I want to target small business owners who are also in, let's say, manufacturing industry. So I want to type in manufacturing and manufacturing industry. You look at this, we have manufacturing industry, and this is interest. So I'm just going to click. You can see business owners who are in the manufacturing industry is not so big. On the right hand side, estimated audience size is quite small, 255,000 to 300,000. Again, if you are in a case like this, what I would do, I would add more stuff here, right? So let's just not say just business owners. I will add entrepreneurship maybe, and maybe I would add, let's say, business as an interest. I would add, let's say, small business, finance, because they are all related, right? Maybe I will add owner and CEO, owner, manager, and CEO. There's going to be a lot of different interests and job titles that are similar to each other. So I will add them, stack them together. Executive director, yes, founder, managing director, like they are decision makers. So once you add and stack those people in, you can see your estimated audience size will slowly increase about 1 million. Now we are at 3 million. So what you need to know though, once you add those in, so it could be small business owners and manufacturing, it could be chairman, managing director, and manufacturing, or director general and manufacturing, executive director and manufacturing. So it could be either or. Keep that in mind. So this was basically narrowing down the audiences. And we also covered the further limiting the reach of our ads. So we don't, let's say, want Meta to target, go beyond, let's say, a certain gender if they think they are going to convert. If you want that, we have to click on this, further limit the reach of your audiences, of your ads. Click on this, and now we want to say switch setup. Okay, now since we switched the setup, we just gotta go back here. Once you click on this age, you will see this icon pop up, which is a box that we can tick, use as a suggestion. So if you keep it as this, it will basically go above this maximum limit. And if you have a really strict age range, you want to say, no Meta, I don't want you to go beyond this audience, just go and target these people. That is all good, and you need to know this. Really, really important. Also, your targeting is going to be still a suggestion. Even if you say further limit the reach of your ads, your audience, the detailed targeting will still be a suggestion. So you can see on the right hand side, you will still be suggesting this instead of directly targeting those people. So you need to keep that in mind. And you can see if you want to go back to the other suggestion, like this original setup, not a lot of things will change. The only thing that is going to change is going to be the age here. You can see we don't have that option to tick it off. Other than that, most likely, most stuff will basically be the same, and you will have your control back here. So I hope this made sense, guys. These are the audiences, and what I suggest is, again, the most important thing is the estimated audience size. You want to keep it minimum 1 million, even though Meta suggests you want to keep it at minimum 2 million. So 1 million will be good for the algorithm to have enough room to play with. And also on the detailed targeting, you can keep in mind that you have the ability to say also must match and click on define further. And again, it doesn't have to be this and just this. You can also still define it even further. So you can create 3 different also match. So for instance, I have this, also match this, and they also have to be interested in metal, for instance. Like you can create these random combinations, but it will be really small, right? So you can see the business owners or decision makers who are in manufacturing industry and also listen to metal. You can see, right? Let's add one more just for the sake of it, and who are interested in fitness, right? Their interests have to be in those, let's say, men's fitness publication. So you can see this audience size will go down drastically. So you can define further this, but I will say it will hurt your performance. Just make sure you are adding 2 define furthers, not more. And keep in mind, you want to make your audience size about 1 million if you are targeting, let's say, Europe or big population countries. I mean, if you're just targeting Slovenia, for instance, it is a smaller country in terms of population. I mean, you don't have to stick to that 1 million as a rule of thumb, right? All right, hope this was clear. I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section, we're going to be looking at custom audiences. So what are those custom audiences? As we looked at briefly in the retargeting section, we created a custom audience. That was actually a custom audience when it comes to creating a retargeting audience. So these are not provided by Meta, and you create your audiences, right? So basically, core audiences, like we covered, demographic, age, gender, behavior, interest, those are basically telling Meta who to target. And the custom audiences basically telling Meta to find people who you already know, like people viewed your videos, people visited your website, so on and so forth. And you can build your specific custom audiences that are high intent, like your website visitors, or some warmer audiences like people who engaged with your ads or maybe just visited your Instagram page. Or even you can say offline customers, right? Let's say you have a list of people and you can go here and click on create new and target those people basically. Really, really strong. Let's move on. Let's start with the really common website visitors. So we can use Metapixel or basically the server-side tracking from Shopify to track people who visited our website, right? So we can retarget them with this custom audiences. Some examples could be like people who visited the homepage but didn't buy, who added to carts but never purchased, or maybe they completed checkout but they haven't purchased yet, or maybe they bought but you want to upsell them something else, a product that goes well with the product they already bought, right? And we have engagement related custom audiences. And these are inside Meta audiences, and these are going to be really, really accurate. The reason being is there's no pixel involved in this, there's no server-side tracking involved in this, and Meta owns this data. Since it is all in Meta, this audience will be almost 99% accurate, guys. Meaning, let's say you can target people who engaged with your ads in the last 90 days, or people who engaged with your Instagram profile in the 90 days, these audiences will be really, really accurate, right? So, and these audiences are not going to be hyper, warm and they're going to buy right away. They're kind of going to be warmer audiences, not super ready to buy yet. Keep in mind, but it is good to add them into your retargeting stacked audiences as I covered, right? These are warm, like as they interacted with your business. Some examples who liked, commented, or shared your posts, organic posts on Instagram or Facebook, or like watched any of your ads to 50%, and you can select which ads you want. Or people who opened a lead form but didn't submit, right? So they showed some sort of an interest, but they didn't trust you, right? They didn't trust to put their information in yet. And you have the ability to retarget them. Let's take a look at app activity. Let's say you have an app, advertising your app on Meta, and you can say, if you like, Meta can track users be inside your app, you have to have your app tracking here. Some examples could be like they installed but never opened the app. You can retarget those people to show some, fun stuff that they can do in your app, or active users who made an in-app purchase and encourage them to make more purchases, or people who reached a certain level in the game and you can remind them to take that action. And let's take a look at an offline data. What is an offline data? So not all sales happen online, right? Like for instance, as I covered one example on the retargeting section, there's a client, they have 10 in-store, like literal stores, brick and mortar stores in person. And they also have, like, we get their email addresses, phone numbers, so on and so forth. Or let's say you have a, do a real life seminar and you get their email numbers, attendance, like for attendance, how do you track attendance? So you get the emails, you get their name, phone number, whatever the case may be. And then you can upload it to Meta and say, look, these people are my, target audience. Find people like that on Meta. You can upload that list there, right? So you can target those people on Meta. And now we're going to jump into the platform and see a couple of examples how we can actually do those. All right, guys, we are in the ad account and now it is time to create some custom audiences and how we can actually create these audiences. So you can create them inside of Meta, or there is an audience manager that you will see. On the left-hand side, you can see you have your audiences. If you click on this audiences, it will take you to your audience manager. I mean, you don't have to create them here necessarily, but you can easily create them here or in the Adset level when you're targeting. So you can see these are all the audiences that were created prior to me managing this. So we can create this audience and click on custom audience. We're going to click on custom audience here, and it is giving you the resources, what type of resource you want to create your custom audience. As you guys remember, and on the retargeting section, we created a custom audience via website. We created via videos, Instagram and Facebook, right? Now I want to target via lead forms. We're gonna create some lead ads together as well, but this is basically an instant form that we can create in Meta. We don't have to take people to your website. You just create that form on Meta, and with one click, people can fill their information up. And since this is a lead generation business, this is a different business. And in this business, we're doing a lot of lead ads, lead instant form ads. So what I want to target, what I want to do, create an audience. And that audience will have all the people who opened the form but didn't fill up their information. So we're just gonna click on lead form and say next. And you can see it is showing you the events. So we have some options here. Number one, anyone who opened this form. Second one, account center accounts who opened the form but didn't submit the form. That's what I want. who opened the form and submitted the form will be good if you want to do an upsell, right? I want to target these people who opened the form but didn't submit, right? Because otherwise we already have their information. And we are going to select the lead forms. We're going to have multiple lead forms if you made any changes to your lead form. And now we're going to select that specific lead form that we want to target is going to be, and in this case, I want to select all of the forms that I will target, 16 forms that were created so far, and the audience retention. What is the date range that you want that audience to be? So you can see maximum is 90 days. We cannot do 91, it will give us an error. So this is a good time, 90 days is good. They opened the form but didn't fill up their information and submit, right? So I'm gonna have this. You can include more people or exclude people here as well. So you don't have to have just one. So you can say include more people, or you can say people who opened the form and didn't submit. What I want to do is exclude, just to be sure, exclude people who actually not opened the form, but who opened and submitted the form. So I'm just going to have people who opened the form and didn't submit. So you might be asking, Jim, you already have this and didn't submit the form. This is just a layer of security, guys. So I'm just gonna select all of them, cool, and now it is good. So I'm excluding all these people who opened and submitted, and I'm targeting people who opened but didn't submit. So keep that in mind. So 90, I'm gonna name my audience 90 days, open the form, but didn't submit. And you can write a description about like 16 forms included, 16 forms included, cool. That description will be enough for me, and then you can click on create audience. And you can see the estimated audience size is below 1,000. This is not ideal. We want to have more than 1,000 people opening this. But you can still target, sometimes this is not 100% accurate, especially with these custom audiences. Meta sometimes is not super accurate when it comes to creating these custom audiences. So this might be above 1,000 and you can still target this audience. Keep that in mind. And sometimes, again, Meta makes mistakes as well, specifically when it comes to custom audiences. So you might be asking, Jim, okay, you created this. How are you going to target this as a retargeting campaign? So what we need to do is go to all campaigns. And now I can create a separate campaign, or I can maybe create a separate ad group. I will not add this now because I don't want to add a retargeting campaign for this, but I will show you how that works. Click on edit into any ad set you want and come here and you will see saved audiences. And this is not the one that I want. I will go down and you can see custom audiences. So you can either click on create and create a custom audience here, or select the custom audience we basically created. So I'm just gonna type in 90, and this is, you can see, showing up perfectly. And the estimated size, again, it said below 1,000, but you can see here it is populating, it says. So again, that's why the number you will see in the audience manager is not going to be 100% accurate. So you can add this, bam, and now it is in my targeting. So I'm targeting these people and this detailed targeting. You can combine these targeting options. And again, you should test, right? You should test these people. And since this is going to be a retargeting related custom audience, I'm just not going to save this, but I just wanted to show you that. All right, now let's talk about adding a list and targeting that list of people if you have that list. Now we can come to audiences again, or you can do that in platform. That is totally up to you. And now in the audiences, we are just gonna click on create audience. And that will let you create an audience. Here, we're gonna say custom audience. And in this section, we want to select customer list, or you can select offline activity. Let's do offline activity, and you can see it is asking you what event that you have. So you can say these people became a lead offline, right? So you can say that, but I do not suggest you do this. What I usually like is customer list. So I add this as a customer list, and now it is giving me a specific a specific structure of a list. So we have to add this list like this. So these are fake names, like not real. So you can see we need to have a column header, and we need to have an identifier. So it will say email address, column header say email, and underneath this we want to have, something something at something something.com. And here we want to have a phone number. Column header will be phone, and we want to have specific phone number with the area country code. It is really, really important. And then if you have other stuff, of course you can add that, but name, email, and phone number will be enough for Meta to understand if that is correct. So if you're not sure, like, oh, how do I create this? You can basically download this file template, which is now downloaded. I will select it. And you can see this fake list, and you can see how this is supposed to look like. So adding a customer based for WhatsApp, so you don't have to have this. You can delete this. So you can see you don't need these two. You can delete these columns. So I will select and delete these. Delete selected columns, cool. So now you have the zip. Let's say you don't have their zip or address. You can delete that. Let's say delete column, and let's say you don't have the values. These values are useful. For instance, this person, this Elizabeth person bought $20 worth of product, and you have, let's say this guy, Andrew, bought $1,000 worth of products. So this guy is more valuable in terms of your targeting. So if you have that option, if you have the purchase value with you, you want to include that, right? If a person, let's say, is a really high quality lead, you want to add that here, and Meta will use that value if you create a lookalike audience. But let's say you are just generating leads, that is not valuable for you, and you don't have the gender, you don't have anything else. Aside from these, let's delete these columns together, delete selected columns. Country is important, street, let's delete this, state. We're gonna delete the state. Let's say you only know name, phone number, email. That's it, right? So you can easily upload this list and start creating your email, add the phone number of that person, the Facebook name, the name, the last name. Even if you don't have those, that is still fine. But the more data you have, the more accurate that will be. But again, phone number, country, and email will be enough. And then you will download this. And after that, you will be able to say next. And then you can add your list here. But there's a caveat here. The caveat is basically it has to be CSV or TXT files, and you can easily convert your document to those format types. And then you will click on here, and then it will basically start uploading your list. So it is showing you this customer value and value-based lookalikes. So the value that we covered, you remember we had this value here. Elizabeth bought worth products of $20, and Andrew bought worth products like $1,000. And that $1,000 is really, really more valuable for us. And that's why if you have an e-commerce store, that is going to help you tremendously. That's why you want to include that. And after that, you upload your list, and basically you have the list that you can retarget or create another audience based on that. Hope that makes sense. All right, we basically covered all of the audience types, and the most important one, guys, is going to be the website audiences, which is, let's say, people visited your website, people visited your whatever the case may be. Since we don't have a pixel here, it is giving you the warning, like you don't have the active pixel to target people based on, the website activity, because on this account we are just running the lead form events. That's why we don't need to track pixels. But if you want to track website activity, create lookalikes based on that, you definitely need a pixel there. So, or you can create a custom audience based on app activity. Since we don't have the app there, you won't have any source. And then let's say we want to create a custom audience based on Instagram account. We have Instagram connected, so that will make sense for us. If you have a lead form like we created, that will make sense for you. A video, we have a lot of video ads like we did on retargeting. You can do that. Instant experience is unique for mobile. We're going to cover that when we come to the creatives. Facebook page, we covered that as well. And on Facebook listings, if you have active listings on marketplace, so on and so forth. And shopping will be unique if you have an e-commerce store, and that will basically be tracked or be understood by Meta saying, okay, this person has shop connected to their Instagram. You know, the shop that automatically connects when you do the Shopify tracking that I covered in the beginning of this. All right, hope that made sense, guys. This is audiences, specifically custom audiences. They're extremely valuable, and we're gonna look at certain cases how you can use those, utilize your custom audiences. See you in the next one. A quick break from the course. This is part of a 113 hours long top rated Udemy digital marketing course. If you want to learn not just Meta ads, but Google ads, LinkedIn advertising, organic content creation, SEO, copywriting, building your website on WordPress, and much more, you can just click the first link in the description and I can see you there. Bye. Hey everybody, in this section we're going to be looking at lookalike audiences. What are lookalike audiences? It's pretty self-explanatory if you look at that name. It is basically similar audiences. But what is that audience is going to be similar to is the question. It is going to be similar to a seed audience we put into Meta. And that seed audience is almost always a custom audience. We covered custom audiences, right, in the previous section. And that custom audience is going to be used by Meta's algorithm to find similar people. Basically, you're going to upload that custom audience and tell to Meta, look, Meta, this is the audience, and I want you to find people who are similar to that audience based on demographics, interest, behaviors, whatever the case may be, and I want you to find people similar to that, right? Based on their purchase behavior, so on and so forth. And Meta will use its machine learning and try to find people who are exactly like that list. And that is why this lookalike audience performs really, really well. So how actually this works? So basically the first thing we need to do is have a seed audience. Seed audience is the first step. That is basically a custom audience we put into Meta. Some examples could be past purchases, it could be a top 10% highest spenders, website visitors who added to carts, or people engaged with your videos, right? These are some common examples of seed audiences. They're basically custom audiences. And we say to Meta, okay, these are the audiences, this is the seed audience I want you to find lookalikes of. Then you have to tell Meta which country to find those similar audiences in. And of course, like if you're in Australia, you have to find similar people in Australia, right? That makes sense. And then you pick a similarity range, and it varies from 0 to 10%. So you can select 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 0 to 3, or maybe 1 to 3, or 5 to 6. Like you can pick any range from 0 to 10, but the 1% is the closest match, the smaller audience, higher quality, but the most similar to your seed audience. The bigger that number gets, the broader it is, the broader the reach, the higher number of people, and less likely they are similar. But you will have that question, guys, meaning then everybody would be using 1% lookalike and it usually performs the best. Then why do we bother using 10%, 8%, 7%? And the answer to that is it is not usually the case that 1% works the best. It is quite rare, guys. So you will test what are the common testings. I will cover that once we jump into the platform, but usually 3 to 6, 0 to 3, 3 to 9, like you should test one another, and you usually see like a random number like 3 to 6 or 6 to 9 or maybe 5 to 10 performs really, really well, and not the closest one, not the smallest one, not the 1% or 0 to 1% works the best. So keep that in mind. I mean, the more similar doesn't mean it works the best. And the important thing is the seed audience. The bigger your seed audience is, the better it is going to perform. Say you only have 1,000 people who bought from you in the past 180 days, and it will be hard for Meta to find new people because they only have thousands. The sample size is so small. But if you have 100,000 people purchased from you in the last 180 days, Meta will have a lot of data points to find similar people to that 100,000. A lot more commonalities. They will see, okay, these people do this at this exact time and show your ads on at those exact times. So keep that in mind. And when do we use these lookalike audiences? What are the common times or ways when we use lookalikes? So for low ticket e-commerce, meaning if you're selling products below $100 and you have a clothing brand and you're selling t-shirts, right? And your average order value is, let's say, the common basket value, if you look at Shopify, is, let's say, $60. Usually lookalikes don't work really, really well. And lookalike audiences are usually expensive audiences. So you know how we're charged, cost per 1,000 impressions. And CPMs on lookalike audiences are usually the highest compared to detailed targeting. So we usually use lookalike audiences for lead generation. The reason we do that is because we upload a custom list, or we say, okay, these are the leads I've gotten, or you can say, you have the leads and some of those leads converted, right? Let's say you get some people's information and let's say 10% of that converted. Instead of uploading the whole people became a lead, you only upload those people who converted, right? You sold them over the phone and those are high quality. And if you upload that and create a lookalike off of that audience, that will be really, really high quality. So for lead generation, it becomes essential. And then high ticket e-commerce as well. So those are not your average people. They buy products about $200, $300, and then that becomes a really high ticket product, which is extremely good for you to create a lookalike audience. And let's jump into the platform and I will show you how to create lookalike audiences. Okay, we're in Meta Ads Manager and let's say we come into one of the ad sets, and usually guys, if you are doing lookalikes, I do want you to create these lookalike audiences in a separate ad set. Do not mix lookalike audiences and your interest targeting. It usually messes up the learning and it doesn't help you. Here, let's say we duplicate this ad set, and I say duplicate with this original setup, and it is going to be sitting under this campaign. And now I duplicated this ad set. The reason I duplicate this, guys, I don't need to add all of the ads that I have running and one by one. Basically, I have all the ads in an existing ad set and I just duplicate this to create a lookalike audience. So now it is asking me the ad set name, and I will just X out of this and I will put that name later. So I go down under the audiences. Okay, we have the classic controls, the location, we have the suggested audience. We're not touching any of this. Now we want to come to custom audiences, guys. So here we have include these custom audiences. So you're gonna click on this pencil icon and select a custom audience that you want to create a lookalike off of, right? We have a bunch of audiences here. Let's say I want to create a lookalike audience from my website visitors. The reason I usually do this is because we don't have enough people who purchased from this brand before. If you are in that scenario, the best lookalike audiences you can create is people who visited the website, right? They at least show some interest to your brand. So now, since we clicked on this, we want to create a lookalike audience off of this brand. Usually when you will have a drop down here, but the reason we're not seeing a drop down to create a lookalike audience is because we haven't selected define further. So I'm just gonna X out of this and I will come here. I will click further limit the reach of your ads and I will say switch setup. And now if I click add this same audience, I will be able to see, so it was 180 days website visitors, yes. And now guys, you can see, I will just tick that off. I will come here and go to the right, you will see this arrow appear. So I will click on this arrow and I see create lookalike audience. Click on this bad boy and now you are seeing the lookalike setting. So here it is asking you to select an audience location. It is going to be Australia, since the core audience is basically my seed audience is in Australia. And now what I want to do is select the percentage. Now it is important. So guys, as I covered, 0 to 1% is going to be most similar to the people who visited my website, right? So you can see your source for that lookalike audience is this. It is basically the seed audience. And you will see now what is the range, and you will see how many people in that each range of lookalikes. So 0 to 1%, we have 228,000 people in that audience in Australia. So this is really, really similar. And as I said, this is a small number. That's why I would suggest if you make this a little bit bigger, 0 to 2%, you will see almost 500,000. 0 to 3%, you will see 600,000. And if you do 0 to 4%, you will have almost a million. That's why I suggest at least move with 3 brackets. So 0 to 3 should be the minimum for you. So then you can create this audience, or you can do, let's say, 3 to 6%, right? So that is another 3 bracket, and these are really common brackets that you can test. And we have 6 to 9%. That is also common. Another common way of using lookalikes is you can drag these, by the way, like this, 0 to 5%. That gives you 1.1 million. And you can also do 5 to 10%. That is also a really common lookalike audience sizes in terms of percentages. So what I will do here is 0 to 3% first. I know this is under 1 million, but I will also test stacking these lookalikes. So let's say source audience is this. I will go down and I will say create this audience. Yes, I'm happy with this, how this looks, and I will create this audience. Now my lookalike audience is basically created, guys. And how can you see this lookalike audience? And it will appear right here. Lookalike Australia, 3%, website visitors, 180 days. So since we added this, we don't need this anymore, and you can X out of that, right? I will X out of this. Cool. And we only have this lookalike audience, and we are good to go basically. So if we go up and name our ad set 3% lookalike of website visitors in 180 days. Cool. So now I can publish this, and once I publish this, guys, I can create a duplicate of this, and I can duplicate this and then test this against 3 to 6%. So how I'm going to do this, let's imagine I publish this and duplicated this exact ad set, and I will create a lookalike of the same one, but it will be a different percentage. So I will see which one actually works better. So I will find my 180 days website visitors here. Nice. And I found it. I hover over and click on this arrow and create a lookalike audience. And I will drag this all the way to 6. I will drag this to 3, and it will be basically 3 to 6% lookalike audience. So I will create this. And again, guys, that's what I suggest. Do not go below 3% brackets. The reason is your audience will be really, really small. And let's X out of the website visitors. Cool. Now we have 3 to 6% of people that we can target from the lookalike audience. Now I can go up here, 3 to 6. Perfect. And I can test this against the first audience that we created. So that is basically lookalike audiences, and you can create the lookalike audiences off of anything, guys. It doesn't have to be website visitors. So let's see if we click anything, we will see the existing custom audiences. So what we have here, let's say Instagram engaged, right? So we have existing audience, existing customers. That will be a better audience that you will see better results, but you never know. You want to test everything, guys. Instagram engaged. So we have an alright size. You can see the size of that audience. This is going to be very, very accurate as opposed to existing customers or people visited your website. The reason is Instagram engaged, meaning this is Meta own numbers. So these are going to be really accurate, but people visited your website is not going to be as accurate because it is tracked via a server or a pixel. So keep that in mind. So let's say we want to test against, okay, let's do this, Instagram engaged. So I want to find people who are similar to my Instagram engaged audiences in the last 90 days. So I will click on this arrow, create a lookalike audience, and let's say I don't need to be really specific here. I want to have a big audience, and I will do 0 to 5%. And I will create this audience here. Bam, my audience is created. Now I will X out of this original core audience because I don't need to target them again, right? We are finding new people. We are not retargeting. So I will X out of this and cool, and I will go up and name this audience, and boom, I'm ready to rock and roll. And I will show you a couple of case studies what you need to do. Usually what I suggest when you are targeting lookalike audiences, Meta tends to target those seed audiences as well. So what you need to do, I will cover exclusion in the upcoming video, but I suggest here, once you add your lookalike, come here and exclude that original audience. So we created a lookalike audience from a seed audience, right? What is our seed audience in this lookalike audience? It is Instagram engaged. So we type in Instagram engaged, and you can see this is the one that we created lookalike from, and I click on this. And now I want to go and click arrow. Let's go back. So come here, click this arrow icon, and then click on exclude this audience. Now we are excluding this core seed audience. So you can see this lookalike is included and seed is excluded. This is great when your client comes and says to you, look, we don't care about ROAS. I just want you to find unique audiences, right? I want you to find people who haven't heard of our brand yet. So that is going to be essential. That is going to be specifically essential if you are creating a purchase lookalike audience, right? That will be extremely, extremely important. So I hope this makes sense, guys. I will see you in the exclusions in the upcoming video. Hey everybody, in this section we're covering exclusions. What are exclusions? Exclusions is basically like we covered in the previous video. We don't want to target the same people that we already sold to, and we don't want to waste our budget basically, right? So we want to exclude certain people. I'm usually a big fan of letting Meta find those people, but Meta is also an AI. And that machine learning AI learns from things. And if you give them like some wrong signals and it doesn't align with your business goals, Meta's AI won't know the difference of your goals and some numbers you let Meta to optimize towards. So you optimize towards sales, and as a campaign performance goal it is conversions, purchases, and then you try to get purchases, but Meta will maybe try to get purchases from your existing customers, people who visited your website, who are already aware of your brand, and Meta won't know the difference between acquiring new businesses, acquiring new customers versus just sheer number of sales, right? So I will cover how the attribution works so you understand how Meta sometimes makes mistakes. But now our goal is to understand how we can exclude people so we can align our goals with Meta's goals. So let's move on. Number one is Meta is not 100% accurate, right? These exclusions aren't going to guarantee you that those exclusions never going to see your ad. So that happened to us a couple of times. So you have to actually let the client know that these exclusions are not guaranteed. So they are a good guideline that will let you know, okay, you're excluding these people, but just so you know, that is not 100% guarantee, because each audience bucket that you have are gonna have some leakages, right? Imagine that is as a leaking bucket, and those are gonna have some holes in the bucket because it is not 100% accurate, especially if they're not on Instagram audiences. If it is, let's say, Instagram engagers or Facebook engagers, because they are owned by Meta, there's going to be 100 accuracy. But if you are, adding those exclusions as website visitors, purchases, add to carts, they're not going to be 100% accurate. Keep that in mind and inform your clients. Common exclusion strategies. So you can exclude people who bought from you. That is really common. Exclude people who visited your website, and you want to do that maybe for top of funnel campaigns. And if the goal is customer acquisition, you can exclude engaged users from your top of funnel ads and go really cold audiences. And you can exclude certain demographics or locations, or you can exclude overlapping custom audiences, right? You can create custom audiences as we covered. Some of them might overlap, so you can exclude them. So a case study. Let's cover the case study and I will jump into the platform and show you how you can actually exclude this. And this, by the way, happened, guys. This is a real case study. So a pet food brand with a strong repeat purchase. So once you buy from this pet food brand, you tend to stick to them, right? Let's say it is a hassle to change pet food. Like I have 2 cats, it is a hassle to find a new brand and then once you find that brand, you start ordering them on a repeat, right? Like you're signed into that platform, your card information is there, you just click repeat. And then you buy from them. And the client doesn't care about the ROAS, right? They have a really high ROAS and they're not impressed by it. Their goal with Meta ads is to get brand new people because their business is automatically inclined to get people to buy again and again and again. So they need to acquire new customers. So what is the problem there? So from the repeat purchases, Meta was claiming the sales because Meta's algorithm is interesting. We have 7-day clicks and 1-day view, and if you are already buying from that brand, there's gonna be some targeting there, which is, let's say I'm interested in pet food already and I bought from them, and I will probably see their ads again if there's no exclusions, right? I will see their ads and Meta will think, okay, this person bought from us because there was 7-day click, 1-day view attribution window. That means if you've clicked on the ads in 7 days, last 7 days, or you viewed the ads in 1 day and then bought, Meta will claim the sale. So let's say you didn't click the ads, but you saw the ads, but you were already going to purchase from them, right? And then you buy from that brand, but Meta will say, okay, this person bought from you just because of the ads, and that is a wrong signal. Meta is claiming that sale, and the ROAS return on ad spend will look really, really high. And you will think, oh, okay, you're getting the sales, but not really. And this brand didn't want that. This brand basically didn't want an existing customer that sees the ad and buy again. That brand was purposefully going after new audiences. And Meta's algorithm is now learning the wrong thing, right? They think they are driving the sales, but in reality, those are repeat purchases. So what is the solution? We basically came in and set heavy exclusions. So we excluded the list from their Shopify. We downloaded the list of all of the purchases and in their brand history, and we added that as an exclusion. We excluded 180 days purchases as well from their pixel, and also we excluded the email list. So we excluded all possible customers, and we try to update that Shopify list every 2 weeks because that list is quite accurate. We're literally uploading that list, and it is basically an offline list, and I showed you how to upload the list to Meta as a custom audience. So we added that custom audience and updated that, uploaded a brand new list of people to Meta. They're not all brand new people, but that list keeps growing. So keep that in mind. So we are basically, after 2 weeks, there's going to be, let's say, 100 new people in that list. So there will be 1,100. After 2 weeks, there's going to be 1,200, so on and so forth. So we are uploading and updating the list every 2 weeks because we have 180 days purchases also covering from the pixel. So we are basically making sure we are still excluding different layers of audiences. On top of that wasn't enough. So we also wanted to make sure we excluded the email list because email lists, guys, they convert quite well. So we didn't want to actually claim the sale from the email marketing that we have going on there. So what is going on in Meta and how did we actually track the success of our campaign. So we didn't look at return on ad spend at all, and we tracked the new customers acquired via Shopify. And we also looked at Google Analytics for more accurate numbers in terms of last click attribution. We're going to cover the last click attribution, and we calculated our return on ad spend and customer acquisition cost. We didn't mainly focus on return on ad spend. That was the secondary metric for our success. The main metric was basically customer acquisition cost. We wanted to keep that low, and we wanted to have new customers coming in via Meta ads, and we tracked via Shopify and Google Analytics 4. So I hope that makes sense, guys, and let's jump into the platform and let's see how we can actually do those exclusions. All right, guys, we are in Meta ads, and as you guys can see, we can exclude people from our basically targeting. So let's do that, and let's exclude some people here. So we have custom audiences, and we said switch. Let's go back to the old setup, and you will see this here. So you can also exclude people here, but I wouldn't suggest doing this here. So you see include these custom audiences, and these are inclusions. So let's say you include 30 days Facebook engagers, and once you hover over, you won't see that arrow here. So you cannot exclude people from this section. So let's X out of this. How you can exclude these people is you need to switch to further limit my reach, and you will say switch setup, and now you can exclude these custom audiences from here. So click on this custom audiences and select whatever you want to exclude. Let's say I want to exclude people who visited the website, right? So I added that, and you can see this audience is being right now targeted, but I will come here to this arrow icon and I will say exclude this audience. And now I'm making sure I'm not targeting people who visited my website, and on top I'm excluding people who bought from our brand before. So I will go down and find an audience that actually says people who purchased from us. Let's find that audience. Lookalike purchases, not that one. And these are all custom audiences that we created previously. I want to see an audience that has, purchases, lookalike purchases. Okay, Klaviyo purchase. So these are people who purchased. This is, I think, an audience that is created via a Klaviyo integration. So let's see. Let's add that again. Klaviyo purchase. Okay, we added that. Now we are basically excluding this audience as well. So exclude people who are in at least one of the following. So that's good. Now we are excluding these audiences, and you won't be able to target them, but it is not 100% guaranteed, just so you know. So keep that in mind. So that is how you do it, and I will show you one more thing, which is defining existing audiences. All right, now to see the defined audiences, we want to come to create a campaign basically. And once you create a campaign, let's say it's a sales campaign, and then we will say continue, and you will see the defined audiences where you will be able to see the reporting. That is not about mainly targeting, but it's more about reporting. And once you see the reports, oh, how many of my sales came from the existing customers or engaged audiences? That will usually be seeing that in the audience segment reporting section on the campaign level. So if you want to see that, let's click on the audience settings there, and you will see we are in the audience segments. So now we can actually create or define our audience segments, and we will see additional insights. Now we are under the audience segments. We can now define the engaged audiences here and existing customers. So I will just start by creating the defined audiences under existing customers. That will help us to see how many of these people are actually buying from our, are coming from my existing customers, right? So you can click on this and search for some existing customers. So you can see the ones will show up here. So Klaviyo purchased, I will add that audience. This is an existing customer, right? So existing customers as well, I will put that in. So basically, I will see the reporting as, okay, how many of these people are buying is an engaged audience. So I will add from the engaged audience and or existing customers. So let's now add some engaged audiences. We are just defining, so when we look at from the breakdown from the reporting over, let's say, last 30 days, we will be able to see that. So this is important, guys, when you are just using no retargeting, just targeting with one big campaign, 1 week ad set, you will be able to see the breakdown and say, okay, 30% of my people are already engaged audiences. So let's select some engaged audiences, not existing customers. So it will be basically, if you can't find the audience that you created, you can actually create a custom audience, and that custom audience, guys, will be from an audience source. So it could be a custom audience, website, a catalog, offline activity, lead, or shopping, and you will only see that those people, that you won't see the Instagram related meta sources. It is the big one that you need to understand. Let's say I say not existing customers or catalog view products. Okay, so that person is kind of engaged, right? Looking at my catalog ads, visited, add to carts, not really, just let's say 180 days in visitors. So that is done. I will just go down and click confirm here. So now we created our audience segments, and I will just confirm this. Okay, now it is created, and I will say confirm here, and perfect. And now we can go to our ads manager and see it in the breakdown. But of course, it has to populate. And now I can see, I will just X out of these two. These are basically, guys, not published campaigns, and I will just delete these campaigns. Okay, now we can see this in as a breakdown. How are you going to see those? So you will come to this one. These are the columns. You can see the metrics, set the metrics. What I want to do is click on this one here, the breakdown, and as we go down, we will be able to see those by audience segment. So what I want to do, come to time, and under time you have demographics, and under that you have audience segments. So if you click on this audience segments, you will see how many of those audiences are actually your custom audiences. So we don't have that data because we just created these audiences, but after a week or so we will be able to see the engaged audience here are bringing most of the purchase value, or the audiences that we created not engaged but past purchases. So maybe they are repeat purchases. So you will be able to see that here as well underneath the ad. So what did we do? Came to this icon here right next to the columns and go to the right under the demographics here, age, and we had demographics and age and gender, and we clicked on here audience segment. So once you clicked on it, you will be able to see the breakdown. Hope that was clear. That wraps up the audience section of this, and I will see you in the next. Hey everybody, in this section we're going to be covering learning phase, what learning phase is, and this is really important, so pay close attention to this section. So learning phase is basically they're trying to find out who is that ideal person that buys gyms or your products and services or reacts to your ads. So it is basically a period where the delivery system or the algorithm tries to learn about, which person reacts the best, or which is the best place that you get the most sales or leads. So how is this happening? How can you see if your ads are learning? So when you are in the ad set level, you will see the learning in the ad set level, as you guys can see here. And also, we will have to enable that delivery column. So go to the columns and click on delivery, and you will see this learning right here. So that means basically you are in the learning phase currently. So how do you get out of the learning phase, right? So it is a phase. So you want to get out of the learning phase. So Meta understands your ideal avatar and gets you the best possible results. So you need to get 50 results in a week after a last significant edit. What is a result? So guys, we selected sales as a campaign objective, and then in the ad set level, we looked at what is the optimization result, right? So you can choose, let's say, add to cart, purchase, conversion, but we want to say conversions. But when you said conversions, you need to have 50 of them, 50 of the sales, leads, whatever the case may be, in 1 week. So that is a big number. So that is the reason why I suggest do not make big changes. So you need to have 50 results, meaning conversion events, in a week after your ad set's last significant edit. So what is a last significant edit? So Meta considers these as a significant edit. Any change to targeting, so you add an interest or remove an interest, change to ad creatives, and you change the optimization event. So let's say you are optimizing towards sales and then you change it to, let's say, add to cart, or that is a significant edit as well. Adding a new ad to your ad sets, also a significant edit. Pausing ad set for 7 days or longer, that puts it back to the learning phase. And if you change the bid strategy, for instance, add cost cap, bid cap, we haven't covered that yet, but if you change that. So what to do? Wait until your ad set is out of the learning phase. Again, if your budget is too small, you are not going to get out of the learning phase, and I have different strategies for that. But this is for if you have the ability to get out of the learning phase with enough budget. Avoid unnecessary edits, guys. Like, put the creatives in and do not touch it too many times. Do not create too many ad sets. So that's a big one, guys. So as I said, even on the retargeting section, do not create, minuscule different targeting interests stuff in different ad sets. That is not going to help you. That is going to hurt you guys. So the reason I say, amalgamate and put all of the ad sets into one and have a one big stacked audience, one big stacked ad set, that will help you get out of the learning phase way faster. And don't set budgets too low. Let's say if your daily budget is $10, $40, $100, you're not going to get 50 conversions, at least 50 sales in 1 week, right? $100 a day. I mean, your cost per purchase has to be, you have $700 a week, right? So your cost per purchase has to be extremely low for you to get out of the learning phase. So you have to have realistic budgets. All right, let's move on. And let's say you don't have enough budget, and then for you to get out of the learning phase, cost per purchase is high, you will be in learning limited phase. So that is basically not a phase, but that Meta is telling you, look, I got stuck, and you're not receiving 50 optimization events in a week after your last significant edit. That is basically keep you stuck in that learning limited phase. So Meta is not achieving that optimal phase where you can find better people or better target audience to get your ads to convert in a really better rate. So don't expect a magical number if you get out of the learning phase. I mean, it's not going to improve like 100%. Just consider your ads are going to improve by 20%, 30%, right? If you get out of the learning phase. So being in the learning limited is not end of the world. So do not really get upset about it. So I've seen many ad accounts. Keep in mind, the client is going to tell you, look, Jim, like my cost per lead is $100. Let's say they're selling something really expensive, and their cost per lead industry average, the minimum is like $50, let's say. And their budget, they cannot go beyond, let's say, $1,000 or let's say $3,000 a month. With that calculation, your daily budget is going to be small, right? Like, what is that? $30 a day, something like that. There's no way you're going to get out of the learning phase with that budget. And if that's the case, you do not have to think of, okay, this is not going to be profitable for the client. There's no way we are going to get out of the learning phase. I mean, don't get stuck in that mindset, because you still can be profitable and you still can get great results. I've seen many clients, they make such good results, such good money with learning limited in many of their ad sets. So it also depends in different factors. Like, that is not the only thing that impacts Meta. So that will maybe hurt your performance by 20%, 15%. That's it, not more. So keep that in mind and don't get really stuck. The main thing that is going to impact your performance is your creative. Keep that in mind. So If you want to get out of the learning phase, there are some couple of things we can do. Combine ad sets and campaigns, as I said. When I've had a lot of different campaigns, I've seen like some ad accounts, they have separate lookalike campaigns. I mean, there's no need for a lookalike campaign, right? You can maybe have lookalike ad sets, but maybe you don't want to have like separate interests, like shoe interests, competitor interests, your behaviors, engage shoppers, different ad sets. You don't have to have separate ad sets. Put them into one, and you will get better results. Raising budgets is the best one. I mean, if your budget is too low, you're not gonna have enough optimization events, and that is not gonna get you out of the learning phase. And if you have bid control or cost control as a bid strategy, you want to raise that. We're gonna cover the bid strategies as well, and that will help you get out of the learning phase as well. And another one where people do, but I don't do and suggest, I just want you to know what other people do, changing the optimization events. So that will help you get out of the learning phase a lot faster. But again, with a small budget, you will still be in that phase. I will show you what I mean by that. So you come to your ads manager here. What they do, guys, they click edit to an ad set. And here, let's say we are in our ad set. We will go down so we can see the conversion event. They change this to link clicks or something like that. So which is not ideal, I know. So I will show you how they do it. So they just duplicate this ad set and duplicate with the original setup. Yes, so let's say I'm duplicating my ad set here. What they do, this is the conversion event, right? So they change this from purchase to add to cart. So of course you're gonna get a lot more add to carts in a week, maybe 50 up to 50 add to carts with a small budget, but you're not gonna get 50 purchases, right? So I'll say an example could be you get maybe 70 add to carts, but like 20 or 15 to 30 purchases. So there's no way with that budget you're gonna get out of the learning phase. And if you're running ads for a client and they can't increase their budgets, you can say, look, I'm gonna change it to add to carts, and Meta will find who is adding to cart more. Then once you have that, if your performance improves, you duplicate that ad set and then add a, let's say, change this to a purchase, right? Or some people do like weave content as well. This is the easiest one. You can get out of the learning phase a lot faster conversion if you change the conversion events. So guys, that is basically it. And really not my personal suggestion to do it, because Meta will try to find more of those people who are going to add to cart instead of purchasing, and they're going to optimize towards the wrong thing, which I do not suggest really. All right, guys, that was it for the learning phase. Don't get too attached to it mentally, but if you have the ability to increase the budget and amalgamate the different audiences into one ad set, do it. That's your number one thing. Increasing the budget is also one of those important things. But again, if your client is not going to, do not think it is going to hurt your performance like crazy. So you will see 20 to 30% improvement if you get out of the learning phase, and you will have a green box which says active. So if that's the case, kudos, you're doing a great job. Sometimes you get out of the learning phase at 49, 48 conversion events per week. So it is not exactly 50, but again, don't get too attached to it. Creatives matter the most. All right, I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section, we're gonna be talking about Meta Ads creatives. And this is going to be an intro, a soft intro. So we're not gonna get super technical in this section. I'm just gonna talk about how Meta Ads is evolving. So the core role of Meta Ads creative is changing. The targeting is getting less and less accurate, and Meta algorithm is getting more and more smarter. So that's why creatives are more important than ever. For those of you who ran Meta Ads before and you are watching this to refresh your knowledge, you will know Meta Ads at one point you could have just upload an image ad that is really ugly, just showing the product with no background whatsoever and just the price tag. You will, if you have good targeting, you would have gotten great results. But nowadays, the targeting is not really important, right? A lot of people don't even do any targeting. They just have broad targeting, as we covered, just age and gender and location. just let it run with different creatives, and as they find new creatives, they will see great results, and they don't even bother doing any targeting whatsoever. So this is the ultimate hierarchy that you need to know when it comes to meta advertising. This is so important, guys. I wanted to cover this first in the beginning of everything, but we didn't have enough. If you're just like learning meta ads from the scratch, you didn't have enough context to understand this. What is a creative? What is targeting? What is ad copy? Since you know all of that now, it will make more sense. The number one thing, the most important thing is the offer, right? That is the offer. That is the most important thing. You have a cleaning business and you're cleaning houses, right? You have a competitor that is charging $99 to clean one room. And if your home has 3 rooms, you're gonna be paying $300. And if you have an offer saying completely free, regardless of how many rooms that you have, the first cleaning service, the first booking is completely free. That is simply a better offer. If you have just white background, black text on it, you run that static ad, image ad, you're gonna get way better results than the other guy who has fancy creatives. Why? Because your offer is simply more appealing to the user. So we're gonna look at how we can craft better offers, but if you're in e-commerce, for instance, you don't get that chance to create really tricky, fancy offers, right? Because you're selling a product at the end of the day. So that's why we're gonna look at, after offers, creatives. That is the second most important thing. For e-commerce, let's say, you cannot really, you can test different angles, different pain points, but the most important thing is going to be creative. Then the ad copy, then we have the targeting, right? So the targeting is the least important when it comes to meta ads right now. So there's a great saying, you can get better results with great creatives and awful targeting than a bad creative with pinpoint amazing targeting. So even if you reach your ideal avatar, like the perfect avatar, if you don't have that great creative, that is not going to appeal to that user, because they're subjected to millions of different stimulus on social media. So Meta's algorithm is changing. Basically, you can target people with your creative and messaging. You're gonna be thinking, Jim, like if I have 10 creatives, how do I know Meta targets the right users? They have billions and billions of data points. You're not the only user. They have billions of users there, and there are also thousands and thousands of hundreds of thousands of Meta advertisers. So they know the data points. And I will show you an example where some advertisers actually using this tactic where they just advertise. They don't have a retargeting campaign. They don't have a retargeting ad set. What they do is a next level thing, which is basically letting Meta decide, and they push all of the creatives into one ad set or one campaign and let Meta decide which one is basically retargeting creative. How can they do that? Basically, there's going to be one ad taking majority of the spend, but that is going to have a low return on ad spend. That is going to be determined by Meta as a top of funnel creative. That is the prospecting creative. And there's going to be one ad that is going to have relatively lower ad spend, that is going to have a higher frequency, let's say 3x, 4x frequency, and that ad will have a higher return on ad spend. So that means if that ad has a higher frequency, that ad is acting as a retargeting ad, so that you can see Meta can exactly detect which person or which creative is more user-friendly in a bottom of funnel context or top of funnel context. So there is 90-10 rule. There's actually 80-20 Pareto principle, but I use it as 90-10 in meta advertising. 90% of your efforts in meta ads should be on your creatives, and only 10% of your effort should be on targeting and other settings. So with one winning creative, you can skyrocket your profitability. That happened to us. I was running ads for a print-on-demand company. The owner of that brand was really young, 20 years old kid, and he was basically, those print-on-demand shops, right? Like there's Printify, there's other websites there like apps in Shopify. So you can basically, once a person buys a product, they ship the product right away. You don't have to have any manufacturing, you don't have to have any products sitting in your warehouse or in your home basically. So it is really, really convenient. The only downside is like the quality of the t-shirts are not great, or the apparel is not great. So that client was basically, we just focusing on the creative. Like we were testing some targeting, but at the end we realized broad targeting, even though the niche of that brand was super hyper specific, the hardcore metal Christian lifting brand. So there's a lot of intersections of different niches. But that brand, we did really, really well on a broad targeting because Meta was super effective into finding good creatives, and the client was providing the creatives, and he was really talented in terms of creating really good video ads. And we were just rolling those video ads into that broad targeting campaign. And after we found those winning creatives, broad targeting, like targeting anyone and everyone, just age and gender targeting, but Meta found those ideal users with the focus on creatives on our side. And then the store was making 10K per year, and then we skyrocketed to 150K per month in revenue. So imagine you have 20% profit margins, you start making 30K, 20K per month profit. So it is that strong. So for success, guys, what you need to know, you want volume and variety. I know I said one winning creative could take you to the moon, but you have to focus on volume and variety to find that winner creative, right? So if you look at Meta, actually suggests do not rely on a single good ad, because that ad eventually will die off. That is called fatigue, creative fatigue, which we're going to dive into that later on. So you want to test many formats, angles, cuts, hooks, different things to feed the algorithm to find the ideal combination. So if you are one of those people who say Meta ads don't work, you basically have to reframe that to, I haven't found a winning creative yet, and that's fine. So the top advertisers, including myself, we test hundreds of creatives before winning a winning ad. And until then, we do not focus on, okay, we're not profitable yet. We don't say, okay, Meta ads don't work, let's switch to another platform. We don't say that. We stick to it. We just test different creatives. And if you find one really good combination of a hook, a body, a call to action, an angle, a unique selling proposition, you will do really, really well. So that is the wrap. And in the next section, we're going to be talking about ad formats, at what budget brackets, how many of those creatives you need to include in your ad sets, specifically ad formats. See you in the next one. All right, guys, now we are talking about creative formats. So this is the basic one. When you go to the ad level, as we created the ads, you see a couple of options. Number one is static ads, which are also known as single image ads. So they are basically just one ad, which is not a video, right? Just one single ad. But also you need to keep in mind, you want to have two variations. One is for the feed, and one is this specs, which is called story specs, 1080 by 1920, which is going to be vertical. And the other one is going to be square, which is super simple, and we covered that previously. So what are the pros of static ads? So super easy to create and also fast to create. And I will show you some static ad formats, not formats, but styles that you can implement right away if you haven't done them already. That are proven to work, all the advertisers are using right now. So fast to create, if you have Canva, if you have Photoshop, any free editing software, you can just drag and drop, easily create one of those. You don't need any editor whatsoever. And works well with direct offers. If you have a complex product or a complex service, it might not work really well. And it is an amazing retargeting, but also it works at any other stage as well. Middle of funnel, bottom of funnel. Again, I'm not really a big fan of funnels, but I mean, for you to understand, I'm a bigger fan of one big campaign and then maybe one retargeting campaign. So nowadays, you can run these ads at any stage and you can create as many of them as you want. You can test, for instance, this creative, but like 20 different headlines with this creative, and Meta will tell you which one is the better one, right? What are the cons? What are not good with static ads? I mean, I wouldn't say not good, but downsides. So easier to scroll past. I mean, weaker thumb stopping than videos. If you have a strong hook versus an image ad, I mean, that is not going to be comparable, right? A lot of people will stop for a really strong video hook, but for a static ad, not really. Limited storytelling. You cannot tell much on one frame, right? You can stick to one messaging. Here, they are sticking to one messaging. You don't need to overpay for premium chinos. Here, you can see really sticking to one messaging, which is what? Basically, affordable chinos, right? And quality affordable chinos. And ad fatigue sets in quickly with these ones. What does that mean? Like, it performs quite well, and after that, people get used to your ad, and that ad fatigues. And with static ads, that happens quicker than video ads. And less data for the algorithm. So there's no play rate, no watch time, no hook rate. There's not many like specific metrics that you're gonna have on the video ads. Let's cover those. What are the pros and cons for a video ad? So we have a stronger attention, storytelling, and hooks. So a person will, if you have stronger of those, like storytelling, hooks, so on and so forth, people are gonna stick around compared to a static ad. And this allows you to have more product demos, more transformations, more before and after narratives, and you can rarely do those with a static ad, with a single image. Why? Because you can show, if you have a complex product, let's say a unique, really innovative product, the best way to actually show that is through video ads, right? If you have a really classic product, like a mug, for instance, or an iPhone case, yes, like static ads work really well because everybody knows what they are. But if you have some sort of a unique product, you need to show that, demonstrate that with different angles on a video ad. Otherwise, people don't understand, and a confused mind don't buy. Never forget that. And we're gonna have higher engagement signals. We can see a lot more data, such as watch percentage, 25%, 50%, 75 to 100. Compare different video ads to one another. Clicks, comments, I mean the engagement rate, the hook ratio, which we are going to build as well. And this performs usually better in top of funnel, and this scales really, really well, guys. Scales super easily. What do I mean by this? This can eat a lot of budget in a good way, right? If you have just statics, I mean, they're gonna take some spend, but after a while, the performance will drop. But if the video is good in quality and you found that winning angle, it will perform quite well and it won't die off so easily. So what are the cons, like downsides? More expensive and time consuming to produce. It is the case, unfortunately. I mean, we're gonna see how we can create AI videos with a basic footage, but this is the reality of it, right? Editing a video takes longer than editing a photo. I mean, if you need to do a proper, like a video shoot with the product demonstration, it is gonna take hours and days, right? It takes time. And if your hook is weak, and even if the rest of the video is amazing, with a weak hook, first 3 seconds of a video, your performance is going to suffer. Then we have carousels. These carousels are great, guys. Like the one I showed you for a retargeting ad was basically a carousel ad, right? Carousel ad, but a catalog attached to it. So it was dynamically showing products in a carousel format. So the pros, multiple carts. You can showcase different products, features, or steps. And my favorite way of doing this is showcasing multiple products with a catalog ad. You can do that in top of funnel. You can do that in bottom of funnel, right? And interactive, like they can swipe, gives a different signal to the algorithm. They can see who are more engaged with those ads. And it is great for retargeting, like you view the product X, here is the Y item, right? And that works really well as we set up in the catalog ad as a retargeting ad. What are the cons? It doesn't scale so well, guys. Like it does quite well in the retargeting. It gets quite a bit of big budget and gets the purchases, but you're not going to hit like $2,000 a day, $10,000 a day in some certain cases. If you are going to be a media buyer, Facebook ad specialist, you're not going to hit those like really high $50,000 a day budgets with carousel ads, unfortunately, right? And also, if the first card isn't engaging, like there are separate cards, you can call them slides, cards as people swipe, they are not going to stick around. That is unfortunate reality, but it's not a big con if you ask me. So if it can feel cluttered, I mean, on a story placement, these carousels also look like a static ad, so not a huge problem on a story or a reel placement, but on a like a feed placement, it could be a problem compared to, let's say, a static ad, right? And we have one more, which is not super common. It's a collection ad, and it is only for mobile. Now you have to keep that in mind, and it is also in the cons. I put that here. So what are the pros? Like, it is great for e-commerce. And if you have e-commerce and connected to catalog, which is super easy, you just download the Meta and the Instagram app, and then you attach your data sets and then click continue, automatically attaches the catalog there, and you can show a video at the top and the products at the bottom, which is great. And it basically creates an instant experience, like a storefront, right, inside of Meta. So they don't have to go to your website. Let's say your website loads really slowly and it takes a lot of time. You don't have to actually go through that hurdle. They just see the products and a video at the same time. And it allows dynamic product retargeting, like you can show people what they browsed previously. And this works only if you have multiple SKUs to showcase. What is a SKU? It's like a product ID, right? And then if you have, let's say, just one product, it won't work. You want to have multiple products, and most e-commerce stores do have those. And it doesn't scale, unfortunately, since it is only showing on mobile, and it doesn't, and only also, like, since it's mobile specific, and you need to have certain things at the same time, like it has to be, and the placements are limited with this one as well. It doesn't work on certain placements like marketplace, so on and so forth. So that's why it doesn't scale very well, but it's a good addition. I sometimes include that, but for sure I do not rely on it, right? So let's see some examples of your daily budgets and what type of creative formats that you could include. I didn't put in the collection here. I mean, you're gonna have maybe 1 or 2 collections and not more than that. The reason I didn't include this because it only works on mobile. Yes, mobile traffic will be almost 80% of your traffic, maybe 90% of your traffic, but again, collection ads are not so popular, and it's not going to be your winner ads. That's why I didn't include that in here. So this is a matrix that you can look at, and these numbers are, you can do +5, -5. These are not like set stone numbers, so you can be creative, exceed those numbers, go below those numbers a little bit. I mean, do not stick to it by heart, but that is a good guideline for you. So let's say you have $10 a day, 1 campaign, 1 ad set. I mean, ideally you want to have 3 creatives, not less than that. I do not suggest less than 3 creatives. And you can have 2 static ads, 1 video ads. I suggest at least a video. Start with a video ad there, but 2 statics, 1 video is a great combination for a small budget like this. And let's say you start running this, you don't see good results, you're not profitable, you pause the ones that are not even getting any add to carts, and include new versions of those formats. Then you have the second one. What is that? Let's say you're spending $100 a day. It could be $150, it could be $75. Like you can take -5, I add +5 here, and you can do the same here. Like, of course, don't -5 here. Sorry, don't -5. It doesn't make sense. You will be $95 a day. You can do plus and -50. Like, it is a range. Think of it like that. So if you're spending $100 a day and you reach that budget, you're profitable, and you have that amount of money to spend to make that amount back, what I suggest, at least have 3 creatives. Of course, you can have more. Again, do not stick to it. Maybe you want to have 5 here and 2 video ads. And if I have $100 here, I would include at least 1 carousel. Below $100, I wouldn't bother including a carousel ad. And I usually use that carousel for retargeting, and I would put that into a different ad set. But if you want to use just 1 campaign, just 1 ad set, and no retargeting, you can still do that, right? You can have that carousel, and Meta will use that as a retargeting creative. So Meta is smart like that, yes. And you can have 2 videos now. It was 1 video here, and you can increase that to 2 videos. I mean, again, it could be 3 videos and 3 statics, just a guideline. So let's move on to, let's say you started scaling $500 a day. So that is almost $10,000 a month. That is a really healthy budget. So now we're getting serious here. So you don't want to have below 10 creatives. Below 10 is not good here. You will fatigue so fast, and every like 3 days you have to add new creatives. So you will, like, people will get bored, people are going to start reporting your ads, and then it will get more and more expensive, and they're not going to get good results. So 8 static ads I suggest at this point, and almost half of them, maybe 60% of them, are not going to do well. So you're going to replace them right away. And then you want to have 4 video ads. That is a good point to have 4 videos, maybe 5, and I will keep my 1 carousel still. Say you increase your budget to $1,000 a day. Now we're getting serious here. Well, you want to have around 20 to 25 to 30 creatives here. 50 statics is a good point. I want to have 6 video ads. I'll start testing video hooks here once I have enough video ads to test, and I would start testing hooks, angles, unique selling propositions. Now I can have 2 carousels, maybe 1 catalog ad and like automatically added catalog carousels, and 1 specifically designed carousel. Maybe I put my top selling products here. Let's say you have $5,000 a day. I would, at this stage, want to have more than 30 creatives here, at least 20 statics, and I want to increase the number of videos to 11. Now I'm getting serious with testing videos here. Of course, you're still testing maybe angles, headlines on your static ads, but you want to increase the testing scale on your video ads. And at this point, you probably have 2 to 3 really good video ads with strong hooks, so you can change different angles, backgrounds, some pacing of the video, test different stuff there. And if you have $10,000 a day spending, and I have multiple accounts at this stage running with this type of budget, which is quite common. Like, if you are not used to running ads for big brands, it may sound scary, but it is quite common. There's a lot of brands, especially e-commerce brands, doing ads with this scale on Meta advertising. So I suggest, if this is under 1 ad set, you want to have 45 creatives at least, guys. 30 statics, I mean, you're going to run out of statics really fast. You're going to come in like every 2 days. You're going to post some ads, add new statics, but you want to give more time to the video ads, because you need some spend to see if they're performing or not. Because I've seen many cases, a video ad doesn't do anything for a week, and then after a week, it picks up like crazy and becomes the best sale producing creative. And I still stick to 2 carousels here if it is under 1 ad set. If I'm like duplicating this and dividing the budget, maybe $10,000 on one ad set, and I have multiple other campaigns and multiple other ad sets that I do some other testing, and let's say this is my scaling campaign and ad set, that's enough. Two carousels are enough here. And if you are spending $10,000 plus a day, meaning it could be $20,000, I mean, you're gonna rarely hit like $50,000 a month. It is quite rare. You're gonna have a lot of $10,000 a day, but 50,000 plus, it is quite rare. At that point, 50 plus creatives, 30 minimum carousels, 30 minimum statics here. And if it is 1 ad set again, I still suggest 2 carousels is enough. Like, you can add more to maybe show different, showcase different product, let's say, product categories, let's say, jeans, it could be, chinos, testing different and showing different images of them, then you can add more. But I usually am a big fan of 1 big catalog ad and 1 bestsellers, 2 separate carousels. And if you're testing, different product categories with carousels, then feel free to add more carousels. You can have up to 10 to 15 carousels. I mean, the best way to show this is go to big e-commerce stores and go to Meta Ads Library. I will show you how to navigate to Meta Ads Library, but it is a place, I will show you in the upcoming modules, it is a place where you can see what other brands are running. And if you go to Amazon's Facebook ads, if you go to Lasso's Facebook ads, eBay's Facebook ads, so like big e-commerce stores with thousands of different products, you will see like they cannot possibly create specific ads for each product. It's almost impossible, right? So it is not feasible at all. So what they do dynamic catalogs all the time. Like they have maybe 10 to 50 to 100 Amazon ads. They have 100 different carousels that I just checked today. Just carousels though, 100 different carousels, and they're using catalogs. And all of their ads, they're showing different product categories. Let's say home, home related stuff in one carousel. Clothing related stuff in one carousel, cleaning related stuff in one carousel, and there are some other carousels that they show based on retargeting, based on the likelihood of what people are going to buy. And look at Temu's ads are all carousels. They are now recently engaging with more, eye-catching, strong hook type of videos, investing more into their video creatives. But you will see they are relying a lot on carousels. I mean, if you are a big reseller, like you're selling other products that you don't own, that is a really common strategy, which we're gonna cover. All right, guys, that was it, like an intro to creative formats. We're gonna dive really deep into ad creatives because that is basically how you run meta ads right now in this day and age. All right, guys, hope you're having fun. I will see you in the next one. In the following section, we're gonna be looking at basic creatives that you can create. And if you don't know how to create static ads, static images, I will show you different ways that you can get to those images. And there are 4 ways that you can use. Number 1 is going to be creating in Canva for free. There's the free version of Canva and you don't have to pay anything. Just sign up with your email address and then you will be able to create the following creatives that I'm going to show you. The second option is Canva Pro, which I'm subscribed to Canva Pro, which is a paid version, but you have a lot more options like removing background, HD, enhancements, so on and so forth, which definitely is worth it if you want to be serious with your Facebook advertising efforts. The number 3 option, you don't have to create any ads at all, and I have a lot of advertiser friends that they don't know how to create ads, right? They don't know how to design images, videos, whatsoever, which is fine. And then you have to actually go and outsource this work to someone else. And here we have our first option, which is Upwork. You can go to Upwork and you will find people who will basically design those creatives for you, just like this. And they charge certain amounts. And these are simple creatives that you can create. It doesn't require a lot of skill and basic creative, so it's not going to be so expensive, but you will have to test a lot of different ads, then it might add up. The 4th option is basically Fiverr, which is a similar platform to Upwork, and it is exactly the same. Some people like freelancers, designers have their own rates and they charge certain amount for certain creatives, and you will say, okay, I want 5 different static ads and I want them to be created in, let's say, 3 days, and they will charge you a certain amount. And a lot of different people have a lot of different rates, right? You can find from $10 to $50 to $100, right? It is different, and the amount varies depending on the person's experience. So these are the 4 options that I'm giving to you. What I suggest, have some basic skills in Canva, how to design those ads, because they are going to be simple. And once we jump in, you will see different variation of creatives. They're basic to go create right away and start testing in Facebook ads. So these ad styles are proven, guys, that I'm going to show you. They work and you can right away start testing. And I have some explanations with them and you can just get to work and see which one is working for you the best. All right, see you in the next one. All right, guys, let's start with the basic go-to creatives. The first one is going to be us versus them. This is such an easy creative type to create. Basically, you're dividing the screen into 2, just like this, and at the top or at the bottom, or you can divide it horizontally or vertically as well. This example divided the screen to two separate horizontal segments. You can see you put your product here and you put your competitor's product here, right? It doesn't have to be exactly, you don't have to mention your competitor's name, but I will show you a bunch more examples. This is great because it basically tells you or your prospects why you should buy, right? You basically answers why should they buy from you. It is easy to fast to create. I mean, you can create it in Canva in 10 minutes, and it works better if you are going to mention the price. It works of course better if you're cheaper than your competitors, or you should not mention your price, right? It doesn't work if you are more expensive. Don't mention the price. You can compare other stuff. Like whatever your unique selling proposition, you want to mention that. It works at every stage of the funnel. The only thing is the user, the prospect, has to be aware of the problem and the solution, right? If they don't even know there's like a hair pill that helps the people to, grow hair back, there's no need for you to compare yourself to your competitors. I mean, if the user has to be in a position where they have a problem, they know the solution, and they know one product, which is your competitor, and now you're presenting yourself as the alternative to that product. Let's see one more example. We have the Ridge wallets. Again, guys, if you want to see some ad examples, Ridge wallets ads are great. So you can also use a like Instagram style headline here. My girlfriend thinks this looks tough. I mean, look at this, guys. They use a different ad here. You can use this comparison, us versus them. Plus, on top of it, you can test different headlines just like this, right? Like POV style, like looks organic, really organic. So you can see this is the old wallet, the competitor, which they're going against the norm, basically bulky, wears out, doesn't fit in the pocket. The Ridge wallet, on the other hand, stainless steel, sleek, blocks whatever, super durable, compact. It doesn't have that bulky look. And you can have another headline here, for instance. Like you can test different headlines with this one. Again, this scales really, really well, and it doesn't die off as fast. So another example, we have rash guards. So rash guards is what people wear during jiu-jitsu training, so on and so forth. So they're comparing this to a normal rash guard, and you can see extreme gi rash guards. So silicone belts, customized design, they don't have the customized design, so they're comparing what the competitor doesn't have, but what our brand has, basically. Flat lock stitching, they don't have that. Lightweight fabric, they don't have that. And this, on this brand, they have all of it, right? So again, us versus them style creative. Let's see one more. This example works because again, they are going with the price specifically. If you do not have a cheaper offering, do not compare with price, right? So for instance, these guys most likely more expensive than the normal rash guards, than the norm basically, and they don't compare with the price point. So here you can see these are cheaper than the alternative. You can see there's ours. You can say us versus them. And you don't have to mention, other brands. You can say our brand or versus the other ones. You don't have, you can put your logo here and don't put your competitor's logo, of course. You can have some people do it and they don't get flagged, but they might, sue you for defamation. And you can see there's a huge price point difference, and bam. So you can see Tom Ford, they're using the competitors. They're probably not gonna get, slander. They're not gonna get sued for slander because they're not saying anything else, just putting the price, right? And then we have a couple more examples, us versus them. So traditional multivitamins versus smart supplement, right? You can see a comparison as well, and they're probably more expensive here. That's why they are not using the price point as well. Let's see, smart probiotic versus green sludge. So, the green juices, they are using this word sludge to make them look really disgusting, so on and so forth. You can see they are apparently cheaper. They're using this as a price point at the bottom in pounds. 20 billion CFO, 7 billion something something, and again a comparison. Like you put the USPs that you offer, you can put what they don't offer, or you can put what they lack in. One more. So you can see they are dividing the screen into vertical lines. Usually dividing the screen into vertical lines is more popular as opposed to this one. This is a horizontal us versus them. This is vertical. And this is comparing to other types, right? Not just one. So $1 per fill, more cheaper, non-toxic, space saving, high efficacy. You can see expensive, a couple more options. Tablets, other tablets, existing liquid. So they're doing the comparison for all brands almost, right? All different type of competition. So let's take a look at this base supplies versus other brands. So you can use that comparison as well. And it is a good idea to use a different color background as well when you're doing your comparison. In all of our examples except this one, you can see they are using a different color background for each part. This one as well. This one didn't use this different color, this one used, but it is more common than not, right? So we can see again, whatever they have, which is a negative, there's a cross sign here, and irritates the skin, like nutrients, nutrient rich, gentle on the skin, and you can see the comparison here as well. And we have one more us versus them, which is for like an immunity supplement. You can see us versus them. They literally using the us versus them as well. So the product image, just remove the background, super easy. 10 calories, 1 added sugar, and you can see the competitor. They literally put the product of the competitor. 35 calories, 6 grams added sugar, which is not great. We're gonna jump on to the next one and let's see what else, what easy to go creatives we have. All right, guys, we have testimonial ads. So why do we use testimonial ads? And they are all over the place. Number one, it builds trust. Number two, it is super fast and easy to create, like us versus them creatives. I mean, you can handle objections with this one, right? The best thing, like you don't have to create the random testimonial or just make up a testimonial. I mean, you can use the actual testimonials, but I've seen many brands make up testimonials. Like there's not such a testimonial that exists, but what you want to do is what are the common objectives that you have for your product, for your niche, right? Let's say, how do you find those common objections? You go to Reddit, you go to ChatGPT and ask them, say, these are like, what are the common objections for my product XYZ? These are the alternatives, right? You're gonna have a lot of common objections. Let's say, for instance, I've never had such lovely poops ever. I'm so grateful. This is for digestion action, right? And then a common objection would be like, this is expensive for a supplement. There's no point buying this instead of like eating clean, right? That would be a common objection. So what you want to do is use that and turn it into ChatGPT, or sorry, turn it into a testimonial. How are you going to do that? An example would be like, I was thinking this is really expensive. Instead, I thought, you know, eating natural foods would be way cheaper than buying this supplement, right? But as a result, I was thinking that. However, it turned out, you know, I was wrong and it became cheaper because I'm now more time efficient. My digestive system is way better and I'm getting extra nutrients so I don't have to buy multivitamins. You see how I'm turning this around and making this an objection handling in and of itself. So we can do this objection handling in the ads as well. We need to do that. So you can use this for bottom of funnel, super common for bottom of funnel creatives, meaning retargeting ads. And I've seen this many times. You can use this in top of funnel again. And in one campaign structures, you can use that as well. Like Meta will find which user to show your ads to. You don't have to, you know, create multiple campaigns. Let's take a look at this one. We have go-to skincare brand, which is a really famous brand in Australia. Must have, like super simple. I mean, they're not trying to handle any objections here, just must have a testimonial. One more, let's take a look at this. So you can use multiple testimonials. So there is a benefit at the top, a product image, and smells heavenly and is not greasy. being greasy is probably a common objection here, and they are using this as a objection handling. I love the scent, but sexy, again, not an objection handling, but just a proper testimonial basically. So I meditate so running becomes more than just running. You can see for Headspace is a basically an app that people use, and this is coming from a running coach. Like you can use this style as well. And we have one from Lumen. Lumen is again a skincare brand for men, but now they turned it into like this red light therapy thing, a new product they launch. The future of skincare is Lumen. They don't miss. Again, this is for creating some trust for the brand, but I'm not really a huge fan of this because it doesn't really handle any objection, right? So 100% cheaper than XYZ would be better, you know? I was skeptic, but the improvements on my skin changed how I look at Lumen. That could be another way of handling an objection. Maybe they don't want to make up testimonials. Maybe they're literally using actual testimonials, but again, it is up to you. So we have one more here. So they literally using this verified buyer text here, which is good as well. Again, some of them are basically story mode, some of them square, so do not get hung up on it. And within 48 hours of using this product, I could see my skin plumber and line soften. I'm 62, best product ever and at an affordable price. So this is a really great testimonial that you can use, and long ones are usually better ones, but again, the long ones are going to be harder to read. People are not going to spend so much time, but if they're on the edge, they're not sure, that is going to help a lot. We have one more from Sheet Society. Someone who always wakes up often during the night, but since I've been using Sleep Well, I have such a deep sleep. So you can see again, covering some objections and creating that trust with the brand. So that was testimonial examples, super easy to create, and you can just, we're gonna create some of those together as well, don't worry. I'm just showing you the go-to style creatives, that basically static ads that you can create, and such an easy creative styles to create, guys. Like you don't have to have anything, just a product shot, your logo on top, and a testimonial. You can see how easy that could be, and once we create some, you will understand how easy that could be as well. Well, move on and let's see the other creative style. So this one is quite common, guys. You've probably seen this all the time, but if you're not looking at the ads as an advertiser, you probably missed it. So just pay postage, a big headline, our best-selling impact whey protein. Okay, that is not the one that is call out benefits, but what makes this ad a call out benefit style ad is they are showing the product. Usually the background is removed and there are some small arrows showing the benefits and features of the products, right? So this one is 18 grams of protein per serving, which is a benefit. We can see over 40 delicious flavors, benefits less than 2 grams per sugar per serve. That is basically a feature, less than 114 calories. That is a feature as well. The difference between features and benefits is features is features is basically something that is features is basically a specific thing about a product. Benefit is basically how that specific thing benefits you. And how we can turn features into benefits is you can put so that. So for instance, let's put less than 114 calories feature, so that it becomes, you know, you don't have to worry about the calorie dense protein shakes, right? Because it is super low in calories, right? So that, and you can say, okay, how that benefits me. You put so that in there, and then you see how that benefits you. And there's a testimonial at the bottom. I mean, that is not a testimonial style ad, basically a call out benefit style ad, but you can use that as well. So you can display benefits and features easily with this creative style, fast and easy to create again, and great for top of funnel and great for scaling. It doesn't die off fast, and you can run this for months. Let's see other one. Huel is again another protein shake style brand and a meal replacement mainly, and they are testing different headlines here, but you can see more vitamin C than an orange. That is a good benefit. More protein than 5 eggs. So they are making you quantify those specifics. More omega-3 than a salmon fillet. More potassium than a banana. So you can see how they're using these features with benefits, right? So you don't have to actually, okay, how many grams, like let's say instead of more protein than 5x, so if I were to say here a feature such as, let's say, 30 grams of protein, right? That is a feature, so that it is more protein than 5x. So you don't have to sit down and eat 5x. So more vitamin C than an orange means basically, let's say, the 10 grams of vitamin C, which doesn't mean anything for a lot of people. Instead, they are saying more vitamin C than an orange, so it becomes, tangible in your head. Let's see the other one. We have a Nike shoe, basically, right? You can see they are basically using the call out, not benefits, but here quick and easy entry, that are using this as a feature, and you can use it just with features as well. Doesn't have to be always benefits. We have one more, Rise. Say no to bloating, which is a common problem. You can see they are showing the ingredients here, right? Ingredients and what they do. So turkey tail, okay, what does it do? Feature, and benefit is digestion. So reishi, what does it do? A feature and stress relief. Ingredients and the benefits. So what is that? Shiitake, what does it do? Immune support. So king trumpet, what does it do? Anti-inflammatory. So you can see Rise supplements are doing this really great. And you can see there's nothing going on in the ad, right? There is a big headline, and usually you want to combine this with a big headline there to, grab the attention, because your headline is the hook of a static ad. Super easy to create. Again, there's no background whatsoever, just the product. I mean, you add a background color if you want, but these guys just put the product image here and some ingredients and their benefits. Super easy to create. Let's take a look at this. Eucora. Again, so they're using a big headline here. Why not try Eucora? And they are using these benefits with arrows. You can use it with arrows, or just lines, up to you. All natural, whatever 5-star reviews, how many of that, whatever the case may be. Research backed, again, another benefit. Money back guarantee, another benefit here as well. So we have one more from Huel. Huel is using these arrow benefit style as well. And this time, instead of saying more protein than 5 eggs, they're saying 40 grams protein. They're using features here, right? So they're testing as well, guys. Like every advertiser is testing. You need to test different variations so you find the winner format for your ads. Again, there's another benefit here, 400 calories, 27 vitamins and minerals, and vegan. So you can see how they are doing this really, really well. All right, next one, we're gonna jump on and cover a different basic to-go static style. A quick ad break from the course. I have a full 113 hours long digital marketing course, which includes this one in a full format. If you want that, go to the first link in the description and start learning right now. All right, guys, this is a really overlooked ad style. This is offer text. What does that mean? So you have an offer, you put that offer on the image, and you don't have anything else in the background. That usually works better with services, because you usually with products, you want to have the product image, so at least people know what they're getting, right? If you're using that style. You need good offers with this creative style, guys. If you don't have a good offer, let's say you're just a marketing agency and you say, hire us, digital marketing agency, you're not gonna have a lot of people coming knocking your doors, right? Why? Because it doesn't entice them to take action. You need good offers. Instead of saying marketing agency, hire us, you can say 2 months free SEO. And in my previous agency, we did that. And so then you get a lot of traction, even though your creative is not really appealing, right? And also doesn't work with classic products. As I said, e-commerce doesn't really work well. Fast and easy to create and works really good with top of funnel. With bottom of funnel, doesn't really work well. I tried, and a lot of advertisers tried as well. So what are they doing? Still relying on expensive influencer or agencies to provide UGC videos. Get high quality UGC starting at $119. licensing included, and delivered in less than 10 days. So you can see their offer is pretty good, not an amazing offer, but you can see $119 high quality UGC, licensing, and delivered in less than 10 days. So that is the offer basically they have. So one more, there's a little image in the background, #1 ranked realtor on Google local search guaranteed. So this is coming from an advertisement agency again, but they included that product, but you can see they're basically an SEO service, right? A local SEO. And their offer is just a text, right? There's nothing going on in the background, just an image here for the image of a house. Let's take a look at this one. Amazon FBA store owner, we make for you great Amazon PPC ads or work for free. So this is again a really strong offer. So if you cannot succeed with Amazon ads, Amazon PPC ads, we basically work for free until we get this stuff done, get this stuff working. That is a strong offer, so there is no tax whatsoever. Let's take another one. Become a certified media buyer in 24 hours for only $27. That is a strong offer, right? Oh, okay, I'm gonna get my certification. I'm gonna only pay $27, and in 24 hours, I will become a certified media buyer. I can get a job, so on and so forth, right? Strong, strong offer. So you don't need a lot of creatives. Of course, I mean, this is just one ad. You're probably going to have 20, 25, 50 ads in one ad set. So we have one more. If you have a strong offer, you don't need much in this offer style text. So you can see up to 80% off vintage Black Friday sale. So huge offer, up to 80%. With Black Friday offers, you're gonna see a lot of these, like they usually go target everyone, and also including their retargeting audiences. Most people know this brand as well, and then say, okay, vintage, they're gonna get 80% off vintage clothes and then 20% of all sneakers. That is great. Let me click and see what they are about. Let's see one. Now casting entrepreneurs and business owners for new TV show. Again, there's not a great offer, but they're using just this, offer text. The offer is subpar. I mean, what am I gonna get? Am I gonna get out of this? Am I gonna get paid, or am I gonna be famous? So you have to you have to underline what they're gonna get at the end of this thing. So we have one more here. So Papier, hey paper person, 15% off your next order. This is basically a retargeting ad saying, okay, this is for you. I acknowledge the relationship, and if you buy this now, you're gonna get 15% off. And you can see the offer, 15%, not an amazing offer, but if you have an offer, you can use this creative style for variation. All right, guys, that was it for the offer text creatives. In the next section, we're gonna be looking at a different style of creatives. All right, guys, these are again one of the basic ads that you can create, not static, but this is a really like a generic, basically a creative style that I have to briefly cover this. We're gonna look at creating video ads. They are gonna be a totally separate section, but I want to underline how you can leverage user-generated content. UGC means user-generated content, and you do not just test one user-generated content creator, you test a million things in that. But I'm just gonna show you the benefits, the downsides, and some examples, and once we come to the video section, you will understand how to do those as well. So again, as we covered, you can create Canva free, Canva Pro. We cannot do them here, right? Because like we need a person to become our user-generated content creator. For that, we need to go to Fiverr and Upwork, and there are people, professionals, who are basically user-generated content creators, right? So it scales really, really well if you find a good combination and a good offer, but it is hard to create. That is the problem with these ones, guys. It is hard to create because you literally have to find a person, give them a script, so on and so forth. Not cheap as well. Like you have to create the script, pay them, send them a product so they can test, so on and so forth. So hard to find a winning version, but if you find a winner, it doesn't fatigue. Let's watch this one, for instance. Let's get an idea. So we watched it briefly. Once we come to analyzing winning ads, we will look into in more depth, but you can see a person literally testing your product. And at the end, you will see a person is suggesting, oh, you can buy now here. That is basically the whole premise. Let's see another example. So putting forbidden pants on, and this is more of a, like again, a user generated content, but a little bit more like lifestyle, right? Let's see. So it's a short one. Again, it's like a meme style, more of a like how people will react. Looks organic, and forbidden pants is kind of like forbidden because like it makes your like apparently the butt more butt bigger, so on and so forth. So her boyfriend is really like, you know, oh my god, you have something I want. It's like kind of fun kind of skit. We have another one from Lumen. Let's take a watch how they went about creating this user generated content style ad. Let's watch. You can see they are using the very different cuts, not just one guy speaking in front of the camera. There is a lot of money spent in this production of this video, but the premise is the same. If you pay a lot more, again, expensive, but you can get this kind of video, right? There's an editing going behind this. There's a lot of effort went behind this, right? Different scenes, one user generated content creator, but a lot of cuts as well. Let's watch another one. This is really long, but again, looks really organic. This is really classic style user generated content, a person in front of the camera testing the product. So you can see, guys, they are basically trying the product in front of the camera. It could be t-shirts, pens, makeup, skincare, anything, or a service as well. They do, oh, I tried Jim's XYZ course, that was amazing. You can get that done as well. So user-generated content testimonials, they are great, but it is not as easy as, okay, I tried one thing, it didn't work, or I tried one thing, it did work. Not as easy as that. You have to test a lot of stuff when it comes to user-generated testimonials, because there is a lot going into creating those. I will cover them, how to make a winning ad in terms of a video ad, but this is just one really common example that you can get done by sending this to someone on Upwork and Fiverr. I will show you how to source that, but you can get it created and really common creatives that you can try. I will see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section we're going to be looking at podcast style videos. Podcast style videos work extremely well for some reason. It scales really well. I had one example which I'm going to show. We tested this, not this one, but the next one in one of the clients' campaigns, and this basically started spending 95% of the budget in all ad sets. And we tried different creatives, right? We tried testing different ads, but that one was the winner, and it scaled to the moon, right? With one creative, we probably spent maybe $100,000 on just one creative in a year, and for a year the creative didn't die. So once you find a good winner, it goes really well, especially the podcast style. So expensive to produce, yes, works well on top of funnel, and it doesn't fatigue easy. Again, I ran this creative for a year. Hard to produce and looks native. So this was based, let's watch the first one first, and let's watch this one. This was the ad that we ran and ran for a year. Let's watch. So you can see a short ad, but we did such a good job with these ones. So let's watch this example. So again, a person is talking about how he is finding this product useful. Let's watch one more here, but the key here is the person shouldn't be looking at the camera, and there should be a microphone in front. So those are the two key points when creating a podcast style video. So it is a long ad, but you can see this person is talking and going on and on about the product, how this is helping him, so on and so forth. So you can see we have one more, and there's a question from the customer. And again, this person is not looking at the camera and looking this way and almost doing a podcast style video. So you can see, you get the point. This person is speaking this way and talking about not looking directly into the camera like he's being interviewed. So this is the podcast style ads, guys, that you can utilize and get great results with it. All right, guys, that was it. Again, and podcast style creatives, you can go to Upwork or Fiverr, any of these two sites, and get a person. There are specific people who do podcast style creatives that they focus on those as user generated content creators, right? They know how to create those. You can pay them an amount and get 4 to 5 different scripts to them. We're gonna come into how to write scripts, so on and so forth. But those are important things when you need to consider when you want to create a podcast style ad, and these work like magic. They are great. Service-based businesses, it could be, so for instance, this is a service-based business, this is a service-based business, this is a service-based business, this is basically an e-commerce business, right? It works with everything. So again, give it a shot. You will see a lot of great results. See you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section, we're gonna be covering tweet style ads. Yes, Twitter changed to X, but these are still called tweet style ads. So what are those? Basically, you are portraying a creative or portraying your offer in a tweet style on Meta ads. And the reason this style became popular was it looked really organic. Like everyone knew they are on Meta, right? You're not tricking them, you're on X and looks organic, not in that way, but it is an organic content type. So since you push that on the Meta ads, people don't have that banner blindness. So it is fast and easy to create, looks better and works better on top of funnel, but it dies off really fast and it doesn't scale so well. And it is getting outdated. So I'm gonna show you a better version of this, which is now popular and is not dying yet. So you can see this Russell Brunson is a really popular marketer. The 3-step success formula, logo flow socials, dive into no BS newsletter, which is he's promoting this. Watch your marketing game transform. Ready? ? Click below. Again, you can see everything is a tweet format basically, and still there's a call to action involved. We have one more here. This is a specific creative. The reason why is like they are showing a video inside, but the video is captured in a tweet style. So let's say I'm a person tweeting something here, what the fuck, I wish I knew this before buying more body wash, and you can see at the bottom underneath that we have a video, still a tweet style. Let's see one more. So we have a tweet. My boyfriend has bad acne scarring. Is there anything he can do about it? And then a response to that, which says, get him looming charcoal scrub for sure. This is the real deal. So they're kind of capturing a conversation here and trying to make it look real. We have one more, which is also a little bit more popular. You can see the grok sign here, like which is X, not tweet anymore, but still the same style. Do not buy this LED face mask unless you're ready to stop looking exhausted all the time. They're using the reverse marketing or anti-marketing, they're also called as, and you can see there's a lot of images and slight before after there. And in the next one, I will show you the one that works quite well nowadays, which is taking over the tweet style. Hey everybody, in this section, we're covering what we are going to say in the hook of the video. That is so important, right? Because we will have captions and people will see that as well on top of the text on screen. So rules for scripting our first line. So these are basically the top things that we need to keep in mind. We want to start with you or a bold statement. So they have to have a reason, right? People don't care what we do. People care about what they are going to get. And we want to address the product problem instead of the product, right? So if you start with what we do, yes, okay, that, you know, if your product is really unique and there might be a demonstration purpose, but usually good hooks, especially what we say, is a good starter if we address the products. So also we can add an open loop and something that is unsolved that demands continuation, right? Like the previous example we saw. And we need to avoid filler words, guys, like intros, explanations, who are you or who you are and what you do. We don't need that. Specifically for founder style creatives, we can have that, but in a good, if you want that ad to scale, you want to avoid it. So what we say, like, let's cover some examples of what not to do and how we can actually turn that into a working version. So we have one example. Hi, I'm John from XYZ agency. They usually start those, like you see those bad ads, right? Hi, I'm John from XYZ agency. I've been running Google ads for 10 years. Like, nobody cares about you, right? Like you I mean, nobody gives a damn. So they lose that, what if you're even if you're offering 3 months free Google advertising and you're paying for their ad spend, they lost it. They cannot hear what you have to say because they don't watch it after the first 3 seconds because this is boring, right? What is a strong start? So if your ads keep dying after 3 days, this is why. So there's a curiosity and there's an open loop like this previous example. So you can see we haven't something unsolved, something open loop they need to continue. The second one, we created a product that, solves male pattern baldness. But if they don't watch the rest, they don't hear that. Everyone's been doing this wrong, including me. You don't have to go to Turkey anymore to get your hair transplanted. This is the product you need to, and then you can go continue saying that, right? So instead of saying we created XYZ, you can talk about a problem first, or you can, everyone is doing this wrong, do not go to Turkey for hair transplant. This is the solution. Then you can introduce your product there. This skincare brand, it's a bad hook. Nobody cares. I was ready to throw the serum in the bin until this happened. Look at this curiosity here, guys. Amazing curiosity, and you don't have to talk about your brand like a corporate brand, right? Let's see this one. Let me show you something. Okay, if it's a demonstration style video ad, that might work, but if it's not, you're losing customers. Watch this. It made me $22,000 in 7 days. A lot of curiosity there. So let's see some brands and how they are using these style of hooks. So let's look at a Gymshark ad here. This one leg workout made my jeans impossible to wear. So what they're doing is they're doing like a do it day in a life type of ad. This is kind of like an influencer ad, day in a life, and it is relatable, and there's a visual curiosity in that, right? Oh, what is this? Like, what is that leg workout? And that is assuming there's a subtle introduction of the products. Monday.com. You're wasting 3 hours a day in emails, and here's the proof. There's a lot of curiosity and also problem solving as well. Monday.com is a really big software. And native deodorant. Let's watch this. I stopped using normal deodorant for a week. Big mistake. Why? Story tension, and there's a personal risk there. Let's see Magic Spoon. Cereal that tastes like childhood but with protein. So again, guys, you cannot really solve a problem with this type of product. That's why they are using some story-driven ad, but again, not the greatest one, but some examples. All right, let's move on. So every type of hook you say falls into these categories. So we have a problem call out hook. That is the number one, which we're gonna cover. There's the shock or contrarian hook, which is kind of like you won't believe what happened, right? There's a curiosity gap hook, the one that we saw a couple of examples. There's proof and authority hook. There's the relatability hook, like that smell when you leave your gym session that is coming from your running shoes. Again, relatable, right? And then we have story teaser hook, and we have demonstration hook. Demonstration hook is kind of like, watch this, this is how you use that product. And as I said in the previous example, if it's a demonstration product, you don't have to like solve a problem. So because like Meta is so smart when to use which creatives, right? So your demonstration ads will probably be served to users who already engaged with these type of hooks or these other type of ads. And they're gonna show this to, let's say, people who are aware of your product. Let's start with the problem call out hook example. So you can use this template, guys, super easy. Put in your problem and the pain that your customers face, and then or frustrating outcome they face, and then insert your product at the end. So if a pain problem keeps happening to you, watch this. What that could be. If people guess your age 10 years older, watch this. Okay, the problem is people guess I'm older than I look, right? Or so I look older than I am. Basically, how we can solve that problem is this hair serum, right? Hair product could be that. Tired of not seeing results going to the gym 5 days a week? Try this workout program, right? Here's the real reason why. So you can insert anything, if your product or service solves a problem, you can insert that. Or if you have like a marketing agency, if your Google ads not performing even though your product is on point, watch this, right? We can put anything here. So let's see some examples. Your ads keep dying after 3 days. Here's what you're missing. So that is problem solving. Still paying full price for protein powder? Stop. So that is a frustrating outcome that they are doing. Let's see another one. That is the shock and contrarian hook. So it is shocking. Stop doing the common thing. It's killing your results, right? It's shock and contrary to the popular belief. So what is a popular belief? Eating protein, builds muscle, right? If you say eating protein kills your gains, here's why. So you want to say something so against the contrary, people will be like, what? Wait, what is he talking about, right? So if you are studying hard to score better at your exams, stop what you're doing and watch this, right? So you're doing it wrong, and that is not the common thing that you're doing, is not really the good thing, basically, what we're trying to say. And the whole purpose of that is keeping people engaged. Oh, what the hell is it going to talk about? Usually this works the best, right? I'm about to say something every ad agency will hate me. So this is not really contrarian, but this is shock driven, but I really like the contrarian. So stop split testing audiences. Meta already does it better. But right now, yeah, everybody knows this. Like if you're in meta advertising, your skincare routine is aging you, literally. So this is really good contrarian, right? People think skincare routine usually doesn't age you or helps you with anti-aging, but here we're saying the exact opposite. How is this possible, right? Or we can say, your pet food is slowly killing your pets, right? What the hell? How is this even possible? And if you're using this, every pet food has these type of 3 ingredients that are detrimental for their health, and this is why we developed XYZ product, and this is going to help your pets live 5 years younger, right? No longer. So I just created a script based on this contrarian hook. We have curiosity gap hook. Let's see this one. So this one setting changed everything. So there's a curiosity. What changed everything, right? What happens next shocked me. Again, a curiosity gap. So they don't have anything. Again, they don't have enough reasons to watch it, but they're curious, right? You're not solving any problem. You're not introducing a problem, but it is really curiosity driven. Let's see this example. I ran the same ad twice. One made $0, the other 23K. Oh, okay, I'm curious now. Watch this. It shouldn't be even possible, right? So it's a great verbal hook. Again, you should use this, and you need to test all of them, guys. Whatever I'm showing you here, you need to test. There is not one thing that works great. One combined with a great visual hook, combined with great text on screen. So you can see there's a lot of variations. That's why Meta is demanding a lot of creative volume. That's what I'm saying, guys. One is not going to save you. You have to test a lot of these and record your separate hooks in one batch, record your separate bodies in one batch, and record your separate call to actions in one batch. So you have 10, 10, 10, and you can mix and match those and have 1,000 different ads to test, right? And one of them is eventually going to do really well. We have proof and authority hook. So for digital marketing and advertising space, that really works for me. And if you have that type of educational, knowledge-driven type of service you're in, you can do really well. After 1.2 million in ad spend, here's the truth. We tested this with 4,000 customers and the data shocked us, right? Again, some shocking detail here, but you are the authority in the figure. Let's say you're a doctor, you can say that, or a skincare the salon owner. You can say, last week I've had 100 customers and this one thing is really disturbing me, right? That is one example. So you are positioning yourself as the authority. You're seeing a lot of patients, a lot of customers, so on and so forth. This $39 serum got me compliments from strangers. So again, this is proof, not full authority, but again, a proof. We've spent 10 million testing this, and one rule keeps winning. So one rule keeps winning. This is more of an authority instead of proof. So you can combine and see which one works for your business. We have relatability hook. This one works really, really well for any niche. Again, you cannot go wrong with this relatability hook because people like relatable stuff, right? You know those memes like all over the place, video like image memes or funny videos. Why people laugh at that? Because they are relatable, right? Let's say you get a hobby, right? What you do first, you go to Instagram, start seeing those funny stuff about your new hobby, let's say maybe painting, maybe jiu-jitsu, maybe kickboxing, maybe basketball, maybe movie critic, becoming a movie critic, whatever the case may be, and you will watch those videos because why? They're relatable, right? So let's see, you launched an ad, it tanks. You tweak it, it tanks again. Like it's a problem, but it's relatable, right? So we're not saying this is the problem, this is the solution again. We're leading with relatability, and some of them are gonna, have intermingleness. Like I don't know even if it's a word. They're gonna have some, intersections each hook type. But again, you can approach it differently. Ever walked into a gym and felt like everyone is staring at you? So this is great. This is super relatable. Not a problem exactly, but it's relatability, right? We're not saying this is the worst problem you're facing, but it's just a relatability, right? You spent 2 hours designing your ad, 0 conversions. Again, this is more like a problem, but you have the relatable sense to it. This is what every new marketer does wrong. Again, relatable. Let's see the couple of last ones. Actually, this is the one before the last, story teaser hook. This is great, guys, but again, doesn't work so well with every product and service. You have to test and see for yourself. I almost quit running ads after this happened, right? And again, as I said, this type of hook style doesn't scale with every product and service. So I'm sitting here 2 a.m. and my dashboard crashes. Again, for an advertising agency, will make sense. I thought I had wasted $500 until this kicked in. It started as a joke, now it's my best-selling product. So again, advertising style, you can do this with everything here, but it is not a guarantee that it is going to work. So we have the demonstration, and this basically starts with watch this. And you don't have to say watch this. And this, again, hook is not going to scale to the moon, but some ads, I've seen this, but this type of hook usually works right away when you start using or showing how to use your product. Again, if they're not aware of that problem, Meta will probably not serve that ad to that specific user. This ad with this type of hook will probably be served to a user who is aware of your product, who is aware of your problem. So you don't necessarily pinpoint, try to match this ad to that specific user, because Meta will do it for you, right? That's the thing you have to keep in mind. Other than that, this type of ad drives conversions, sales, leads like crazy because you're literally demonstrating how to use that product or service. So you can say, even if you have an agency, you can say, this is, let's say you paid someone to create this demonstration type of ad, right? Through Fiverr, found a user-generated creator, and you're basically doing, this is saying that person to say, this is how you use Jim's digital marketing agency. First, you contact them and they will do this, bam, bam, bam. They will start running your ads and then you pay them a monthly fee. Basically a demonstration. This is how you unpack, and then watch this. This is how I unpack my AirPods, push this, pair with my phone and start listening to my music and enable the noise canceling. Again, demonstration. Not gonna hook all of the users, but going to hook the users that need to watch it. All right, hope this was clear. This was the verbal, what we say basically as the hooks. Hope this was helpful. I will see you in the next one. Now it's time to cover video ads, which is one of the most important ad formats when it comes to meta advertising. And whatever we're going to cover in this section, you can apply that into TikTok ads, you can apply it into LinkedIn advertising, you can apply it to any type of advertising format or video ads on YouTube, like any type of video advertising format that you advertise on. All right, let's start. So overall, when we run any type of video ads, you can dissect that video ad into three main parts. Number one is going to be the hook. So the hook is the first 3 seconds of the video. And after this section, we're going to be diving into the hooks and get really detailed about types of hooks that you can create. Then we have the body section of the video. Every video has those three components. Every successful video ad. You will see some videos have bad hooks, some videos have bad bodies, some videos have no CTAs or bad CTAs. And if you nail all of these parts, you will have a highly converting, good sales driving or good lead driving ad. Number one is the hook, the first 3 seconds, right? So if you capture that user, cool. Now they will watch the rest of your video ad, right? But if you cannot capture the person, even if your buddy, even if you have the most amazing like the offer in the world, if they don't stay around to listen to this part, you basically lost that user. That's why the first 3 seconds is extremely important. Then we're going to talk about the body, right? Details about our product and service and how we can actually keep people watching what we have to say till the end of the video, right? So if they listen to it, maybe some products and service, but we have an amazing guarantee, and we talk about that amazing guarantee in the end, in the call to action. So that's why we want to keep people on the ad, on the platform till the end. So they watch the call to action at the end, right? So the most important part again is the hook, as you can see from this reverse pyramid. Then we have the body where we talk about the products, features, benefits, what they're gonna get at the end of our product and service. Then we have the call to action. Call to action is basically CTA, and we ask them to make a purchase or put their information in if it's a lead generation form, or if we want people to go to the website, if that's the call to action, we ask that, right? So if we have to be really blatant about when we ask them to do something, right? So our goals is to creating scarcity. Like if you want to create scarcity, urgency, you want to do it in the call to action, right? If you have some sort of guarantees, you want to do that in the call to action part. In the next section, we're going to jump on and start with the hooks right away. So let's start with the hooks and why this is the most important thing in the whole video ad. So it is first 3 seconds, right? And after Meta's Andromeda updates, which I'm going to talk about Andromeda updates, they are making the video ads more and more important. And then the hook of the video is giving more signals to the Meta's Andromeda update, the algorithm, right? So if you have a bad hook in the past, it was, okay, still important, but it didn't hurt you as much. But now with that update, it is even more important. So they are pushing more weight to the first 3 seconds watch time, and people, if they skip the first 3 seconds, they're gonna push it back and not show it to a lot of people. So why we need that? Why we need a strong hook basically. The goal of the hook is not to describe your product, is not to do anything about your product and service. We want to keep people engaged watching the rest of our video. Otherwise, we lost it, right? Let's say you have an amazing offer. Let's say you're selling your Ferrari for $10, $10, no catch, nothing, just pure offer, amazing offer. Like nobody wants to miss that offer. $10, buy a Ferrari. But you can say that in the first 3 seconds, right? But of course, if you have like a full-on video where you explain this is not a scam, you have to have a proper body of a video. But if you can't keep people till the body section of the video, what is going to happen? Let me tell you what's going to happen. People are just going to skip it if they don't stick around for the first 3 seconds. And then you don't get to present your offer in the body section, right? So they cannot hear that you are selling your Ferrari for $10 at all. So we want to keep people there so they can hear our offer. What we need to do is keeping people curious. So they need to be curious what's going to happen in the hook. That's the role of the hook. And we have to keep them engaged. So keep those things when you're creating your hooks. Those are the main things that you need to focus on. So there's 3 parts to a hook, right? Every hook contains three separate parts. Number one is what you say in the video, right? There's usually a person and the person is talking. It could be a voiceover. It doesn't have to be, let's say, some person speaking. It could be a voiceover, something's happening, and then a person is speaking over as a voiceover. And text on screen, that is the second most important thing. And then thirdly, we have the what happens in the video, the visual parts of the hook, right? So let's watch some examples and see what is going on. So the first one is from True Classics. Let's watch it together.
The secret to confidence? Try this. Stop wearing baggy, stretched out shirts.
So you can see in the first 3 seconds, we can see what is going on in this hook. So what you say, what they are saying in the hook, secret to confidence, question mark, try this, right? That is basically what they say in the video. Text on screen is not available. Guys, the captions are not text on screen. So if you have what you say, and what you say has to be also with the captions, and I'm going to show you how to do that easily. But if you only have what you say appear as a text, that does not count as text on screen. Text on screen, to have a hook component, you have to have a separate text line or sentence going on. Otherwise, that is exactly the same as what you say in the video, and that is basically caption. That does not qualify as text on screen. So that's why we have not available. And that ad, that hook of the video, could have been better if they had another line of text on screen that is separate from what this person is saying. And what happens in the video in the first 3 seconds? A man is testing t-shirts, holding his t-shirts here, and it could be even better. Again, not super engaging hook. I'm not curious, I'm kind of engaged, but I'm not super curious because I know already that is going to be a t-shirt ad. So let's watch another example here.
This wallet isn't just functional, it's literally art in your pocket. The Ridge Kintsugi wallet, inspired.
All right, so let's see what you say in the video, what they say in the video. This wallet isn't just function, it's art in your pocket, right? And we can see they are using text on screen hook as well. This is a company called Ridge Wallets, and they're amazing, guys. Check their ads. And why this is so good is they have a different type of text. Why this wallet is a conversation starter. Again, look at this. Text on screen is completely different than what you say. So if I'm not hooked with this, what they say, I might be hooked with this, oh, how is this a conversation starter, right? And what happens in the video is wallet close-up. Again, that is good, presenting the product right away, but it could have been better if they did something a little extra with this wallet, maybe splashing some water onto this wallet, or maybe, putting a lighter onto this wallet, trying to burn the wallet. Like, I need some more engagement. But the what you say and the text on screen part is really engaging and curiosity driven enough. So what happens in the video, that is fine. Like, they're not gonna lose a lot of people in there. Let's see one more example. So this is from Lumen Skincare. We saw some ads from Lumen, especially static ads. Let's see this video.
How to look 10 years younger for free. So I went on a date.
All right, now you can see what you say or what they say in the video, how to look 10 years younger for free. So that is a lot of curiosity in that ad. And you can see text on screen is exactly the same. So it's basically an A, not available. So I would have tweak this ad and have a separate text on screen to keep people engaged. And what happens in the video is extremely engaging. So that is a proper hook. What they're doing, he's literally rubbing broccoli to his face, right? That is an engaging ad, what we call an engaging ad. So they're doing a great job with this. So that is a good job, Lumen, and that's it. In the next section, we're gonna dive deeper into elements of the hooks, and we're gonna start with what we say in the hooks. All right, see you in the next one. Hey everybody, in this section we're covering what we are going to say in the hook of the video. That is so important, right? Because we will have captions and people will see that as well on top of the text on screen. So rules for scripting our first line. So these are basically the top things that we need to keep in mind. We want to start with you or a bold statement. So they have to have a reason, right? People don't care what we do. People care about what they are going to get. And we want to address the product problem instead of the product, right? So if you start with what we do, yes, okay, that, you know, if your product is really unique and there might be a demonstration purpose, but usually good hooks, especially what we say, is a good starter if we address the products. So also we can add an open loop and something that is unsolved that demands continuation, right? Like the previous example we saw. And we need to avoid filler words, guys, like intros, explanations, who are you or who you are and what you do. We don't need that. Specifically for founder style creatives, we can have that, but in a good, if you want that ad to scale, you want to avoid it. So what we say, like, let's cover some examples of what not to do and how we can actually turn that into a working version. So we have one example. Hi, I'm John from XYZ agency. They usually start those, like you see those bad ads, right? Hi, I'm, you know, John from XYZ agency. I've been running Google ads for 10 years. Like nobody cares about you, right? Like I mean, nobody gives a damn. So they lose that, you know, what if you're, even if you're offering 3 months free Google advertising and you're paying for their ad spend, they lost it. They cannot hear what you have to say because they don't watch it after the first 3 seconds because this is boring, right? What is a strong start? So if your ads keep dying after 3 days, this is why. So there's a curiosity and there's an open loop like this previous example. So you can see we haven't something unsolved, something open loop they need to continue. The second one, we created a product that, we created a product that solves male pattern baldness. But if they don't watch the rest, they don't hear that. Everyone's been doing this wrong, including me. You don't have to go to Turkey anymore to get your hair transplanted. This is the product you need to, and then you can go continue saying that, right? So instead of saying we created XYZ, you can talk about a problem first, or you can, everyone is doing this wrong, do not go to Turkey for hair transplant. This is the solution. Then you can introduce your product there. This skincare brand, it's a bad hook. Nobody cares. I was ready to throw the serum in the bin until this happened. Look at this curiosity here, guys. Amazing curiosity, and you don't have to talk about your brand like a corporate brand, right? Let's see this one. Let me show you something. Okay, if it's a demonstration style video ad, that might work, but if it's not, you're losing customers. Watch this. It made me $22,000 in 7 days. A lot of curiosity there. So let's see some brands and how they are using these style of hooks. So let's look at a Gymshark ad here. This one leg workout made my jeans impossible to wear. So what they're doing is they're doing like a do it day in a life type of ad. This is kind of like an influencer ad, day in a life, and it is relatable, and there's a visual curiosity in that, right? Oh, what is this? Like, what is that leg workout? And that is assuming there's a subtle introduction of the products. Monday.com. You're wasting 3 hours a day in emails, and here's the proof. There's a lot of curiosity and also problem solving as well. Monday.com is a really big software. And native deodorant. Let's watch this. I stopped using normal deodorant for a week. Big mistake. Why? Story tension, and there's a personal risk there. Let's see Magic Spoon. Cereal that tastes like childhood but with protein. So again, guys, you cannot really solve a problem with this type of product. That's why they are using some story-driven ad, but again, not the greatest one, but some examples. All right, let's move on. So every type of hook you say falls into these categories. So we have a problem call out hook. That is the number one, which we're gonna cover. There's the shock or contrarian hook, which is kind of like you won't believe what happened, right? There's a curiosity gap hook, the one that we saw a couple of examples. There's proof and authority hook. There's the relatability hook, like that smell when you leave your gym session that is coming from your running shoes. Again, relatable, right? And then we have story teaser hook and we have demonstration hook. Demonstration hook is kind of like, watch this, this is how you use that product. And as I said in the previous example, if it's a demonstration product, you don't have to like solve a problem. So because like Meta is so smart when to use your which creatives, right? So your demonstration ads will probably be served to users who already engaged with these type of hooks or these other type of ads. And they're gonna show this to, let's say, people who are aware of your product. Let's start with the problem call out hook example. So you can use this template, guys, super easy. Put in your problem and the pain that your customers face, and then or frustrating outcome they face, and then insert your product at the end. So if a pain problem keeps happening to you, watch this. What that could be. If people guess your age 10 years older, watch this. Okay, the problem is people guess I'm older than I look, right? Or so I look older than I am. Basically, how we can solve that problem is this hair serum, right? Hair product could be that. Tired of not seeing results going to the gym 5 days a week? Try this workout program, right? Here's the real reason why. So you can insert anything, if your product or service solves a problem, you can insert that. Or if you have like a marketing agency, if your Google ads not performing even though your product is on point, watch this, right? We can put anything here. So let's see some examples. Your ads keep dying after 3 days. Here's what you're missing. So that is problem solving. Still paying full price for protein powder? Stop. So that is a frustrating outcome that they are doing. Let's see another one. That is the shock and contrarian hook. So it is shocking. Stop doing the common thing. It's killing your results, right? It's shock and contrary to the popular belief. So what is a popular belief? Eating protein, builds muscle, right? If you say eating protein kills your gains, here's why. So you want to say something so against the contrary, people will be like, what? Wait, what is he talking about, right? So if you are studying hard to score better at your exams, stop what you're doing and watch this, right? So you're doing it wrong, and that is not the common thing that you're doing is not really the good thing, basically, what we're trying to say. And the whole purpose of that is keeping people engaged. Oh, what the hell is it gonna talk about? Usually this works the best, right? I'm about to say something every ad agency will hate me. So this is not really contrarian, but this is shock driven, but I really like the contrarian. So stop split testing audiences. Meta already does it better. But right now, yeah, everybody knows this. Like if you're in Meta advertising, your skincare routine is aging you, literally. So this is really good contrarian, right? People think skincare routine usually doesn't age you or helps you with anti-aging, but here we're saying the exact opposite. How is this possible, right? Or we can say, your pet food is slowly killing your pets, right? What the hell? How is this even possible? And if you're using this, every pet food has these type of 3 ingredients that are detrimental for their health, and this is why we developed XYZ product, and this is going to help your pets live 5 years younger, right? No longer. So I just created a script based on this contrarian hook. We have curiosity gap hook. Let's see this one. So this one setting changed everything. So there's a curiosity. What changed everything, right? What happens next shocked me. Again, a curiosity gap. So they don't have anything. Again, they don't have enough reasons to watch it, but they're curious, right? You're not solving any problem. You're not introducing a problem, but it is really curiosity driven. Let's see this example. I ran the same ad twice. One made $0, the other 23K. Oh, okay, I'm curious now. Watch this. It shouldn't be even possible, right? So it's a great verbal hook. Again, you should use this, and you need to test all of them, guys. Whatever I'm showing you here, you need to test. There is not one thing that works great. One combined with a great visual hook, combined with great text on screen. So you can see there's a lot of variations. That's why Meta is demanding a lot of creative volume. That's what I'm saying, guys. One is not going to save you. You have to test a lot of these and record your separate hooks in one batch, record your separate bodies in one batch, and record your separate call to actions in one batch. So you have 10, 10, 10, and you can mix and match those and have 1,000 different ads to test, right? And one of them is eventually going to do really well. We have proof and authority hook. So for digital marketing and advertising space, that really works for me. And if you have that type of educational, knowledge-driven type of service you're in, you can do really well. After 1.2 million in ad spend, here's the truth. We tested this with 4,000 customers and the data shocked us, right? Again, some shocking detail here, but you are the authority in the figure. Let's say you're a doctor, you can say that, or a skincare, the salon owner. You can say, last week I've had 100 customers and this one thing is really disturbing me, right? That is one example. So you are positioning yourself as the authority. You're seeing a lot of patients, a lot of customers, so on and so forth. This $39 serum got me compliments from strangers. So again, this is proof, not full authority, but again, a proof. We've spent 10 million testing this, and one rule keeps winning. So one rule keeps winning. This is more of an authority instead of proof. So you can combine and see which one works for your business. We have relatability hook. This one works really, really well for any niche. Again, you cannot go wrong with this relatability hook because people like relatable stuff, right? You know those memes like all over the place, video, like image memes or funny videos. Why people laugh at that? Because they are relatable, right? Let's say you get a hobby, right? What you do first, you go to Instagram, start seeing those funny stuff about your new hobby, let's say, maybe painting, maybe jiu-jitsu, maybe kickboxing, maybe basketball, maybe, movie critic, becoming a movie critic, whatever the case may be, and you will watch those videos because why? They're relatable, right? So let's see, you launched an ad, it tanks. You tweak it, it tanks again. Like it's a problem, but it's relatable, right? So we're not saying this is the problem, this is the solution again. We're leading with relatability, and some of them are gonna, have intermingleness. Like I don't know even if it's a word. They're gonna have some, intersections each hook type. But again, you can approach it differently. Ever walked into a gym and felt like everyone is staring at you? So this is great. This is super relatable. Not a problem exactly, but it's relatability, right? We're not saying this is the worst problem you're facing, but it's just a relatability, right? You spent 2 hours designing your ad, 0 conversions. Again, this is more like a problem, but you have the relatable sense to it. This is what every new marketer does wrong. Again, relatable. Let's see the couple of last ones. Actually, this is the one before the last, story teaser hook. This is great, guys, but again, doesn't work so well with every product and service. You have to test and see for yourself. I almost quit running ads after this happened, right? And again, as I said, this type of hook style doesn't scale with every product and service. So I'm sitting here 2 a.m. and my dashboard crashes. Again, for an advertising agency, will make sense. I thought I had wasted $500 until this kicked in. It started as a joke, now it's my best-selling product. So again, advertising style, you can do this with everything here, but it is not a guarantee that it is going to work. So we have the demonstration, and this basically starts with watch this. And you don't have to say watch this. And this, again, hook is not going to scale to the moon, but some ads I've seen this. But this type of hook usually works right away when you start using or showing how to use your product. Again, if they're not aware of that problem, Meta will probably not serve that ad to that specific user. This ad with this type of hook will probably be served to a user who is aware of your product, who is aware of your problem. So you don't necessarily pinpoint, try to match this ad to that specific user, because Meta will do it for you. right? That's the thing you have to keep in mind. Other than that, this type of ad drives conversions, sales, leads like crazy because you're literally demonstrating how to use that product or service. So you can say, even if you have an agency, you can say, this is, let's say you paid someone to create this demonstration type of ad, right? Through Fiverr, found a user-generated creator, and you're basically doing, this is saying that person to say, this is how you use Jim's digital marketing agency. First, you contact them and they will do this, bam, bam, bam. They will start running your ads and then you pay them a monthly fee. Basically a demonstration. This is how you unpack, and then watch this. This is how I unpack my AirPods, push this, pair with my phone and start listening to my music and enable the noise canceling. Again, demonstration. Not gonna hook all of the users, but going to hook the users that need to watch it. All right, hope this was clear. This was the verbal, what we say basically as the hooks. Hope this was helpful. I will see you in the next one. Now it is time to look at descriptions, meta ad descriptions. Guys, let's take a look at a couple of examples and we're gonna cover best practices and see how other brands are doing those best practices, or are they following them or not. So we have one example here. You can see this is a instant form ad. When something is an instant form ad, it will say form instead of the website URL here. So that is one small tweak, which is now related to what we're covering right now. We have the ad here. We have optimized catalog ads for every placement. That is the headline. Right underneath that, we have the description. Find out how to work with adapt to placements. So this is basically the description. Let's see one more example. So we have the school.com. He's taking people to school as a platform. And underneath that, we have start free now. Underneath that, we have our description. Get instant access. And this is the call to action. So we have one more from Magnetic Marketing. This guy is a really famous copywriter, Dan Kennedy. So let's see, okay, we have the website URL. Underneath that, we have our headline. And underneath that, we have free quotations, 3-step system, masterclass. So that is the description. So let's take a look at the best practices, what to do, what not to do. So we want to keep it as short and concise as possible, just like the headlines, basically the same practices. So the description, the only caveat I have here, headline usually appears on feed, right? It's like almost 100% guaranteed on a Facebook feed or an Instagram feed. The headline will appear right here. But on some instances, Meta will not show your description. So it is not 100% guaranteed that your descriptions will show. On Instagram as well, Instagram might not show your descriptions. So it is really up to Meta, depending on the placement, device, so on and so forth. They might not show your description. Keep that in mind, right? So we want to keep it under 5 words. Why? Because we have a little bit more real estate due to the font of the descriptions. So you can see it is a smaller font than this one, and this is bold and this is not. So that's why we have a little bit more space to write 5 words. And you want to keep it under 5 words, again, short and concise. That is the goal. So in this example, you can see we have a meta ad, and I screenshotted this from my desktop, and desktop has a lot of real estate. But even though I do not see a description here, right? So again, the person might not have put description in the ad because they're not forcing you to put a description in, right? You can leave it blank. But they might have put it in and Meta decided to not show the description. We have one here, trusted by 763 plus members. So this guy is doing great, and he's like a Facebook ads instructor, basically. That's why you will see he is following the best practices really well. So under 5 words, short and concise, and really good unique selling proposition. You can use, again here, use another unique selling proposition that you are not using on your headline, I suggest. So you don't want to say the same thing, right? You want to mention whatever is really important about your product or service in your description. So if you said that in your headline, use another one in the description. So the psychology we want to use here, okay, people see this headline, maybe they are not really driven by that specific unique selling proposition, so you use another one, increase your chances of whatever they're attracted to, right? So we have one more from, I think, Ad Creative AI, the brand is. So this is a Facebook ad. You can see this is the headline, generate high-performing ads in seconds, and underneath that, we have our description, start your 7-day free trial. It's kind of like call to action. I wouldn't really suggest saying that. I would put a specific unique selling proposition that might entice them, and this doesn't really entice people. All right, guys, these are basically the headlines, descriptions, and the primary text. You know what they are and how they appear, and we're going to jump into the platform and write together using some frameworks. Hope you had fun so far. This was a really short section of a 113 hours long digital marketing course, and if you want that, it is the top rated bestseller course in Udemy. It is 113 hours long, the longest digital marketing course on the planet right now. It's in the first link in the description. Start watching it right now. It includes Google Ads, Facebook ads, organic digital marketing, SEO, website design, copywriting, everything that you can think of, includes ChatGPT, AI content creation, and everything. Go watch it now and have fun.